start. That's a €350 buy-in event. We've also got the Hendon Mob Championship event starting, which is a €250 buy-in event. We've got numerous satellites going on as well for the High Roller, which begins at 8 p.m. this evening. That's a 5K buy-in. And of course, still time to satellite in for the main event, which kicks off tomorrow. It's a €1 million guaranteed prize pool. So you know where it's at, here at the Irish Open. Hello, welcome back to our coverage of the Irish Open here in Dublin. I am joined by Alex, who is working for Party Poker. We wanted to speak with you because we had just been talking to the guys working for Rapid Response Ukraine. They told us that they've been chatting to you. You're obviously from the Ukraine. Tell us how the recent events have affected you.
Well, it's been really tough since my whole family's there, my relatives, my grandma, and they're living actually in a safe region called Transcarpathia. It's safe, but the sirens are sounding every day there, so they have to hide. So for elderly people, it's like scary. It's like it's real war for them. So, but yeah, the main thing is that they're safer now, and we're just hoping for the best. That's gonna end soon. My parents live in Austria. They're safe, and this is what most important to me at the moment.
And you didn't know anything about the charity that had been set up
had
here.
no
You met them
idea.
here,
This
yeah?
was a big surprise for me. Very big surprise. And I just entered my room and I saw all these flags everywhere, Ukraine, and my heart was breaking. I was crying the moment I saw it all. And the guys just did an incredible job, actually, the stuff they did. I mean, I've met people like this before. It's just help coming from everywhere, from all sides, from all countries. And I did not expect to see it here as well at the events that I'm doing. It's incredible.
And how have you found the poker players here? Have they been generous and are they talking to you as well?
So everyone's asking where I'm from, and like when I say Ukraine, it's like, oh my God, my heart's breaking. I'm praying for you. So of course, it's just very nice, but it's hard to hear as well, because I'm here, I'm not there, and I'm not really. It does affect me because my family is there, but I'm here and I feel useless. Like I really want to do something. I'm thinking to go there. I really thought to go and fight, honestly.
Wow.
It was in my head. I was like, just gonna go and fight because so many friends of mine are there. My brother is there, and I really want to go and fight myself.
One thing people can do, obviously, is dig deep into their pockets. Can we give them a plea to come, maybe if they win some tournaments, to donate a little bit of their money?
Yes, it would be really nice, really appreciated if every poker player could just come and help because every little thing it matters. And as everyone knows, Ukraine is a very cheap country, and for little money you can buy there so many supplies for people. So that would be a great help.
And how about you in poker? Do you play much poker? Are you able to play any events here, perhaps?
No, I don't play poker myself. I just work here. No, don't play.
Maybe we can teach you. There's time.
That would be great.
Thank you so much for chatting with us, Alex.
Thank you
And
too.
I hope we can raise lots of money for the Ukraine. Good
Thank
luck
you
with
too.
everything.
Good luck, you two guys.
Hello, welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open. I am joined by the champion of the Heads Up tournament, Anthony Blano. Congratulations. You only just took it down just moments ago. How did it go?
I'm fine, very good, and I'm very happy to win this tournament just 10 years after my first live tournament here in the City West Hotel.
Oh, wow.
Really?
That's amazing. And 5,600, over €5,600 for this first place. Do you normally play Heads Up?
um, when I arrived in Ireland, I don't want to play this tournament. And when I were before, I say my friend, I register, I buy in the tournament, and 6 rounds after, I win it, so it's so good.
So now you're a specialist in Heads Up.
Thanks. Yes.
We will see you hopefully in the main event as well.
Yes, I will play tomorrow.
Okay, well, thank you so much and good luck. Congratulations once again. Welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open. I'm with Philip and Fergal from Rapid Response Ukraine. So tell us, what is this all about?
So Rapid Response Ukraine obviously is in our response to the Ukrainian crisis at the moment. So it's 5 weeks ago. I have a couple of developers work with a startup, and they were in Kharkiv. They had to flee the country, or flee to the west of the country. And they didn't want to pick up an AK-47, but they wanted to do something for their country. So they were getting medical requests from heads of health departments all over the Ukraine, and they were connecting them with people like myself in the West and said, listen, can you help? And we were sent requests for like incubators and medicines that we didn't know where to get medicines. This is like on a WhatsApp chat. And then they said they ran out of body bags. They didn't even have enough body bags to bury the dead. So we were like, look, that was it. We said, we got to do something. So I found a local funeral director, David McGowan in Sligo, who's like, oh, I've pallets and pallets of body bags. So that was it. Let's get the body bags to the border. That was the simple mission. And then it started out, actually, JP from this festival gave a donation. A mate, Mark Walsh, from the local casino.
Irish Open, that's where we are. Can you believe it?
I can't believe that it's day 2, but this is actually day 1 for us of commentating the Irish Poker Open. You're very, very welcome.
That sounds like.
Okay. You are welcome. Hello. We are on camera with
We
Faces for
certainly
Radio.
are.
Well, Fintan, I can't. Fintan's obviously a very stylish, glamorous man, but Face for Radio
Wow.
rating ideal
Okay.
here. For the first time in 820 days plus, it is the live main event of the Irish Poker Open, brought to you by Party Poker. Fintan Gavin, colour commentator, Emmett Kennedy back in the hot seat for the play-by-play throughout the day. And listen, we had a lot of fun yesterday. This is day 2 for us. Day 1 was the high roller event, which ended up going to Alex in the end. And the standard of play yesterday was exceptional.
Yes, Emmett, it was top drawer from the start. We had several Irish contenders early on, but unfortunately, Mark MacDonald, Chris Dowling, Boko, Garrett McMahon, there was Geddes.
Not that we're biased, by the way,
no,
at all.
It would have been nice if 1 or 2 of the locals got to the final table, but it was a star-studded international field. It was top quality. It ended up the Greek player Christos Antropoulos,
Yes.
heads up, versus Alex Tepley from the UK. I was told by one of the party poker
Isn't
guys.
it Peefley?
Peefley.
Peefley.
Spot on, yeah. Thank you.
Or
for
Peffley. Peffley. Thank you to our producer Oliver, who
Alex
is
Peffley.
here from
Yeah.
Estonia and has the correct pronunciations as opposed to us. Alex's wife was not happy with either of us.
No, I wouldn't imagine.
And I don't blame her.
I wouldn't imagine so.
If I was being called Enda Kenny constantly,
Yeah.
where I was actually compared to the former Prime Minister / Taoiseach of this country, I was like, what?
He was the first player to buy in
Wow.
to the main event. So he was the first buy-in, and he was the last man standing. So, I mean, I think it was fitting. We had a great winner. Both of us picked him out early doors.
Yeah, to be
It was
fair.
a brilliant event.
To be fair, you were on him much quicker than me. You identified Christos very early on as being, this is a guy who's going to make the final table.
Yeah.
He's going to be heads up, which I think is an incredible call. So we are commentating on table 3, and for this year, Party Poker and the Irish Poker Open, Paul O'Reilly, JP, the entire team, our production team, they've gone all out. This is like no live stream poker event that I've done before, and we're going to see some action here because we're on a 15-minute delay, which means that Fintan and I get access to the whole cards, and the knowledge that Fintan was dropping yesterday, it'll improve your game, it's improving my game, but how he called how hands would play and how often you were accurate. I'd say 90% of the time you were spot on with how you call. I think even higher than that, actually.
Yeah,
you just-
listen, Emmett. I mean, it's really generous what you're saying.
It's
I
it's
mean,
a fact.
genuine. Well, that's. I'm blown away with the compliments. The thing is, the players we had yesterday, they didn't make any mistakes. So, I was just predicting what I felt was the best possible move in the time, and the guys were just top quality. This table, did you see Ono D there?
Ono D is not on this table.
He is, certainly
He
is. 'cause I've
is.
seen
He's,
him.
he's in
I've
table
seen
3.
him.
He's on seat 3.
He was the first, and his father,
The Don.
the Don, okay, was playing the Day 1A yesterday. These guys, if you don't know the ODs, it's a father and son from South Dublin. Donegal is a World Series of Poker bracelet winner, and Owen himself made the final table of the World Series of Poker main event a few years back. We were talking about the
Wasn't he the
best.
first Irishman to do that? Or was that...
No, there were several
Was that
Irish.
oh
Yeah.
my God, the 5. Okay, so the 5's folded. He's going to be sick. We've got trips with the pocket jacks, but we've also got top pair on the board. So we've seen a raise pre-flop, which was called by all 3 players. The 5s went into the muck. They did have the flush draw, but the flush draw was really no good. He's now probably feeling pretty sick about things. But at the same time, this is a world of hurt for Denning.
Yeah, well, the 5s avoided disaster, but I think the 3 diamonds out there. I don't think a 1 pair on this kind of board is just going to go off the charts at all.
If he kept the 5s, they're all in now, and the jacks are like snap call.
Yeah, well, depending on what the action, you know what I mean, Emmett. It depends on the interest shown. With 3 diamonds out there, this is going to slow down the action for sure. But I mean, obviously,
Does Hutchins raise here?
this is Oliver Hutchins, the UK based player, and he has made an 8k raise, 5.4 more for Porrick Denning, the local, to call. I don't think Porrick's going to go crazy here with just 1 pair. Queens, he could even be up against a hand like Ace Queen with the Ace of Diamonds, which he's behind to.
Yeah.
So I think Porrick is going to have a good think about this, and I think, well, it looks like he's going to continue. I'm just looking at the stack sizes. This is pretty early. I think we're in what level?
Level 6.
Oh, level 6. Okay.
Level 6. Average chip stack is 30k.
30k. Well, that's
And the Ace of Diamonds hits on
it's going to go check.
the
check.
river.
Definitely check here. I think both guys would be happy enough to get the showdown.
Ironically,
Porrick could turn his hand into a bluff. There's a big pot out there, 23.5k. If it's level 6, the average stack couldn't be 30k, because that would mean no one got busted out in 6 levels. Starting seconds 30k.
I can only tell you what's in front of my
I
screen.
know,
right now.
but we have to question these stats that they're giving us, Emmett. We really do.
Paul O'Reilly is coming for you.
I know.
What are you...
Yeah, so it's gone check, as expected. That was... Look, Porrick, he wasn't going to go crazy with 1 pair.
Yeah.
But I kind of thought he might get away from it there. But he did save himself additional money on the river with that diamond popping up. Was just was a total
that
action
could have
killer.
been a lot of hurt. That diamond, by the way, would have meant the 5s came good in the end. Because he was the only one who had the 5 diamonds in his hand.
Yeah.
So,
Wow.
which would have been a
Yeah.
real bad beat, but
Yeah.
it would have seen just more action because
Yeah.
the jacks aren't going anywhere.
No, set of jacks set of jacks there to the death, I'd imagine.
You have to think
Yeah.
so. Early on in the tournament, definitely. I don't think they're going anywhere.
So basically, with the blind level at 100, 300, okay, that would mean that players have, on average, well, just say the average stack, I don't know, even if it was still 30,000, which we know it's not, that would be like 100 big blinds.
Yeah,
So
makes sense.
I'd imagine it's somewhere around the 85 to 90 big blind average.
Yeah, blinds are 100 and 300 with 300 ante. So we've got deuces from...
This is Lorila from Finland.
I'm glad you got the pronunciation in first of all. So Lorila is in seat 1, Thomas Gallagher seat 2, Ono D seat 3, Oliver Hutchins 4, Paul Newey in 5, Arthur Boatman in 6, Alexander Oskul in 7, Porrick Denning in 8, and then Ming Lao is in seat 9. And this is your feature table.
So
for-
Hutchins here and Porrick Denning both have flopped a good shot. But it looks like Owen is leading out with
With
top
top pair.
pair. Yeah.
and a backdoor flush draw.
Twos have just completely lost interest, but Porrick might stick about here. He actually has the backdoors as well. He's a backdoor straight flush potential. And the bet is 1.2. And it's going to be heads up between Oliver and Owen O'D.
So Owen does not want to see a 7.
This is going to keep Oliver interested.
Yeah, the 8's going to be a problem for Oliver. Is it this now?
Now, did you see the 7-9 folded there?
I did.
Yes.
And in fact, our graphics team did as well because they've taken him off the board. So it's 6 outs for Oliver. And of course, this is great for us. We know this, but Owen doesn't know where he is. Owen has gotten grayer over the years, and the deuce hits on the river.
That's crazy. The two players that folded would have hit, first of all,
Isn't
the
it
straight,
amazing?
and then they would have hit the set.
And to be fair, they were both right to make the decisions.
Oh,
But
completely, yeah.
in the
I
back
think-
of their minds, they're going, oh, no.
Will I float here? 1.2. Hit my miracle card.
Yeah.
Twos never get to see a river. But perhaps there's an argument for the good shot calling
The
the 1.2k.
The thing is, and this is what I think is intriguing from you. This is something we talked about off air last night. And so we'll break down the fourth wall here, Fintan.
Yes.
The standard of play on the feature table yesterday throughout the entire high roller was
Yes.
exceptional. There were very few mistakes. There were certainly things that you could question. There were certainly things that you could critique, but there were very few mistakes, and everybody kept their head. I saw Christos today. Andrew, who was on the
He went out early, the chip leader. He went out in 8th or 9th.
yes,
Yeah.
I met him in the lift today.
Okay.
And the lift in the City West, City West is great, but the lift in the City West is the most boring elevator sound ever. It's like floor 1, floor 2. She literally sighs. She's like, floor 2, and his partner and Andrew were in the lift with me, and the three of us just burst out laughing. Like, just
Brilliant.
we didn't even comment on it. And Samantha, who runs the massage team here, has a brilliant massage team here. My back is screwed, so I've already taken advantage of that. Crystal, Jay, an incredibly experienced masseuse called Liz, who's a Geordie. They're a brilliant team here as well. The entire staff are amazing. But walking in with Samantha, I was in the lift with her and I went, "Welcome to the Fun Palace." Wait till you hear how excited this voiceover is. And you just think about that person in the voiceover booth. Like, you're being paid probably £500,000 for that gig. It's like, level 1, level 2, level 3.
Too much.
But Owen gets grayer as the years go on.
Hey,
and
nice value bet there on the river against.
Yeah, it was.
He got paid.
but
Hutchins
we-
paid him off.
We
2K.
talked yesterday, and this was something that was in the back of my mind. We talked yesterday about the best Irish player around right now. Owen's got to be up there.
Totally.
His tournament play is ridiculous.
Absolutely. Totally agree with you.
As the table talk comes live.
That's Paul Newey. You can see we had him yesterday. He actually made the final table. Busted out in 9th, I believe. Paul Newey, the British-based businessman, plays all the big events, all the super high rollers. I noticed if you go on his Hendon Mob, I mean, it's just crazy how many different flags are up there from different countries, including Japan, the Bahamas.
Yeah, it's an
Yeah.
interesting point to make about Alex, because he's only got one Hendon Mob flag who won our high roller yesterday, and that's from this year. This month, this year, in the UK. And Christos doesn't have a Hendon Mob profile at all. He does now,
Absolutely, yeah.
but just goes to show you the level of play from players that are not necessarily recognised. Paul, as you mentioned, is someone that we saw yesterday. He went out early. I think he was the first one gone from our final table.
Yeah, I would be willing to bet, Emmett, that both Christos and Alex would be online regs.
I'd say that's a good shout. Yeah.
I'd be willing to bet because there's no way, without any live experience, that they could play
To that standard.
to that standard. It's just not credible to believe that.
Yeah.
So pretty sure. Now this is Tom Gallagher on the left-hand side of your screen. Tom was the final tableist at our last live Irish Open, 3rd place for the Boyle-based Roscommon man, and quite a bit of experience, Tom. He is a tournament winner. He won the Party Poker Grand Prix in Killarney some years back. So we're looking at a multi-way pot here. Oscool raised and a cut off. Got the
King,
button,
6 flop.
button, small blind, and big blind come in for a call with 7, King 6, and you can see pair and an open ender. It looks like for Porrick.
Back
and
off flush draw for
yeah, an open ender for Lyo. Am I getting that name right? Lyo in the small blind.
I'm gonna say Ming Lao.
Lao, perfect. That is it. Diamonds get there. No, they don't. No, sorry. What am I talking about? It was a hard throw.
You're
return.
okay. You're all right. It's early for us.
It's very early.
Very early. It was
Too
a
early
late
for-
night, and I don't mean in the bar. I mean it was a late night commentating. We didn't even go to the bar afterwards. We were so boring.
Lao's just
He's completely stolen it.
bit with air there.
He has
taking it down.
stolen it. I like the brazenness. The way the board had played out, though, it was difficult to make that call. It's easy sitting here knowing what's transpired, but it's a difficult spot for him to make the call there, especially with the raises that had happened pre-flop, the amount of players who had been involved, and the fact that Lau had stayed in. So
Lao takes it down.
Adds to his stack. So blinds 2 and 4. Apologies, they're about to go 2 and 4. 1 and 3 with the ante 300. So the structure of how the Irish Open is now, with the days spread out. So I was talking to Dara Kearney last night, having a good chat with him. Actually, he's good friends with Mr. Donnelly, our American friend who was coming over to have a pop with me about
Paul O'Donnell.
Paul O'Donnell, yeah. About the 49ers.
Or Kevin O'Donnell, is it?
Kevin O'Donnell.
Kevin O'Donnell,
Yeah, his daughter was watching. That's how he knew.
Oh, okay.
And I said, I hope that she passed on to you that we were flush draw here with the 9 high. Nobody connects. Ace high currently leads. Deuce on the turn changes nothing.
Tom could lead out here. He'd no interest shown from Newey or Lau.
And
So
it's there to be taken.
Tom fires. He's gonna get the job done. Ace 9 can't call, and Ace 7 no pair, no draw. That's Tom Gallagher. Good recognition. This guy, believe me, is a good live reader of the game and has
an
some solid
experienced player, to say the least.
some solid results. I was just saying there a short while ago, Tom won the Party Poker Grand Prix in Killarney some years back. Of course, last year was his big, or the last live Irish Open. That was his biggest score. He was on the final table himself, Dave Masters and Jervy. It was an incredible final table. Tom and Jervy were continually clashing.
Brilliant.
And Tom tried to pull off a real sick bluff that Jervy just didn't fall for. It was crazy. It was a crazy hand. You should go back and watch the highlight clips. Irish Open 2019 final table. Watch it.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah, three-handed was really cool.
It was insane.
Yeah, Tom just pulled a real sick move on Jervy. Jervy, top quality.
Cara Scott ended up being runner-up that year.
No, this
Sorry,
is
that was 2009.
Yeah, 2019. Yeah, which is the last live Irish Open. Tom came third. Jervy won it. Jervy was the winner, and Dave Masters, local player. The Masters family, of course, very well known in these parts. A real poker playing family. I believe Tanya is playing the ladies today. Dave will certainly be playing the main, and Ray, and probably Graham also will be playing the main event. But meanwhile, back to the action here, an open-ender for Oliver Hutchins, and the French man with a pair of eights calls.
He's going to be
Eights?
slightly concerned
Yeah,
with the
well,
2 overcards,
totally,
but he
totally.
also knows that his opponent, Oliver can easily be on a draw here. 2 diamond exchanges, nothing.
Oskul, is that how we pronounce this French name?
I'm going with Oskul.
Oskul. Oskul is 2 blockers.
Or maybe Oskul.
Oskul. Oskul.
Alexandre Oskul.
Yeah, Oliver would get the job done if he fires again. Looking the look of this guy, Oliver Hutchins. I'm familiar with the name. I don't recall covering his play before. Oskul now would certainly give up. He did have the pair of 8s. He could have picked up
Unless he
straight draw on the turn, but I think he's just going to surrender this now. Oliver Hutchins, of course, is very active, so Oskul might be considering making a move
I
here.
was going to say,
Well, he just calls
flat
again.
called,
This
so
is
he's
super strong play from Oskul. He's saying, my 8s are good here. Oskul.
now,
He just flatted pre. Under the gun was Oliver was under the gun. He was the one to open with the Jack 9. So this ace, Oliver has missed everything. But the
Yeah.
ace is a good card for Oliver. It's a kind of card that he could legitimately represent. Having said that, the straight does get there. It's not out of the question for Oskul to be just calling with some hand like
some
King Jack.
sort of, yeah, for sure, King Jack. He could have also had A7 suited, perhaps.
Yeah, A7,
and
Ace 10
was
would make
betting
sense,
the lower end. I just wonder how Hutchins decides he wants to commit here. Like, does he
Yeah.
realize that because they've played together now for a little bit already? So I just wonder if
Looks like 6K. And now this, I was surprised. Oskul, yeah, he's just flattered every street so far. I mean, pre-flop I get it. On the flop I totally get it. The turn was
he's given it up.
quite strong to call there again on the turn. He got it right. He was ahead, but I mean, it's so difficult to call again. Another bet there from Oliver Hutchins. 6K, huge
it's a
bet.
6K bet.
It's 25% of his stack.
Yeah, you got
He's got pocket
23K.
8s, 3 overcards there. So Oliver could have been bluffing, which he was. He was semi-bluffing.
But that's
He-
all you're beating, though.
Even some bluffs get there, like
Yeah.
ace rag. That he's
Yeah.
bluffing. He's bluffing flop turn, and the ace rag gets there. So, I mean, I think it was really strong play from both of these guys, and for me, straight away, what's standing out here on this table is this young guy Oliver Hutchins, but this French player is coming across as pretty strong as well. That call on the turn shows a lot of strength.
It absolutely does. It shows experience. It shows strength. It shows character.
Good read of what's going on.
Yeah.
He read. He was ahead. He called ahead. But I mean, this guy Hutchins, he seems to be establishing himself on this table as the table boss, which is quite extraordinary given the experience. We have the likes of Ono D and Paul Newey, and of course our player from Roscommon, Tom Gallagher.
Players that you don't really want to be messing with, and yet the standard is coming out as quite high. Of course, we have had 2 years of players being able to hone their skills online, but I was asking you about that yesterday on the live stream. So apologies to those who've heard this conversation already, but I think it bears repeating. We talked to Tanny yesterday, who got knocked out, and he was, ironically enough, there's actually a picture of him on the IrishPokerOpen.com blog of
I've
him
seen that,
watching
watching
us.
us
Because
commentate
I
on
actually
his
say,
exit hand.
my God, Finton stood up! Because it was
Yeah.
it was so crazy.
It was his exit hand.
It was his exit, but there's a photograph. There's a brilliant photograph taken by Mickey, Jesse May's partner. Jesse's one of the good guys in the game, and the photograph that she took is him with his head in his hands, watching us commentate, because there's a large screen behind us here in the City West. And to be fair, you said come on over, and talk to us about it. And he was very, very gracious. He said he fired 2 bullets in. He cashed for 22, 24.
Yeah, I think it was 25, I think. 25k.
So, he's come out on top. He's reinvested. He's playing today in the main event. He's here for the week. He's no intention of going anywhere. But what was really interesting about him, like coming from Finland, and
Nice flop if you're Paul Newey.
very.
And a snap check, big blind as well. So this hand
It's pretty
is,
nice when you flop the absolute stone cold nuts.
and it's pretty nice when you do it in the big blind in the multi-way pot because your hand is kind of disguised. So
Yeah.
one of these guys is going to come out and represent the ace. They're going to try and rep the hand that Paul Newey has, and they're not going to believe Paul. And look, straight away, the French player, Oscool, he's saying, look, I'm the one here with the aces. I'm the one that raised pre. You can see the pre-flop action. Oscool raised. Paul Newey just defended
Do you
in
flat
the
call?
big blind. Of course. Well, he's
Reel him
this
on-
is
he's
well.
raised
This is pretty cool from Paul Newey. He's trying to just raise the pot here, and it looks like Oscool. Well, Oscool either has an ace, okay, or he has a big pair. Now Paul Newey's buzzing here. All the money's going in. Oscool has to have an ace here to do this. 3-bet, put most of his stack in. Newey's going to put it all in. He's going to look back. He has to put the money in here because it really looks like Oscool is committed. So get the money in. He could be against an ace with a bigger kicker. That's what it looks like.
Could be against Ace King. And he's 3-bet to 10k.
No, I think that's just the call. He's
No,
just
Oscar 3-bet.
yeah, Oscool could 3-bet, and Newey's just
And Newey's just flat
called.
called.
So he's checking Newey with the nuts here,
He's making it
and
look
the money
like
goes in. So it's a big ace
Yeah.
he's up against. Could be kings or
Oh.
queens. Big ace or kings or queens, 100%.
Ace, Queen, Ace,
Now,
King.
be pretty sick of his pocket
Yes.
sixes.
He's
It's a
9.
bigger ace, yeah. Had to be. So he's got like
He's got one out.
That's pretty sick. Two
One
nines folded.
So it's a 1-outer on the river to stay in the game. Close number, but not close enough, and he's gone.
And the French player, just like that, I mean, 2 hands, pocket eights. He lost a sizable pot to Oliver Hutchins, and Paul Newey just flopped the nuts. It's kind of cool, isn't it, when you're in the big... His hand was really disguised because he's the player in the big blind. He's getting a big price multi-way to flat call in the big blinds.
I've read.
He's got no aces there, so I can't blame. I mean, it's just a cooler. There's no escape.
There's no. You're
for
not
the
getting
French
away
player.
from that.
No
You're
chance.
not getting away
No
from it.
possibility.
And there's also the possibility that the board pairs and they just chop if he does have an ace. But one thing I'll say is, I've read Super System 2 countless occasions. I've read Dara's book, countless poker books. I still haven't managed to figure out the strategy of how you flop the nuts.
Yeah, it's
It's a handy skill,
pretty
that one.
incredible.
It's
Yeah.
a pretty handy skill, to be fair.
I mean, it's nice. Paul is just smiling there because the way the hand played out. I mean, it's just an absolute cooler. There's no chance the money's going in. Even sometimes there, like, you can see Paul's weaker ace in the big blind. The kicker plays, the 9 will play on occasions, but he connected with the 6 also.
Yeah.
Pretty sick stuff. Now, Porrick Denning's turn to pick up the pocket eights, and he makes it 800 with the big blind at 300. Denning, who's gone short, he's playing half starting stack of 14.5k, and he makes it 800. And Oliver Hutchins, now this guy is a bag of tricks, this Oliver Hutchins, and it wouldn't surprise me what he does here on the button. It looks like he's just flatted. These yellows are 1Ks, right?
Yes, that's
Greens
right,
are
yeah.
5Ks.
Yeah, I think. Well, I should know this because I held them on Tuesday night. So
Yeah, I think the yellows are 1Ks, greens 5Ks. So we have a 3-bet now. This is Boatman, not one of the Hendon mob. It's Boatman. His first name is Arthur, and he's from the United States of America.
the free world.
What a stack. Nice stack for Arthur. Don't know how he got them chips.
Did you happen to see Joe Biden's speech last night?
Don't start me off. Don't start. Did he fall asleep during it?
America can be summed up in one word. Me and when I was vice president, Xi Jinping and I, we went 17,000 kilometers. I can't remember. Anyway, that's what he said. I'm telling you, that's what he said. America can be summed up in one word, and it's like, what are you talking about? You know the NFL player who got asked in the locker room about criticism from his manager. He's like, what you talking about? They just put that on at the end. It's like,
Brilliant.
Okay, 4-7-3, so nobody connects. The 8th lead for Denning.
Yeah, Denning sticks about. He's short stacked, but he's all committed here. This is a good flop for 8s. And I think the ace queen is committed. The ace queen is going to have to call. He's not going to like it.
Yeah, he's not going to like.
But he has the chips, and he's hoping that his ace is good, his queen is good, which they are.
Yeah, so 2 overcards to the board.
Yeah, it was a little bit loose, the button play there from Oliver. I can see that he's probably going a little bit too fast for himself, maybe. But look, if he wants to win the tournament, which it strikes me like he's got ambitions, you got to play fast. But Denning is going to survive here. No ace, no queen. So Denning wins a very sizable pot. He more than doubles up. He doubles through Arthur Boatman, and he gets them a couple of extra blinds from Oliver Hutchins, who called with the queen 10 in the button position. There was a 3-bet then from out of the blinds from Arthur Boatman, and Pori could have just put it all in. He decided just to flat and see what the flop was like. I think he was probably going pretty much with any kind of board, and Oliver got priced in to call with his queen 10 suited. Low flop, 8's all in, and the ace queen was priced in. Pretty standard, Emmett, nothing too dramatic. Shorty doubles, big stack still okay, not too damaged. And Porrick up to about 34k. This is live. He folds. Lorilla folds. Tom Gallagher makes it 800, playing around the 32k. Paul Newey busted out the French player after flopping the nuts, and Boatman coming in here now. I'm not really liking this play at all. Like, I mean, he's the nut low. This is the nut low. Okay, yeah, you're going to start saying it's suited, blah blah. Like in the small blind, he's out of position.
Suited connector. He does pick up the flush draw,
he's
but
connected.
he can't possibly
connected.
know that
And
he's made the my God.
I retract everything I said, Emmett.
Hang on a second.
Always play 3-2 in the small blind.
How can he
It's a
possibly
mandatory
know?
call.
How can,
Absolute mandatory. And he's going to get money off Porrick Denning.
but is he though? Is he though? Because
Of course,
like,
well, Porrick's betting this. Porrick's a pair. There was check on the flop, so Porrick thinks his 10 is good.
but how does Boatman know that his 3 high flush is good?
Well, he's only been beaten by a bigger flush, and he's blocking that. That's a great card for Boatman because it might
gives
be
us
likely a
possible
straight
straight,
gets there.
yeah.
Porrick doesn't fall
It just
for
goes
it.
check check.
Yeah.
Clever.
Arthur with a tricky check there, trying to induce another bet. And there's going to be a few eyebrows there. Look at Paul Newey looking at this.
Yeah, that expression.
Or
says-
is he just...
That expression is everything. Please, somebody
Is that
meme
3-2?
that. Meme that, please. Can you gift that expression and throw it up for us?
So, 3 deuce. Arthur gets his money back, basically. Or does he? Yeah, he gets a bit of it. He's up to about 55k, I think.
Yeah.
50k. 50k
About
he's sitting
that.
on. And average stack, let's guess what average stack is, will we? Come on, you guess and then I guess, and then we'll do a little bet.
I'll
By the way, I
say-
can't see it and I have no info.
Yeah, I neither do I, and we don't have it on the graphics either. So I'm going to guess that the average stack is 37k.
I was going to say a bit lower.
Okay, what do you?
I was going to say about 35, but I'm going to up it now to 36 and a half.
Well, this is a real Bruce's Price is Right then, isn't it?
Paul Newey, King Jack makes it 700, and Arthur. Well, if he's going to play 3 deuce off in the small, or 3 deuce suited in the small blind, he's certainly going to be playing the 10s.
Yeah, he's not going anywhere with 10s.
So he 3 bets with the 10s, all reasonable stuff versus a cut-off open. This is super standard, and I like this. Paul Newey showing his experience, not getting too sticky with a marginal hand like King Jack offsuit. out of position.
So, talk to me about Paul for a little bit for our new viewers. I'm sure that there's Final Forum podcast listeners tuning in, and great to have you on board. We have an announcement to make, by the way, at the end of the month, so stay tuned for that. But anyway, 5.5.
The end of the month is going to be a long stream. This.
That's good.
Jesus,
Paul
I put
O'Reilly.
in the wrong price.
Paul O'Reilly is getting a significant invoice increase.
Oh yeah, brilliant.
Both Fintan and I had the same experience with Maria on reception yesterday. She as she's checking us in separately, she says to both of us individually, "Wait, you're here for 6 nights? Why are you here for 6 nights?" A pretty remarkable thing happening. It looks like, by the way, because our good friend Fergal Nealon, who has returned to the poker world after a 5-year gap, but is here on a humanitarian campaign, and I'm actually wearing the badge today. It's
I saw what you did there. I saw what you did there, Emmett.
Rapid Response
Nice,
for Ukraine.
nice promo for
Well,
a rapid response. Well done.
They deserve it,
They certainly do.
as the dealer has changed.
There's
But,
an interview on Facebook, right? Anyone that wants to know what's, because you might have just heard kind of, you know what I mean? You might have heard it through the grapevine or from a friend or just seen a little bit in social media, and you're not quite sure what exactly is this rapid response to Ukraine. If you want to find out from the horse's mouth, try and find that interview with Fergal Nealon. It was on the Claire Burton show.
Yeah,
it's
Claire
just,
Byrne,
just brilliant. Like, it explains everything. I thought Fergal
so
was
eloquent.
quality, wasn't he?
He was
Yeah,
eloquent.
quality interview. He actually got, like, I watched that show, and there's very few people, like, including prominent leaders of the country, they wouldn't get that kind of airtime.
No.
He got something like 9 minutes.
Oh yeah, easily.
It was
Which, by the way,
incredible.
in commercial broadcasting, 9 minutes is a lifetime.
Yeah, I'd imagine. I'd imagine.
10 seconds of dead air feels like an hour.
Yeah.
You know, in live broadcasting, it's so to give him 9 minutes, and 9 minutes that he didn't waste with any waffle.
No, it was
He got
brilliant.
straight to it. They don't spend. Did any of the donations? And I'll just mention. So a couple of the players from the High Rollers. He's saying, "Run good, donate good to run good." It's a better description than that. 6-4 connects with trip fours here. No action for the Queen Jack for Oliver, but does have overcards.
Both players with pretty much the same stack. Tom here defending with 6-4 off. Looks a bit loose, but he's getting the right price, and he's going to get at least one bet out of Oliver Hutchins.
I'd love a flat call here.
Oh yeah, he's just calling.
Oh, beautiful.
So the reds are 500 and
Bueno,
the blacks
sir.
are hundreds.
Bueno.
And now a jack or a queen would be real problems. 10 of spades. Well, I think Oliver has to shut down here because it's not out of the question for Tom to be.
On a spade draw.
Yeah, not out of the question.
Or to be repping King 10, Ace 10 in the big blind.
Yeah, he probably would hear it from Ace 10 maybe pre. But yeah, a lot of hands get there with the 10.
Trip fours. Flop and set. Again, it's not in Super System 2. How do you flop a set? We need to figure this out. How do you learn that skill? But we'll bring Fergal back tonight. We'll chat to him tomorrow. He's away one of the days because it's such an amazing cause what he's doing.
Yes, definitely.
Everything that they're doing, including the T-shirts they're wearing, they're paying for them themselves. Every single cent that is donated,
Yeah, that's
goes
really what gets
directly
me.
to.
I mean, anytime you're kind of like looking at giving money for different charities, for me, and it's probably different, everyone's, that's a real personal thing, but for me, I'm always super negative and super kind of suspicious where the money goes and does it actually go to the cause that they're promoting. Like,
I spent 15 years, the last 15 years, supporting the Mercy Hospital Foundation down in Cork, who do amazing work, and then it became a personal thing to me, and they were remarkable. Between helping out with my back and giving advice in terms of a family situation, they're just a really great organisation to work alongside, and all of the money goes. It doesn't go to the HSE. Oh, long walk to Euston. It doesn't go to the HSE. It goes directly into buying the equipment that's needed. So if they need a scanner, if they need nurses' uniforms, doctors' uniforms, all of that gets paid for by the Mercy Hospital Foundation. And the head of it, Michael Sheridan, he's actually now head of Munster Ambulance. He was walking down the street with me one day as we were heading to a restaurant, and this person repping a charity steps out and says, "Gentlemen, can I just borrow you for 2 minutes? Can I take 2 minutes of your time?" And he said, 20% or 15%? And I'm like, what's he talking about? And the person goes, sorry, what? Are you getting 20 or 15% commission for each sign-up?
Ah, no way.
He knew exactly what their playbook was, and that is what's happening. Person on the street is getting 20% of the sign-up.
Okay.
And that makes you just go, you know what? I am going to pretend to be on a phone call.
I mean, look, and then again, there's there's people in the charity world that that's their living, that's their job, and they're good at it, and they deserve to make a living. Do you know what I mean?
Well paid.
Yeah, absolutely.
Put up with a
So
lot of
it's a
crap.
funny one, but just with this particular organisation, which is basically Fergal Nealon, he's behind it, and of course
Fergal Phillip, isn't it?
Yeah, Philip, and there's Mark Walsh from Sligo as well, who owns the Adelaide Casino. They 100% of the money goes to the cause. 100%. They don't get rewarded for their time or effort, and I know that for a fact.
And if you want, look, we won't dwell on this for too much longer, but we'll chat to Fergal later on because it is an important thing to talk about. But tragically, body bags were something they needed. And they got 10 grand's worth of body bags donated. And they got them there. There's a rally driver who drives a truck, and he took care of it for them. So look, Fergal will talk to us more about that a little bit later on. The reason I mention it is because news has come out that the City West is going to be looking after Ukrainian refugees in Ireland for the next year and a half, which is pretty remarkable. So I was just talking to some of the staff today about it, and there's a homeless crisis in Ireland, but I was watching the news again last night. I can't take my eyes off it. My heart goes out to the people of Ukraine, and glory to Ukraine. I think Zelensky has emerged as one of the greatest political figures I've ever seen in my lifetime. Like, the Americans ring him and say, "Do you want to fly it out?" "No, I want weapons."
Yeah, he's really come across as someone of real standout
The guy was an actor.
characteristics. Yeah,
He was basically Malcolm Tucker in the thick of it. He's basically Peter Capaldi, who ran to be president and got it, and got it in a landslide. And I think Putin just thought he would steamroll, and the Ukrainians are putting up some resistance. It's an amazing thing to see. So it's quite remarkable that the City West are going to do that. You think about all those people leaving their homes and their belongings behind. So it's nice that they're going to have somewhere decent to be looked after. And the staff here have been nothing but nice about it. So we'll see how that plays out. What that means for the Irish Open next year, I have absolutely no idea, my man. But we'll
well, bigger venue.
Yeah, bigger.
That's. I mean, it's not getting smaller. That's for sure.
Oh, you can be certain of that.
The Irish Open is getting bigger and bigger, and who knows?
So we've got King Queen against 10-9. Nobody connects on the flop. It was a pre-flop raise from Louds 800. Newly called with the King Queen, which is pretty standard.
Now
the King Queen
continues.
that gets through. So, a couple of the players to talk about because they've got Hendon Mob flags. Let's chat about Oliver first of all, or Paul, I should say. Why Oliver was in my mind, I have no idea. $5.5 million in tournament earnings, and he's wearing the Floridan shirt there. Hopefully his daughter isn't watching and is like, "How dare you?" Because, as I said, Mr. Donnelly, that's how he knew about what was being said.
Kevin O'Donnell.
Kevin O'Donnell. And I was saying, I hope your daughter did relay the compliments that Fintan and I were given about your play, because I went over and shook his hand after he was like, "Come on down here, man, and fight me," joking. And he's like, "No, my daughter only said that you kept on slagging off the 49ers, and so she said, tell him he sucks."
Brilliant.
Which is fair enough. 49ers loose up, by the way. Ono D's out of the way, so we've got King 10.
Yeah, this is really loose now. I'm not really loving Porrick opening this light.
And particularly under the gun.
Yeah, well, that's why I don't like it. It's like the chances of someone picking up a hand are huge. There's so many players still to act. Now, he hasn't run into anything major, but he has a problem. Lau has the ace-jack, and Oliver Hutchins has position, and Oliver's coming across as pretty competent. He's winning like Potsy should, and he's winning kind of Potsy shouldn't either, and he's flopped top pair with the combo draw. He's a flush draw, straight draw, top pair. It's huge.
Yeah.
But Porrick has...
He has the flush draw.
Well, no, Porrick has the good shot.
The good shot.
Seven ball would give him a straight. This is why I don't like. Arthur has a piece of this. I don't mind Arthur in here. He's in the big blind. He's suited, and he's calling with 5-2 of spades to hit a flush, but it'd be a disaster if he does hit his flush. Although he does have Oliver Hutchins well covered. This is a huge. He smashed this flop, Oliver. And he's going to continue with a small bet. I'm guessing around 1,200-1,300.
If you've nailed this again...
Well, no, he's gone a bit bigger, I think. Gone about 18, it looks like. Well, he's gone huge, 2.4. Whoa, this is big, yeah. Well, he smashed it, and he's going to get... Like, Arthur is one of the hands he has to continue with.
Yeah.
Porrick's going to get out of the way. Porrick shouldn't be in this hand, in my opinion. I mean, given his stack size...
shouldn't
and
have
his
been in the hand in
position,
the first place.
Jack 10 is just too weak a holding, and the table. It's not like he's playing. He's not in his local pub playing a £50 comp. These are really top level players here. He just called out live earnings for Paul Newey, and this Hutchins guy is coming across super competent. You also have Ono D there. You have Tom Gallagher. It's a pretty decent table, so I think for Porrick to be opening there is a mistake. But anyway, let's move on from that and let's concentrate on what's happening on the flop here, because Arthur has raised with his flush draw. I mean, I'm hating this. What's he going to do? He obviously wants to get it all in.
He clearly does, and I think he's getting his... It's a flat call.
Hutchins makes the call, and
they're
there's
both
a huge pot.
Okay,
Eight.
so
Well,
four pairs at the 8.
That will put the handbrake on for Arthur.
You would think so.
He has a combo draw himself,
Yeah.
but he has a weaker draw. His straight is a weaker straight. If he hits a 7, he has the straight to the 9, whereas the 7 gives the straight to the 10 for Oliver. Now, this is problematic for Oliver, but he's there's no way he's getting, like, he's all in here. He's putting it all in.
You think he's going to move all in?
Well, I'm just looking at the chip stacks. He's 22 and it's costing him 12. It's leaving him with 10 grand. So he's going with it or he's not. That's in my opinion. You know?
when the blinds are this low, when it's 1 in 300, I know the chip stack, and I know what you're talking about. It's kind of like what I referred to yesterday about them laughing at Phil Hellmuth folding at the WSOP in a position like this, where like you're left with a polar ice, what are you doing? And then he doubles up like the next hand. Now I'm sure ESPN cut it to look like that. You know, it might have gone like 3 or 4 hands, but he then doubles up and then doubles up again, and then like 5 hands later he's out. But you know, the poker brat proved that the chips that are in the middle, to quote Mike Caro, they're not yours anymore. They now belong to the table. It's the winner who is going to get them. You have to have this attitude of it's almost applicable to horse racing as well. Don't chase your losses.
This is really interesting, Emmett. I mean, Oliver's really concerned here, and he folds. Wow,
I think that's an amazing call.
That bet from Arthur when the board paired, he check raised the flop, and then he fired when the board paired, and I'm astounded that Oliver. I mean, I thought Oliver had put it in on the flop, to be honest. Massive draw, like.
It would have made sense.
He's top pair with the flush draw and the straight draw, and he gets mugged.
Yeah.
Arthur Boatman has stolen the pot. Check raised with the weaker draw, and when the board paired, well, he just continued repping full boat. and Oliver just talks himself out of it. It did look like super strength. I don't blame him for folding. He's preserved his 22k, which is still plenty, a bunch of blinds there still to play with. Now, Lorila, under the gun +1 makes it 900. Blinds are still 100, 300.
Flat call.
This is a 3x. Tom with the small pair. Set mines. And Paul Newey set mines also. In position with the pocket sixes. Boatman has 66k. Both him and Newey have all the chips. Newey sitting on 76k. We're going to go three-way here. Thomas Gallagher will be first to speak.
King 9 king. So the board pairs, no good for the ace queen, but it is good in the sense that if another 9 pops out, suddenly ace queen is in control because they've got the bigger pair. But right now it's the 5s and 6s that are going to play ball. 1,300 bet, 1,300 called. Oof. Queen hits the
Yeah,
turn.
I mean, Paul got the right customer. He got the ace queen to fold, and he got the weaker hand to call, the weaker 2 pair.
It was a clever bet.
Um,
And to be fair to the ace queen, like, you can't call in that position.
Don't think so. Not like he wasn't closing the action. Tom was still tacked. So both
Yeah.
are happy to get a showdown here.
Yeah,
Tom
especially with that 10 on
and
board.
Tom is out of position. He checks. So option now with Paul Newey. He's trying to figure out, does he need to bet to win this, or does he have enough showdown value? He checks back, and he's going to win this.
Well, a jack in the hand destroys it on you, so you're probably better off to just check back.
4 cards to the straight, as you say, Emmett.
Yeah,
Obviously concerning as well.
it kind of was a bit of an action killer. So, looking at Owen, I'm pretty certain that there was an Irish Open where Owen got knocked out, and it was a pretty brutal bad beat, and he went up to his room and then played in the Sunday Million and final table.
No,
Was it not Owen?
No.
Who was it? It was an
Jude
Irish-
Ainsworth.
It was Jude Ainsworth. Well done.
And I'll tell you exactly when that
I
happened.
know what it was. Owen was beside me watching it with me. That's what it was.
Well, I was watching that final table because they put it up on the screen in the lobby.
yeah.
It was a 2-day online event. It wasn't the Sunday Million, but it was on a Sunday and a Monday. It was the World Series of Spring Poker Championship on PokerStars. It was massive.
That's what it was.
Absolutely massive. It was a 10k buy-in, and it was Jude that got busted out here in the Irish Open.
Very
And he was
unlucky.
booked in the hotel, and he was telling me he was thinking of driving home, but he played day 1 here in the hotel. He drove home and played day 2 at home. And he didn't only final table it.
He won it, didn't he?
For how much?
Oh, was it $500,000? A million?
$1 million.
$1 million. Unbelievable stuff. Because I remember Owen watching it with me, and there was a host of other poker players as well. And
Yeah, we were all watching. We got it on the big screen in
Bex
the lobby.
was here with us.
Top
you,
quality, yeah.
and we all went bananas. We were like, it was like we'd won it. We were just
fact,
celebrating
yeah,
for him.
it was the
so
same-
delighted for you.
It was the same weekend as the Masters.
You're right, it was.
Isn't that crazy how I
Because
remember that?
Tiger was like 6-4, 2-1, and I remember Paddy Power was like, "Oh yeah, I'm having a massive bet on him." And one of the guys from Paddy Power, Paul, who's a lovely fella, turned to me and said, "How in the name of God could you back a golfer
I
in a
know.
tournament at that
Yeah.
price?" And by the way, Tiger pumped. It was like the beginning of the end of Tiger. Yet he's still on the front page of Sky Q. When you press the sports
Yeah, that's
Sky
right,
Golf,
yeah.
there's Tiger.
Tiger, what a career.
His back is as bad as mine. The man
Yeah.
can't swing a club, neither can I.
Open ender for both players here, but Porrick with that ace. And unless he gets pushed off the pot, which is quite probable because Queen High not going to win, but Porrick's actually going to be first to fire, and this will get it done. First to bet is going to win it. Arthur.
You would struggle to see how.
Well, there's no way you can win this unless he raises here, and
Arthur clearly.
he's very stubborn, isn't he, Arthur?
Yeah.
He likes to play boards, but Porrick takes it down. Porrick now back up over 30k.
Would a re-raise over the top have done it for him?
Oh, 100%. Sure, what has Porrick?
You've got nothing to beat, which I think is.
Porrick's ace
I
high.
don't think he was Hollywooding. I think he was genuinely trying to work out. I think you've got ace something. I just don't know how strong you are. So, Oliver Arthur is from the United States. He's from Tampa Bay, Florida, and his live earnings are $223,000. The player in seat 9, Ming Lao, has just $2,320 in live tournament earnings, which brings me to Oliver, who's got 27,000, Owen, who's got 3.2 million, very much following in his father's footsteps, third on the Irish all-time money list, and then you've got Paul, who we were talking about, with 5.5 million. Owen O'D here with ace-king suited in a very strong position. And early, raising to 700. Called by Lau in the small blind with ace-9 off.
I think it's a little bit spewy. From
Feels
what we've seen, Emmett, is Owen has been playing pretty snug, and this is the problem.
Oh my
boy.
God!
Thick.
What a! Oh, I'm sorry for the bias, but
no heart on the board.
trouble.
Going to be a big pot. Top pair,
This is big trouble.
maximum
for
kicker. Owen's just going to comfortably lead out.
Yeah.
But the thing about Owen O'D, and I actually played against him on a TV table years and years ago over in London at some kind of thing, and I remember.
Was it the Grosvenor?
No, it was one of these matchroom things, and me and Owen were drawn on the same table. It was these six-handed tables, and I mean, he was just the quality. I flopped the world, and
Flat call, by the way. Flat call disguising the strength of his hand.
Diamond will be an action killer.
Yeah. But so you
Nice check back from Owen,
very,
controlling the pot. 10 on the river. Value bet incoming from Lau.
which
What size? There's 3.5 in the pot. He's going to go about $2,000.
I was going to say 1.8.
Lau.
Guess.
1.8. Perfect size.
I'm learning from you, man. I'm telling you.
And Owen has to pay this off.
Yeah.
But lovely check back.
And I think Lau, knowing how good Owen is, Owen doesn't show, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, it's a real tell there from a professional player there. You can see, like, at the
lost a
end,
minute.
you know, you get a rookie player, a novice player going, oh, I had the best hand pre, look.
Yeah.
And you got there, you got lucky.
Yeah.
And you can understand why they do it, you know, but it's just giving away free information, showing your cards, like, when you don't have to.
It goes back to that discussion about the multitude of videos and books that there are now on tells. And you better believe that while a player sitting opposite you is acting real casually, they're soaking in every piece of information, particularly in a player of Owen O'D's quality. So when you were up against him on that...
I was just going to say,
TV
he
table.
played, like, there was a particular, I remember the hand we played, and I flopped the world, and he was pretty similar to that hand. And he flopped top pair, and I made the flush on the turn, and Owen just shut down, like, and actually folded on the river. It was crazy how, you know, I didn't believe him when he folded. I says, well, he obviously didn't have a king, like king high board. But then later, when I seen the highlights, he had a king. He folded the king.
So how strong was his hand?
Top pair, I'm saying, yeah. Top pair. Well, it was no big deal. He folded, no big deal. Arthur has picked up a monster, and he's going to get at some action here.
Yeah,
well, Owen is
especially
raised
Owen's
early.
raised under the gun.
And a flat call from Oliver Hutchins. And now we're going to see a 3-bet. 2.5k is the sizing. I think Owen could just dump this. if he set mines, well, he's going to price in Oliver Hutchins. But I think Owen just gets rid of his sixes here. Having said that, like Arthur
he
is
could set
very
mine.
active, very
Yeah.
active. And he's been playing a lot of pots, Arthur Boatman.
And he knows that short stack, Ono D is one of the best short stack players in the business. He's one of the best to come back. So if he does set mine and hit, then he's trapped Boatman. But also Boatman has been so active.
So
Oliver has called as well.
Oliver getting a sweet price, and look at that for a flop for Oliver. He's made trips, and it's going to be very hard for Boatman to put Oliver Hutchins on a 4. Boatman's
He
betting.
checks it.
This is a great
He
flop.
checks it.
This is a brilliant flop for Kings. He's going to.
Oh yeah, he's loving
going to
life.
fire here about $4,000. Well, it's 5,500. It's
Owen will Hollywood this, but we'll give it up.
pretty big bet.
What does Hutchins do?
Hutchins.
Do you flat call?
Remember, they had a big pot between them not too long ago.
Yeah,
And Hutchins talked himself out of it. He basically got mugged.
that's right.
He could get all the money over the line here because it would go in if Hutchins pulls the trigger, which I think would be a good move because I think Boatman will go, well, you're not raising here with a 4, you're just flat calling. Well, he just decides to flat.
I love the flat call here.
Absolutely.
I'll tell you why. It's because of the pre-flop action. It makes it look like you've definitely got paint. This board doesn't look like it's hit you at all because you've called a 3-bet. I know you were in the big blind, but you've called the 3-bet.
Yeah, Hutchins is under the gun +1, so pretty early position. So he's not, like Boatman not putting Hutchins on a 4.
No.
Hutchins going to go again. He's putting him on 9-10.
Yeah.
And there's 15, and all the money is certainly in now. Hutchins puts it in, gets it over the line. Hutchins has a look. Great
Good
shape.
night, good looks, son.
Just 2 outs for Boatman.
Unless the king comes to town. So as we head to the river, Oliver's done all he can, which is
47K.
get it in good.
Ono D.
Oh, for this. How many times?
You go,
This
why
is
wasn't
now
that
the
9?
third
Why wasn't
time.
that 6 on the flop instead of the 9 and the 9 come on the river?
It's the third time we see this happen, where a player has seen the flop with the best hand, walked away, and would have hit the stone cold nuts.
Ah, yeah,
under
he's
the turn
never.
of the
I mean,
river.
he's never
But
sticking
it's-
around.
No, you're
till
not.
till the end.
You're not,
So,
but, jeez,
what can you do?
a donk would. A donk would stick around.
Don't know. Now Oliver goes to the rail and explains to his fans what just happened. I finally got him. He might have mugged me earlier on, but I got my chips back. Do you know where he was going there? He was going to the TV to see the hand from
Earlier,
15
15
minutes
minutes
ago.
earlier, where he got done.
Fact.
Yeah. So it's a 15-minute delay from the Party Poker Irish Open. Live from the City West in Dublin. You are more than welcome to come down here. The cash game tables were electric last night. Ended up chatting to some of the staff and the masseuses who are here. We're doing an amazing job for way too long. Can never be too long though. The LED screens, the largest indoor LED screen in the country is over the final table, which is nicely sealed off. But you can take seats there, and it's surrounded with tables, so that's going to be a lot of fun when we get to the final table. And as the money goes up, Fintan and myself are over to the right-hand side, so as you walk into the room, turn to your right, we're over in the corner. You can come over and say hello, more than welcome to. And whether you're watching on YouTube, Twitch, I haven't actually tweeted out yet, I need to get that done. We really hope you're enjoying the coverage. Fintan's analysis has been incredible. I know I keep saying that, by the way. Nice jack here for the Queen 8, more possibilities. But also straight draw possibility for Tom.
Yeah, Tom's betting out here with a good shot. to a bad straight.
which is the one. Yeah, if a 9 comes, it's the one card he doesn't want to see.
Own open-ended 9, like you mentioned, or the ace own with that blocker to the nuts,
And takes it down.
raises it up. Tom has to fold. Tom is pretty aggressive, believe me. And now I know it's very early stages of the tournament. You're not going to win a tournament on day one of a 4-day event.
And there it gives you fantastic insight into. This is one of the things that both.
Yeah, this is a
Vincent and I
great
are-
stat. It's the cumulative winnings graphic, which basically tells you what the players up or down so far on the table. And you could see Oliver Hutchins well up there. This is the VPIP, voluntary putting of chips into the pot. And again, no surprise, Hutchins up top. And pre-flop raise, you can see the stats there, raising pre, Arthur Boatman.
You can see Owen was very low in the previous one, in the previous statistics, but very high in the pre-flop raising.
So
which is
basically,
interesting.
that tells us he's only entered the pot with a raise.
Yeah,
Which is
and his,
pretty much what
his
you wanna
aggression
do.
is 36%. Boatman, though, as you called, is the most aggressive player on the table, 41%. So cumulative winnings so far. Just to break this down with you, because again, this is a new toy that we have to play with, that we haven't had, certainly in Irish Opens that I've done in the past. Vincent Gavin,
Technology
Emmett
is
Kennedy with
incredible,
you.
isn't it?
Oh, it's just, this is ridiculous. Paul O'Reilly, JP, Party Poker, they've come to play. Right, they've given us all the toys. I feel like Tony Stark. This is just, it's ridiculous with everything that we've got here. I'm expecting Friday to start giving me intel on players in a second. And if you love the MCU as much as I do, you got that reference. So cumulative winnings so far as the players have sat down. Boatman down 23-5. Lorena down 4-8. So I'm quoting a racehorse there. Tom is down 1,700. Owen is up 2,200k, which is nice to see after what had happened to him earlier on. I am aware that there's a hand going on, but this is an important conversation to have. Ming Lau up 3k, Paul Denning up 3,800, but the significant gains come from Oliver, who's up 23,200, and then Paul, who had that flop the absolute stone cold nuts, played it ice cold.
Paul Newey, ace
And
6.
Newey,
Ace, ace, 6 board. Poland had an ace.
and Newey has gained 26,600. So
There's something interesting happening here, right? Tom has opened really light and he's completely missed. Of course, he's going to fire on the board, repping a big hand. And he's after getting called by Hutchins with top pair. Now Hutchins, right? Hutchins is super strong. Top pair and enough flush draw. Now Hutchins has top 2. And of course, Tom is going to rep this ace. Because
Yeah.
he's the guy on the button versus the big blind that's defending. So Tom, he's in betting, he's in control of the betting. He's the one that should have all the big cards. The ace comes, Tom's repping that card, but he's run into an absolute monster. Now, if Hutchins knows Tom, he just flat calls here 100 times out of 100. Because Tom will fire again the river.
Yeah.
Guarantee you.
and you want to try and
But
extract
it
as
looks
much as
like
you can.
it looks like he's going to raise, and it'll be the end of the hand. No, brilliant.
Flat call. I love it. I love it.
Absolutely love it.
We have a 10k
Tom
pot
is
here.
going again. Tom is going to fire again. Jack of hearts on the river. So Tom is going to convince himself that Hutchins is on the diamond draw, which he is, but he just so happens to have 2 pair to go along with that diamond
exactly,
draw.
yeah.
Please check, Oliver. Please check. Lovely check. Like this guy. Tom, here we go.
The more we've
Boom.
seen
How
of
much?
Oliver.
10k in there. Here we go.
Look at what
Yeah, I mean-
Fintan Gavin is just on another
But Tom
level.
has to, you know, like he's. But in fairness, Tom is telling a story, and he's continuing with that story. Now Oliver is absolutely buzzing. He's going to start thinking of combinations of hands that he goes behind to, and he's going to get a little bit paranoid, a little bit worried, blah blah blah. But I think you got to be value raising here. But there is a strong case for just flat calling the 5.5.
So the
He's
fa-
never folding.
The fact that there was a raise to a K to make it from 2-4 to 1,000 pre-flop Is he thinking to himself now, oh no, I've just run into ace-jack?
Yeah, ace jack is exactly one of the combinations that he will be worried about. But the 1000 raise pre is pretty standard. But you see, remember, look, Tom's on the button. So Oliver's, this kid is smart enough to realise, okay, button raise is quite wide.
He's calling, at least.
Yeah, well, he was just going, will I value bet, will I value bet? And he just decides, I'm not getting called by any weaker hands. Well, maybe ace queen would call there.
Yeah.
Ace king would call. So there is a strong case for raising there. But Tom's after losing a big one.
Yeah, that hurts. Down to
Yeah, you can
19K.
see, and you can just see him wince. What can you do? Tom, I don't blame Tom there. I think Hutchins completely disguised his hand, flatting there pre-flop with the ace. He flopped the world. He flopped top here and the no flush draw, and then he turned top two. It just got better and better, and he had the perfect customer in Tom Gallagher, who you see in your screen there. Tom, of course, super aggro. Just couldn't leave the pot behind, never leaving the pot behind. And I was so glad that Oliver Hutchins just had the, well, he had the recognition just to flat the turn there instead of ending the
gumption to do
hand.
it as well,
He was smart enough to realise, right, I'm going to keep my opponent's bluffs in there, and that's exactly what he did.
Yeah.
He kept Tom in there with just the flat call, and then on the river, as we expected, Tom just emptied the chamber.
And you called it. You called it exactly how that was going to play out. And this is one of the things I love about working with Fintan is, first of all, for Irish Opens from years gone by, 2009 to 2015, the Galway Festival. Do we even talk about Filted anymore? Do they get mentioned anymore?
Don't know what's going on there. I think Stars bought them and then they closed them down.
I think they were like, you know what? This isn't worth the hassle.
Yeah. Tom
Chris
shook
showed up at a tournament, didn't he? And like people were like,
Who?
Didn't your man who was the founder of it, Chris.
Chris Ferguson, yeah, he goes to Kings all the time for the World Series circuit. He's back playing.
Nuts to do
Yeah.
that. Yes.
Tom with a delayed continuation bet here. The hand is over. What?
He's got a flush draw.
Okay. What is
Flush draw.
Paul Newey?
I have no idea what
He's
Paul
check
Newey's
raised
trying to
here.
do. He is.
And the reason he's check raised is Tom should have ended this hand on the flop, but he's picked up a draw, so it's going to earn him extra money. But this is tough. Paul Newey might fire again here. Tom can't do anything.
And it puts, if Newey fires, it puts Paul in a very difficult
Yeah.
position because he's only got 12-6 left back.
Uh,
and he is going to
Tom's
fire.
getting-
Oh, dear.
He could have ended it on the flop. I'm surprised it didn't continue. And that's the reason that Newey check raised turn, because the flop was checked back by Tom. So Newey's going, right, okay, this guy doesn't have an ace. And then the 6 on the turn, Newey pulled a move with a check raise. Tom had to call with his draw. But that 6 favouring Newey, obviously, because that's the 6 on the turn is the time he raised, and then another 6 comes
So
on the
if
river.
he shoves all in on 4th Street
He's never shoving all in. No
with
way.
the King 10 suited,
Tom with a stack size, with a draw, 1 card to go. I think he probably thinks there he can only win with a heart. There's
you think he
nothing
just
else.
does it on the flop?
He's probably thinking his king's no good. Well, the heart draw came in the turn.
Yeah, but you think that he would have shoved on the flop and ended it there?
Yeah, not shove. Even a small bet, like a small continuation bet.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, even like the smallest bet, like 500-600, would have ended that pot on the flop for sure. I think it was a case though, after losing a big one against Oliver, Tom was just trying to control the pot size and see what developed on further streets. But he didn't realise he's up against a real tricky player, Paul Newey. Really smart.
Yeah.
Total, as we pointed, he's the biggest winner on the
5.5
table.
million.
5.5 million.
in tournament earnings, and that's not including online. This is live we're talking about. So this is a very experienced player. He's going to call with the deuces. So we have a raise on the button from Oliver with the Jack 10. Deuces call, ace. Oh, deuces hit! The deuces hit!
Paul is loving life at the moment. Small blind, first
Paul
act. Of course
Newey.
he's going to check.
Read the section of Super System 2
Yeah.
about flopping sets that I did not read. This is
And
amazing.
Oliver checks back. He's 2 overs, backdoor clubs. Checks back, see what develops. And Boatman, unfortunately for him, he
That's just
has
like the
hit
ace. The one
top
card
pair,
he
and he
didn't
has
hit.
that 4, which gives him a Good shot, is that right?
Yeah.
Now, it's checked twice to Oliver, right? He's the player on the button. He's the one that should have the ace, but he checks back 7. And I think now Paul would announce himself. No action on flop or turn. So he could miss value here, so it's probably likely to go for it. There's 3.4 in there. Looks like he's gone big.
Oh, I love the entire pot. So
yeah, well, basically what he's saying here is,
I'm
going to steal. No one wants it, lads. So I'm the one betting first. I'm going to take it down.
I've missed my draw.
I love it.
Come on and prove
I absolutely
to me that you
love
have it.
So Oliver is obviously concerned about a straight, but it's beautiful size and beautiful recognition. And there's
going
the
to get
call.
paid.
Maximum payout for Paul Newey. Pot size bet. And Arthur is down to 35k. Newey up to 95k. This is the big stack player. He's one of the overall tournament leaders. Starting stack was 30 grand. We're in level 7, I believe. Blinds are 200, 400. It's the Irish Open. It's the main event. It's day 1B. There's 4 starting flights. This is the second starting flight.
Can you expand on that for us, please, for our viewers? How we have the different starting events.
Okay. Well, basically, you come along to a tournament, okay, and there's what's called multi-day tournaments. So the tournament goes on for more than one day. And traditionally, you come, you play day 1, and if you make it, you go to day 2, and that's brilliant. And everyone goes home after there's a winner. But nowadays, okay, in the modern era, the organisers have made it more accessible to players. So they put starting days on multiple days. So just say you can't make the first day. Well, there's an additional flight the organisers have put on. So for the Irish Open, for example, there's a start day on Wednesday, there's a start day on Thursday, and there's a turbo on Friday, is that right?
That's right.
So you can play any one of them days, your start days, and then join the rest of the field, day 2 proper on Friday evening.
Yeah, which we will be commentating.
Does that
on.
make sense?
It makes perfect sense. I just wanted to break it down for our viewers, because this isn't really what's been done in the past. And it's one of the changes I love about the Irish Poker Open. The other thing is that the Party Poker Irish Poker Open is $1 million guaranteed. Fintan is convinced, and the more people I see here, this is going to be way over $1 million.
Well, I'm willing to bet with anyone on 2 million, and I'll take the over on 2 million. So if there's anyone out there that doesn't think this prize pool will go to 2 million, come down and we'll have a little chat. I'm here at the top of the room. Come up to me. I don't even if I'm commentating, it's fine. If you're looking for a bit of action, I'll leave the commentary booth. We can negotiate the terms. There's plenty of.
He dropped a €500 note in front of me here yesterday. I'm like,
yeah, yeah. That went straight back to Bill. My good friend Paul Leckie got me out of trouble when I was in the Bahamas a couple of years back, and I haven't seen him since.
Well, I was just going to say, now it's turned out that the Jack 10 has ended up coming out good here, but if the heart had hit the river, we were going to absolute war between Denning and Boatman.
Yeah, Arthur's connected. He's made top pair, but he's not going to be too excited.
He's not, but
does he call?
Well, what bet does Lau make? I think is the question.
Well, Lau is the nuts on an 11.5k pot.
Yeah.
I don't know. Does he go too big? It's been check, so he wants to get some value. He's not going to go that big. I'd say about 40% pot, about 5k.
Spot on again from Fintan Gavin. If you weren't watching us yesterday and the high roller, which was so much fun to commentate on, the standard of play on that table was ridiculous the entire way through the feature table. And Fintan nailed it. I'm going to say 95% of the time when Fintan made a call, it's exactly how it played out.
It's an interesting one, this, because, well, it was checked to him, so he knows, right, that, he's not, a big bet is probably not getting looked up here. So he's gone with about 40%. Now, the problem is Arthur. Well, Arthur makes a very light call here because he's not closing the action. No. It's not out of the question here for Porrick in the big blind to have a big hand, but Boatman, he's just really on a downward trajectory, isn't he?
Yeah.
Emmett.
There's no way of putting it other than that.
He's like playing 75k last level, and just like 20 minutes later, he's down to below starting stack.
Well, he was down 23,000 before the massive losses were incurred. So like he was already, in terms of cumulative winnings, he'd lost 23k from his stack when the statistics flashed up on our screen. Again, something we haven't had as part of our toolbox in the past. And now he's lost 2 major hands.
Well, he's lost 12k in the last 2 hands. First of all, he lost to Paul Newey, that lovely pot-sized bet on the river, getting paid the 3.5k. And now he's after losing to Lau, who rivered the absolute nuts. He top pair Arthur, and he just got stubborn. Made the call. So, Newey, in the cut-off, he's the chippy. He's the big stack on the table. And
You let Queen Jack go there. I think that's a controlled play.
well, I mean, it's interesting because, like, he was calling with 3-2
Yeah,
in the small blind position, and he just folded Queen Jack in the button position.
yeah.
So it just shows you how he's now put the handbrake on, basically, and he's said to himself, "Okay,
I'm not where I was.
let's just sit back. I'm obviously playing too many hands.
He has the skills. He has the skill set. He just knows he needs to get a little bit lucky.
I think he could have the skill set. I think
He looks like it.
I think he looks like he could have, but he certainly. I think he's made a couple of mistakes. That one, obviously, the 3 deuce. I mean, I didn't like that, but he
No.
actually won a major. Is that
Neither
the one
of
where
us
he
did.
won a major pot?
Yeah.
No, was that the one?
Was it
No,
where
he
he-
had the 5-2
He had the
spades.
deuce 5.
The
and he
deuce
was-
5
and
in
he-
spades was a huge pot against Oliver
He ended up
Hutchins,
getting the flush.
even though he won that one as
Yeah,
well.
and I
yeah.
remember saying to you, but he can't know that he has the flush. And you were just like, well, he's got the blocker, so he's going to call. And it's exactly what he did. It's like, Fintan Gavin, give this man a pay rise.
That's Tom Gallagher from Boyle, County Roscommon. And
Nobody's perfect.
I'm going to big shout out to all the Boyle poker players there. They meet every Thursday night for a game in the local
shout
community
out.
centre.
Shout out, crew.
And there is the Bomber. There is
Who is the remarkable bridge player who plays poker as well?
well, actually, I think I know you. There's several remarkable bridge players that play poker.
He's written
But there's-
countless books on them.
Oh,
on bridge.
countless books. Okay, I was going to say Tom Hanlon, and his son is here in the main event.
It's
But,
Tom Hanlon.
well, I didn't know Tom wrote books.
I think he has.
Okay.
I'm going to check.
Tom is one of the top bridge players that I know, and I know quite a lot of them. Tom is a reg on the Irish team. Lorita, I can't believe he's down to 6.2. Where does chips go? Lorila
In the
from
bin,
Finland.
unfortunately.
Ace Queen, and look at this. Boatman goes with the King Jack.
Yeah, Tom Hanlon. My mother is a bridge. Well, she did teach bridge before she got sick. She just focuses on playing it now. Thank God she made a full recovery, and thank you to everybody who made the kind words. We're all in. So Lorena's got Ace Queen against King Jack suited, and that's not what you want to see if you've got the Ace Queen. As the King hits the board straight away, and there's no backdoor, so you need the Ace. Oh, the river save!
Barry Greenstein.
Barry
Hello.
Greenstein! And if you don't get that reference, by the way, then you don't deserve to know what it is. Ace on the River. Barry Greenstein. Signed copies of that book, Ace on the River, here at the Irish Open a few years ago.
That's right.
Remember that.
That's right.
One of the legends of high-stakes poker, WSOP, and it's brilliant to have him over here at the Irish Open. Ace on the River. He basically had 2 outs.
Yeah, well, I mean, he was ahead pre-flop. He got it in good, Ace Queen.
Yeah.
And, I mean, I was expecting Arthur to have a little chat to himself and kind of tighten up a little bit, but he just felt that the King Jack was too strong a hand not to go with.
Yeah.
And he 3-bet ripped all in with it. Of course, he was just versus the small stack, early position all in with just 6k. But 6k is still like 15 blinds, right?
Yeah, it is. Blinds are currently 2-4 with a 400 ante. So
Owen O'D in
9-8
under the
suited.
gun, 9-8
Love the
suited.
connectors.
Own just 24k.
And he's doing it under the gun as well.
Porrick, well, this is pretty loose from Porrick. He's going to get punished. Lau is going to 3-bet
Yeah.
in
with the ace
position
queen.
with the ace queen,
Sure.
and he's going to make it about 28k.
So 2,900. I think
2.9.
I think Owen will call.
Ah, no, Owen's finished.
Reckon?
Owen's finished, yeah. Oh, wow. I'm
I think he's
surprised.
going to call. Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
I had a feeling he
okay.
was going to do that.
Okay.
But the Jack 10.
Well, he's getting priced. He has to call now. So basically, if you do the mathematics, right?
Yeah.
2.9. And there's
10 years ago, that goes in the muck. Nowadays, no, you're priced in.
2.9 into an 8k pot.
King, ace, 4.
Good shot for Porrick. Top pair for Lau. Owen. I was surprised Owen called there pre.
See how much I've commentated with Onody? I just knew he was going to call.
Yeah, it was a little bit loose.
He was, he was looking for the magic flop, and to be fair, if it came... then-
I think it's given his stack size, I think it's a little loose, just a pip loose open. Maybe
yeah.
not.
No one's going to see it, though. No one's going to see Owen having that hand in that position. That's one of the things I would say about it. So
Yeah, given how active, like his activity level is low. So
Yeah.
you're totally right. There, he's someone like that who's not getting involved too often. They're not playing the pseudo connectors. They're not, they're not playing marginal hands. So you're right. It was probably he thought his table image was tight enough that he could open that little bit wider, and he did open. And I'm surprised. I'm surprised he called the 3-bet, because I tell you why I'm surprised. There's a couple of reasons. Obviously, his hand strength. These kind of hands, basically, that's 9 high.
Yeah.
Okay. You don't want to be paying big money to see a flop with a hand like that. Okay, that's one reason. But the second reason is Porrick was also in the hand, so Owen wasn't closing the action.
yes, he wasn't going to
And
be that
it's
stacked.
not out of the question for Porrick
Wakes up with a
to
monster.
be Porrick just to be trying to trap Owen there. Owen opens and Porrick just smooth calling with an absolute monster. So when the 3-bet comes in from Lau, and then Owen calls very light with the 9 high. I mean, what happens then when Porrick does rip with a monster? I mean, Owen is just burning money there, isn't he?
Yeah, I see that. I think I could see him calling. I completely get where you're coming from. We're on level 6, by the way. Where the
Level 6, okay. 200, 400.
200, 400 with a 400 ante.
And it's a 1 hour clock. It's a really super structure. This tournament goes on, starts Wednesday, day 1. We're saying the different options for players to play day 1s.
Yeah.
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Day 2 proper starts Friday afternoon.
Yeah, Dara's taking a couple of days off now. He's qualified. He bagged up his chips. He said he busted out, and then busted out in the last hand, and then managed to get through on in the main event qualifier. Bagged up his chips, and he's like, "That's grand now. I can just take Thursday off, and come back."
Which, how could he? Oh, he busted out and he.
It wasn't the main event. It was a different event.
different. Okay, right. I get you.
But he said it was a very Kearney like thing to do.
Course.
Thing to do. I was saying to him, "Well, how did they go?" He's like, "Well, you've commentated with me, so you're going to be questioning exactly what I did," as he broke down what he just went mad, basically, which is not what Dara does at all.
No, his temperament is. I mean, it's so.
He is an
suited.
athlete. Like
So yeah, he's a marathon runner.
who has taken that. So this was the thing
He's
I
like
wanted to ask
steel
you.
inside.
Yeah, this is the thing I wanted to ask you about Tom Hanlon. So
Yes.
you're right. There's multiple bridge players who play, but Tom is a published bridge writer. He's
Quality. He's the best. He's the best bridge player I know, and I'm told by all my bridge playing friends, he's the best bridge player they know.
My mother is a champion bridge player.
No way.
Right.
Don't believe you.
My
Sorry.
mother is a champion
No chance.
bridge player.
No
and
way.
And her favorite bridge player
Don't say Tom Hanlon.
is Tom Hanlon. And I got a photograph with him in 2015,
That's
right?
amazing.
And showed it to my mum and was like, "Oh my God, that's Tom Hanlon."
Yeah, he's popular.
She has all
Tom.
his books.
Funny enough, the ladies do like Tom. You know that.
Yeah, they do actually. Yeah.
But whatever it is,
Even
my wife, when I introduced Tom to my wife, like she started flirting with him.
oh God.
It absolutely drove me crazy.
Oh, of course it did.
And Tom's just looking at me like I'm some kind of deadbeat. and
That's why I'm like,
he's looking at my wife going, "What are you doing with him?" I mean, it's just horrible.
I'm like, Tuala's not meeting Owen tonight, by the way.
Sorry?
Tuala's not meeting Owen tonight. I'm like, that's not happening. No, that's not it. No. We're not going anywhere near the players. We're going straight off into the bar. Expect that. John O'Shea coming swagging over. Well, how's it going? Yeah, what are you doing? Yeah, you want to hang over there, do you? Yeah, feck off, John. You bunch of playboys. But what is it about? Because my mother has tried to teach me bridge, and it doesn't go in. Poker, love, absolutely love.
Yes.
I loved 5-card, but the second I saw, and it would have been late night poker, was my first introduction to Texas Hold'em. I was like, what is this, and how do I get my friends to play it? And I just got them to watch one episode, and we all started playing it. And
Yeah, it
we
was
became obsessed with it.
Definitely responsible for like a mass of people from the UK, Ireland, even further afield, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
Now,
They were
I'm hearing a
international broadcast
rumour
rights. Yeah.
that they're going to reenact or revive the late night poker series. That's what I'm being told.
Is this true?
Dusk Till Dawn, I heard a rumour. They're going to invite Irish, UK, a few of the original like late night poker guys like Porrick P and Surinder Sunar.
Parkinson is here, by the way. He was here late last night playing. It'd be great to see Surinder back on telly. Surinder was in great form last night at the bar.
Yes, he certainly was.
Final table, plays every Irish Open. Final table
Favourite tournament.
was runner-up one year. That was the year he was runner-up to Niall. We just had a fairy tale story that year. Back to Ballabridge to win the Grand National.
That's right.
Took the money to play. He's winning to play in a satellite, and then won his seat and won the Irish Open. I think we've just been sent. Fintan and I have just been sent some badass photographs of us. Yeah, and it's Jesse May's better half, Mickey, who took the photos, and they're next level. They are next level photographs. She's brilliant. She is. If Jesse, if you're listening, legend. Missed you. Don't want you in the comms box, but we miss you. Miss you. You're such a great character. Busy with other projects, including raising a kid. So Mickey is the one who's here taking the photographs and has just sent through some 5-star quality ones of Fintan and myself. Two very good-looking Irish men. Comes from a male producer. That's not the compliment we're looking for, but thank you very much. That's very kind. Lau under the gun with King 10 off the sides. That's going in the muck. 8-5 off goes in the muck. Oh no, D's out of the way. Pocket 4s. Well, we know that Oliver's not going to go anywhere. I'm coming back to that question, by the way. Jack Deuce. Nope. Now, Queen 10 could. Gets away. Gets away. And the big blind with Jack 7 is going to call. So we saw a few Jacks folded, which is not going to be music to his ears. 5, 2, ace.
Paired a good shot for Oliver Hutchins in the cut-off position. And he has the advantage of acting last. Porrick checks. So Oliver just fires here. This is a board that should be connecting with his range. And there's a continuation bet on Porrick. I mean, Jack 7, no connection
Straight away
whatsoever.
Yeah.
He just check folds as you'd expect. Porrick's gone a little bit quiet. And, well, I mean, it's probably to be expected given his stack size. Own stack there, you can see just 22,000 it looks like.
About that.
And that's Oliver Hutchins, who I think for me has probably been the standout player.
Yeah.
I'm going to say Paul Newey next to him. Paul has probably technically been the best player He's
he
made
has
absolutely
maximised
Ah,
every
beautiful.
single opportunity that has been
quality
presented
moves.
to him.
Yeah, quality moves.
I've been really impressed with this play.
Yeah, he played a hand against Tom, who's down to 10k here. You see Tom folding. He played a quality. He got the money in when he flopped the boat. Well, that was pretty standard the way the money went in. But when he flopped the set, check flop, check turn, and then the big pot size bet getting paid off on the river. So yeah, I mean, for me, Nui looks definitely the most accomplished, and that's probably easy when you're sitting on like 100k. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, certainly.
Well, he
easier.
wasn't at the time, to be fair,
Correct,
but
correct.
that's exactly how it's played out for him now. But as was pointed out to me yesterday by someone when they were being asked about being day one chip leader, says it means absolutely nothing. Nothing. Zilch. You're not getting paid to be day one chip leader. You just get your name on Twitter. That's it. And a nice photograph in the blog. So we've got a bet with King 9 suited. 10 deuce. So we've got bottom pair. Backdoor flush draw.
Now,
Lau
Nui.
decided to call.
Yeah, Nui is the one that
He's at
raised
it.
pre,
Yeah.
and he's fired on the flop, and he's got. I think Nui just checks this back, or he could just say, "Look, I'm the one here with the hand." And
I had the
target
jam.
like a 2x, 3x, straight draws, target all these type of hands and just like say, look, I've got it. And that's exactly what he does. This guy knew he is certainly
very,
the
very
real
good.
deal. There's nothing, I mean, he's so comfortable out there. You totally get the feel off him. He's just another day in the office, and he does this in and out, day in, day out.
He was repping Queen Jack, that kind of thing.
Paul Newey?
Yeah.
No, he was basically saying, look, I'm the one with the hand here. You know, the big blind can be flat calling there on the flop with like a straight draw or like a hand that contains a 2, a hand that contains a 3. That's probably the most likely to be in the big blind range. He doesn't have that many jacks there because there's some jacks that he will raise with pre-flop. And then the fact that a second jack came out on the turn, Newey, I mean, reasonably deducting, well, the chances of you having a jack are even less now.
Yeah.
So Newey's going, look, if there's any jacks to be had here, I have more jacks in my range than you. I've ace jack, I've king jack, I'm the one with queen jack. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
These big type hands, because he's the player raising pre. Whereas Lau is just defending, you
Yeah.
know. So Newey went for it again and forced his opponent off bottom pair off the better hand. Good recognition from Newey.
Yeah, I thought that was a really good play.
Lorita, he doubled up with the ace queen versus Boatman. And now he defends in the big blind. Well, he just checks his option because Lau limped in.
9, 8, 10 comes out.
Now that's
So
a straight draw and a
straight
flush
draw,
draw
yeah.
for Lorila. But Lau is the one betting, and Lorila just doesn't want to know about
No.
it. Snap folds on the big
Well-
blind. I'd be tempted there.
He's now playing for his tournament life. So I'll get back to the question that I was, as the action comes out, is thick and fast.
Yes.
Why is it that a game that I can't comprehend in bridge that my mother is so exceptional at? And is a massive
Funny
fan
you should
of
say that.
Tom?
My mum plays bridge as well, and she's just like, I mean, I know this sounds awful, but I'd hammer crush her in any of the strategy games. You know what I mean? I would, yeah, like Risk, Monopoly, Poker.
Well, that's interesting because
Yeah.
I've like Mam has tried to teach me bridge. Nah, doesn't get in. And Mam has taught bridge. Like,
Right.
She's taught it to doctors, to lawyers,
Yeah.
to school kids, and done so very well. And a lot of those players have gone on and won competitions.
That's brilliant.
Beating Mam actually in those
Brilliant.
competitions, and she's incredibly proud of that. She doesn't do it anymore because, stuff happens in life and you reevaluate. But massive fan of Tom and has all of Tom's books. So I would beat Mam at Texas Hold'em. In fact, Texas Hold'em is just not something that it goes in. 5-card stud, she's deadly at. She's a weapon at that.
Wow. Yeah.
And she beat some of my friends one night in a game and gave all of them their money back. And let me
Okay.
tell you, you and I were talking about childhood last night. We didn't have the money at the time, but she wasn't taking the money from them, and they were all like, "No, no, 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 no! Like you won that." And she was like, "No, no, kids, no, no, no," and gave them all the money back.
So she
That's
was
just
like,
how decent she is.
she hustled all the money off them, and then was like a Robin Hood type character. She just distributed it all back.
All right back.
I really like the sound of this woman.
She's the best in the world. I'm telling
Brilliant.
you. I'm a lucky son. Very, very lucky son. But what is it about players who have the capability of playing bridge? I think Andy Black does as well, and succeed at it, that they're able to bring that skill set to the poker table. When bridge is a team-based game, you're playing with your partner.
Well, I know team is or bridge is a strategy game, and it has similar crossovers with poker. There's quite a lot of guesswork and process of elimination. So I mean, Tom is a top poker player. I mean, I've played
He's phenomenal.
multiple times with him. He really is. He's a winning poker player. Haven't seen him in a couple of years. Obviously, lockdown and all that. Cullum, his son, is top quality tournament player with some success. Just back to the hand here, Arthur with a suited ace. Now Arthur gets very sticky,
He does.
but he's not. He's going to fold the suited ace versus the kings owned with the 3-bet.
Owen tried to induce, knowing that Arthur can get sticky.
Yeah, I mean, Arthur has shown a tendency to get stubborn, and it's worked both ways. It's worked in his favour, it's worked against him. This is the feature table you're looking at. It's the Irish Open.
Party Poker, Irish Open, final table. A feature table, I should say. Final table. My God, have we fast forwarded to Monday already? Fintan Gavin alongside Emmett Kennedy. Fintan is our colour commentator. $1.6 million in tournament earnings. Not only an Irish poker icon, but a European poker icon. And if you were watching yesterday, even if you've been just watching a little bit today, you know how on point his commentary is.
Emmett, I'm not comfortable with the way you're blowing me up, I'll be honest. No,
I'd blow you up
genuinely
even more.
aren't. You're setting me up for a big fall here.
You're different class, different gravy, mate. It's an absolute pleasure to work with you.
How many people go to work and work with such a nice personality like Emmett? I don't think that many.
Well, that applies to you as well, by the way. And we were chatting to each other this morning. Well, I say this morning, this afternoon. Wow.
Oh, this is interesting.
Wow.
Okay, this is action. Oliver has flopped a straight, low straight, but this is a huge flop for Lau. He's flopped the combo.
Second nut flush and the straight.
It's huge,
Yeah.
absolutely huge.
This has to be action.
Big blind. Now, he could go and protect his hand here, Oliver. These are two pretty big stacks. Oliver has Lau covered. What do you do with a bad straight? I think I raise here.
I think you have to, don't you? You can't just flat call because right now you have the best hand. Yes, we can see the percentage is that Lau will come out on top. But he needs to connect. Oliver is the one who's in control at the moment. So what's the raise going to be, Fintan?
I'm not sure of the sizing, but I definitely do think he's going to raise. It looks like 4.5 he's announced. And I get that. So Lau, yeah, I mean, Lau is a monster here. He's going nowhere. He's a huge combination draw. He's a draw to the absolute nuts. Now, Lau is probably starting to realise he's
called.
Not in the lead here, but his hand is super strong and he's in position. Hello, Sailor. 5 ball, corner pocket, gives Lau the flush. Now, do you notice how Hutchins still has 3% equity?
Yes.
That means he has a chance to win this.
With the 7.
But it needs to be the 7 of hearts to give him the straight flush.
So he's a 1-outer.
And Hutchins, with the smart check, trying to control the size of the pot, he's going to check call here. He's obviously hating life now with that heart on the turn, because it's not out of the question for his opponent to have hearts in their range with the call on the flop when Hutchins check raised. Some
sort of heart combination with possible paint in his hand as well. Is what he probably put Lau on. He might have put him on something like Ace 10.
I think Hutchins could fold here from what I've seen of his play before. I think he could fold this.
He's controlled and disciplined enough to do it, and if he does, I tip my hat to him, because
it's a real horrible spot.
Feature tables at Irish Opens before I've seen where the money's gone all in already, and this is done and dusted.
The thing is, he does have a blocker to the straight flush.
He's gonna call.
That's 6 of hearts, so he knows he's not up against the nuts because he's blocking the nuts with that 6 of hearts.
Yeah, true.
He makes the call, which is turning this pot now into a monster pot.
25k in the pot.
Well,
2 of hearts. Well, that's going to kill it completely for Oliver.
Action killer, yeah. Now, Oliver doesn't really have too many aces, so I don't think Lau is going to be concerned about the ace of hearts, given that Oliver Hutchins just defended in the big blind. If he's ace of hearts there's a lot of ace of hearts in his range that would raise, you know what I mean, pre,
Yeah.
so Lau would have heard from an ace of hearts more than likely.
Unless Lau's 1,100 raise pre-flop and the 700 call gives Lau cause for concern that there's an ace of hearts in his hand. But you're not going anywhere because you've got the second. You've got the nuts, but you've got the second nuts. So he's checked. He probably tried to extract value.
He has the value bet,
And then
particularly
realize
given
that
Oliver
you've
is
become
checked.
incredibly unlucky if he's got ace off and it happens to be the ace of hearts in his hand. We know that's not the case.
Oliver's improved his hand from a bad straight to a flush, but it's such a weak flush, but it's an interesting flush.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this. I thought Lau checked back there. I think that'll be just a little bit too nitty.
I think he value bets. He's trying to determine what size.
Yeah, he does have to
surely.
value. Yeah, sure.
What
sure he
what
values.
size do you go for?
He checks
Oh,
back.
he's
yeah,
my
he's
God!
worried about the ace of hearts. And
So that's exactly what it was then. It was the pre-flop raise made him go, do you know what? Maybe Oliver actually does have the ace of hearts in his hand. Maybe he does. Oliver doesn't show.
I don't think Oliver is calling a bet there on the river.
He can't. Surely he can't. But a nice performance for Lau. So Paul Newey at the last count is your chip leader, 97,000. Lau will now be up to second in chips, which means Oliver's around third. Boatman, 23,200. Ono D, about 55 big blinds. Denning on about 49 big blinds. Lorena on about 35, and Gallagher floating on fumes, 10,600. Talk to me about the tournament structure overall in terms of the way the blind structure is working.
It's incredible. Someone told me today there's 200 levels. Now I find that extraordinary. I'm just going to check that. But no, it's unrivaled. For a 1K buy-in, you won't get a structure like this. You genuinely won't. Hold on, I'll tell you. I actually have the structure.
So
would you believe this, Emmett?
flop gets checked. There's a nut flush draw here to the river, and neither one hits. So it's going to be the shared pot.
There's 200 levels.
What?
So after 2 hours play, you're just finishing 100.
That's ridiculous.
That is some.
I love that.
Well, oh yeah. I mean, players love value, and that's a good structure. For a player like me, it's not good. I go, what?
So why do you say it's not good for a player like you?
Well, okay. I have a big challenge that like I need to be, I'm a bit of an action junkie, So these like,
Aren't we all?
yeah, I mean that repeat level, that I wouldn't be able for that. Like I'd have to reg late. I really would. I go, what the hell? I'm playing 2 hours, we're playing 100.
Give me my stack at the last second. Thanks very much.
What?
Give me my stack at the last second.
Like still 300 bigs.
I'm not coming anywhere near it until I absolutely have to. So it's now actually on Twitter. I wasn't going to say the name, but Fergal, who's doing the great work for Ukraine with the Rapid Response Ukraine, one of the, in fact, a few, but one in particular from our final table last night, went over to Fergal Nealon and handed him a ball of cash after he paid. And said, I don't need to sign anything, just well done, Fergal, and walked off.
Wow.
He didn't even count it until afterwards. 800 sovereigns.
Oh, wow.
Ian Simpson. What a bloody nice guy.
What a nice guy. Ian is a gentleman. Irish Open winner.
Ace,
Irish.
My favourite hand.
I think 3.
My favourite hand, Ace-10 suited. Bumps into Kings, and Ace-10 suited has gone all in for Gallagher. So look, I love Ace-10 suited. This has been, Bex is watching this somewhere going, oh my god, he's talking about it again. Bex, we're about to see epic scenes. I'm back in the Ace-10 suited to come out on top here. Kings, King of Hearts, King of Spades. So one spade gone, but Tom deserves a bit of luck here. There's the Jack.
Ooh,
Flush draw, baby!
Interesting.
Flush draw, my son.
So spade,
high card
look at
or
the
spade.
equity.
Ace
The
or spade.
actual Ace-10 goes ahead.
Yeah.
Not anymore.
No, not now.
Hutchins in
Still
the
be an
lead.
ace or spade. Oh.
It's over for Tom Gallagher, last year's final tableist. 3rd place last year. Really super impressed with Tom's play there. That was actually the last live event, not last year. It was 2019.
Yeah.
The year Jervy won, Dave Masters came second, and Tom Gallagher from Boyle County, Roscommon. Tom getting it in there with the Ace-10 suited. I think it goes in the flop regardless, but the Kings hold. Oliver Hutchins scoops a decent pot.
Flop gave him hope.
Well, he went ahead. His equity went
Yeah.
ahead, which I found incredible.
Yeah, flop gave him hope. But it's the hope that kills you in this game. And as somebody who's been commentating for as long as you have now, Vinton, but also as somebody who's so well known on the tournament circuit and the tournament scene, how do you feel about sitting here alongside me commentating as opposed to being out there playing?
I have mixed feelings because I'm looking at the field. Like where we're sitting here, we're on a little bit of a height, so we can see the full room, and it looks absolutely class. Like it's full, it's bustling.
O'Reilly and the team have gone all out. They honestly, if you
it's a top setup.
Look, you have an opportunity. If you're in anywhere around the Dublin, if you're in Kilkenny, it's an hour and a half to get to the City West, right? Maximum. And let's face it, you'll get here in an hour and 15. If you want to be here, if you want to be somewhere for the weekend, the City West is where you need to be. Right? This is the place to be. And one of the reasons I say that is there's food trucks outside. There's coffee trucks outside. There's the bar scene is absolutely hopping. The cash tables. There's more cash tables at this tournament than I've ever seen at any tournament I've attended and commentated on. The amount of side tournaments, 42 events, 14 of them championship events. It's bonkers.
Yeah,
what the team have done.
Yeah, and you kind of feel like you want to be part of it. You want to get in. You want to play, particularly the main event. But to be honest with you, I love what we're doing here, Emmett. It's kind of cool to see all the big name players. It's cool to see the plays. It's great to see the whole cards. I really enjoyed yesterday's 5K.
This is something for so many years we just didn't have during Irish Open commentary. In fact, the former sponsor, and I understand where they were coming from at the time, but I think the WSOP, to their credit, even though they're kind of now in a bit of a crisis themselves, they kind of changed the game in that once they started doing the final table on a delay, and talking to Cara actually about that, Cara Scott, about working for them and what the experience was like. That you have fans and family members and friends who are watching, or they've got a piece of you, Fintan, you're on the final table, and you've played the hand, and they go over 15 minutes afterwards, and they say, your man had complete error. So now you know, this guy who no one knows anything about actually has it in him to go and make a move. Which some people don't like, and some people absolutely love.
I mean,
I love it. I love it. But for so many years at the Irish Poker Open, it was Bex and myself, or Laura and I, commentating. Occasionally yourself, you'd pop in, and we'd really be talking to you about your life on the road, or who's been impressing you out in the outer tables. Because until they showed the cards over, you couldn't commentate on the action. You couldn't call it until it was the final table.
It's changed. It's completely changed the viewing, for sure.
And what they did for the final table was they sequestered the players, so the players couldn't get access to their family members or their friends. They were just locked away, and we could commentate in a bunker, literally in a bunker in the Burlington or in the City West, and that's how it was done. Whereas in this day and age, they've just Paul, Party Poker, the Irish Poker Open, they've just embraced the modern era and have just gone, look, this is how it is now. This is the future. This is how it's going to be done. This is the only way it's going. So let's give the people what they want. You want info, you want insight, you want expert analysis from a great poker player like Fintan, then that's what we're going to give you. And look at the production quality. Look at Sky Sports. This is the kind of stuff that you get on the NFL, on ESPN. It's the kind of stuff that you get from Sky and BT and the Premier League coverage. It's ridiculous.
Graphics are excellent, I have to say. We have to shout out to the production team here who have produced this show. It really is good.
Phenomenal. One of the best productions I've ever worked on.
Nui has missed his open-ender, and Porrick fires again, but we're going to see a raise.
Well, he has the chips to do it.
This is a horrible spot
because even
for Porrick.
The kicker it's a nice kicker, but it's not a great kicker.
Porrick's trying to figure this one out.
So let's go back.
So pre-flop,
Nui raises to a K pre-flop with the blinds at 2 and 4. Denning calls. Denning bets the flop. Nui calls. On the turn, Denning leads out 2K. Nui calls. And on the river, it's a 4K bet from Denning, which is then re-raised over the top from Nui to 11.5. Now, does that make him go, this doesn't make sense?
What's happening here exactly, Emmett, is Nui is saying, look, I'm the one with the big hand here, but in fairness, Porrick has the strength
gone all in,
to make the call. Nui put Porrick all in, and Porrick went with it. Porrick made the call.
What a call. Because he could easily have been sitting there with ace-4.
Absolutely massive. Porrick up to 43K.
That's fantastic. And he deserved a turn of fortune as well.
That's a huge, huge play there by Nui. Some players fold a 10 in that spot versus
a lot do.
The pre-flop raiser who's just calling your bet on every street. That's what was happening. Porrick led out with top pair. Nui in position, just flat called with the open ender. Turn, flat called again with the open ender.
There's also nothing wrong with what Nui did.
No, he was calling with the open ender. He had to, but then he missed. Then he goes, the
re-raise.
It's too much in the pot there. I'm the one with the big hands here with the big overpairs. Yeah. And he tried to move Porrick off top pair. Porrick had the strength to make the call. Nui takes a hit.
So one of the things that I kind of alluded to this, and then a big hand got in the way, how dare it, of our coverage, was I was saying I'll break down the fourth wall here, because you and I were talking off air last night, and we were just talking about the sheer quality of the high roller, and there's very little to criticize. And I said, yeah, that was great, but what's tomorrow going to be like? And you went, well, it's not going to be, it couldn't possibly be as good. And I went, we're going to see a few dunks tomorrow. We're definitely going to see a few dunks. You always see dunks on day one. You even see them on day 2, day 3. I'm sure there's dunks out there. There's none of them at this table.
Yeah, no, the standard has been really good, hasn't it? Like, it's really quality play from what we've seen so far. Yeah, I mean, you tend to, particularly with the Irish Open, and that's one of the aspects of the Irish Open that make it attractive, is that, like, the field is, well, it's full of online qualifiers, because you have several sites, including the big, huge sites like Party Poker, who are qualifying like
Paddy Power did
dozens and dozens of players, like, you know.
The Party Poker ran all of the main ones.
I mean, yeah, Paddy Power did a really good job of producing players also.
Yeah.
But it's not just that, like, all over the country, right, in like small pubs in Clonakilty and Westport and Dungarvan and all over the
Shout out
place.
to Clon.
They're all doing, like, the local game runs a satellite to send up a player. You know what I mean? It happens everywhere, like, you know.
Yeah.
Even in my local club or whatever, they do super satellite with, like, 3-4 seats they'd produce, you know. We actually did a satellite. We did a live satellite at one of our events in Limerick. How many seats did we guarantee? 10.
What? How many
10
did
seats.
you actually get to 10?
We hit the 10 seats. And the boys here, in fairness, Paul and JP added a seat on top.
Ah, fair play.
Yes, so it was 11 seats. So, but the point is, and the type of player that was playing there, right? You know, they were kind of like, the main event down there was a 300 buy-in, which was a big buy-in for that type of player. They're mostly pub players who are like playing like, you know, €50 buy-ins normally. So the point is, this field you would expect to be littered with recreational players who won't be playing every...
They've been playing with the lads, and they don't have the experience. They don't have the knowledge.
Won't be used to playing one case. But this, if they're going to... Their big event is this event.
And they're now at the Irish Open.
But you know what that does then? That actually attracts then the bigger regs, because they know the field is full of recreationals. But it's a special dynamic. It really is. That's why the field is so big. I mean, you're going to see 2,000 players, which is incredible for Dublin.
Phenomenal.
2,000 players in a 1,150 buy-in. And
we've currently got, 413, and that's going to go up significant because remember this is to get it correct, Clinton. Live coverage on the Party Poker Irish Open of Day 1B with it going to 1D, isn't that right?
Sorry, I missed what you said there.
Go to 1D. Is it 1D or 1C?
We're watching
1B, but it goes to 1C
and 1D, yeah.
1D,
of course, yeah. 1C later on this evening, and then 1D. I think is a turbo on Friday morning. I'm going to check that actually. Think we're going on a break.
We are not.
No break? That's crazy.
They're gonna keep things moving apparently, as players are rotated in.
Okay, that's interesting.
But talk to me more about the live circuit, the pub circuit, the casinos, like the Bank Casino down in Cork, running satellite tournaments. It's not just the online. It's the fact that there were multiple qualifiers across the country.
Yeah, that's really the key point is like that, like in all the small communities all over Ireland, these poker communities, like the highlight of the year is this particular event, the Irish Open. This is the one they want to play.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's a big, for recreationals, it's a decent buy-in. It's a big buy-in.
Oh yeah.
You know?
Let's listen. £1,500 is no.
Yeah, 1,150 exactly.
It
is big, but I mean the rewards are huge. I mean the million guaranteed prize pool is super attractive. I don't even think, you know what? I don't even think it's the guaranteed prize pool that is the kind of, you know, most appealing part. Like I think people just know that it's the one event where they're going to meet loads of friends that they see once a year from all over, not just Ireland, but from Northern Ireland, from the UK, and even further afield.
Yeah, I agree with you. You were saying that you met people yesterday that you hadn't seen for 2 years. I haven't seen Fergal since, I'd say 2017, when Fergal came into the commentary box yesterday. And we've chatted a good bit on Twitter and on WhatsApp, but Rona put an end to an awful lot of the hanging out with people and getting to meet up. And the fact that it's literally 204. Let me get that right again. Yeah, 820 days of no Irish Open poker live. Like that's, Rona has caused a lot of problems. It still is, and it's not to be taken lightly. But it's brilliant that it could very easily have gone the wrong way. It could very easily have just gone, people sit in front of their MacBooks and they go, you know what? I'm just going to keep doing this.
Yeah,
and there is such... Like, when Yanni sat here yesterday and you asked him, did you buy in? Did you buy into the main event? Did you buy in? And he goes, oh yeah, I bought in. And he comes over from Finland. We've got all of these Scandinavian players that regularly come over are back. The amount of Americans and Canadians who have made the journey over that I didn't see at the last 2 Irish Opens I did in 2014 and 2015. They're back. They are back. And more.
Totally. I totally agree with you. But live poker is certainly back. And that was, definitely a consideration. People so used to kind of staying at home and, moving their lives online, so to speak, that would that, stay like that? Would people come out, go to the pubs, go to the tournaments, mingle again, socialise again? Well, I think we got the answer, to be honest. It's just been absolutely incredible, the atmosphere. This is the best Irish Open I can remember. I did a message on Facebook earlier today. I was in my room just getting ready, and I thought to myself, do you know what? This is, as far as back I can remember, for me, this is the best atmosphere. And
yeah, I agree with that.
I really do believe what I'm saying. It's incredible. If you're listening and you want to be part of the Irish Open, there's still a chance. There's several super satellites, these live satellites producing incredible volume of seats. So do come on down, City West Resort.
There's no excuse not to be here. There really isn't.
I can think of one or two. Can't think of one or two. Let's be honest. Let's try and keep a little bit of balance. Oh my God! Someone's attending their grandmother's funeral, and
don't bring it to a dark place.
We're telling them there's no excuse. Leave. Come right down. No,
listen. I can't do the eulogy. I gotta get down to the City West. Vincent Gavin told me I gotta get to the City West.
Listen, of course, there's reasons not to be here. Okay, but if you're sitting at home, right, and you're thinking, you know what, I wouldn't mind having a shot at that main event, but I'm just not rolled for it. Well, you can actually qualify cheap. You can bag a seat for as little as €115. And
that's crazy.
We have a couple of super sats. They're producing crazy seats. I know one of them produced 30. The one last night, 50. Could have been more. I'm just coming out with figures here. So
no, you're right. And it wasn't expected to produce 50.
No chance was it expected. It was... Because then they would have guaranteed at least 40 if they thought they'd produce 50.
Yeah.
But the guarantee was 10 seats or something, or 20. No, it was 20 seat guaranteed. I think it produced over 50. But the point is, if you're looking and thinking about coming on down, well, absolutely.
Think no more.
Think no more.
Make your way here.
Now,
so we have a new feature table.
Yeah, and we have...
Including Max Silver.
Yes, and Max. Now, I could be wrong here. If my memory serves me right. Max, who's... an honorary Irishman, married to Lisa from Limerick, and a shout out to Lisa if she's tuning in.
What's up, Lisa?
Max made the final table also of the last live Irish Open, 2019.
Yeah,
and he was very unlucky. I think it was Dave Masters that busted him out in a hand, and he was really unlucky. He got a real bad beat, and I remember because I bet. Well, I did it.
He finished 7th.
Yeah, I got a great price.
He won the high roller that year,
Yes.
and then finished. That's some
yes. And I was in
Imagine
the
doing
bar.
that.
I was in the bar, and one of the Northern Irish lads, was saying, "Oh, Max Silver is going to do the double. This is what happened." And I says, "Do you think?" And he says, "Yeah." And I says, "You're probably right. Max, for me, is the best player left on the table." He says, "Yeah. There's no one going to stop him. He's going to win." And I says, "Do you know what? I'm willing to do a little bet with you." And I bet against Max because your man was so
adamant. that he was
yeah,
gonna do
and there
it.
was still 7 players, and you know anything can happen.
Yeah.
So we did it, and I got some crazy price. Like, I think I got even money or something ridiculous.
Wait, you
got even something. I could have got 2 to 1. 2 to 1. I
That's
could have got.
ridiculous.
No, yeah, it's crazy. But that's how good of a player Max is.
But if he's well, first of all, he strikes fear into anybody he plays.
Yeah.
This is also one of the really cool things about the Irish Poker Open is that you can turn up at a golf course. You are not going to be playing against Tiger Woods, Rory McIlroy, unless you've somehow managed to snaggle an invite to the JP McManus Invitational. You can't just roll up to a golf course and play with the pros and play a good old kickabout with Porrick Harrington. You're not playing five-a-side with Claude Makélélé and Zinedine Zidane. That ain't happening. But you can play at the Irish Poker Open with genuine legends and players who have crushed, including Max Silver, who, as you said, honorary Irishman. I think he's played at pretty much every Irish Poker Open.
There's a lovely call here from John Howlett. Now, I think John is from Galway. If this is the John Howlett I know, son of Roz and Des Howlett, I think it could be. I haven't seen John since he was literally in nappies. I'm not joking. But he's made a super call here. That was tough.
That was a tough call to make.
Nice start for John Howlett.
35,000 in tournament earnings for him. So our new feature table is table 1, as we continue to be on level 6. And Kenny Sweeney is sitting in seat 1. John Howlett in 2. Espen Sandvik is in 3. Max Silver in seat 4. Louis Matthias, even, seat 5. Martin Young, seat 6. Gerard Carborough, let's go with that, shall we? 7. Abdullah Douli Alashanti is in 8. And Robert Strakonsky, who is Irish, is in seat 9.
Okay.
Robert with 12,000 in tournament earnings. Martin Young, 12k. Uwe, 62. I remember him from the previous Irish Open. I'm almost certain. I don't think he cashed, but I'm almost certain I remember commentating on it before. Max, I mean, geez. He's paying for the drinks tonight. 4.8 million. John Howlett, 35,000.
Yeah, Max Silver has pretty much done it all in the poker world.
And not just in live tournaments, but online as well. He's one of those players who can mix it in both.
Correct. And
has zero ego about him. He is one of the sweetest people you'll meet. Do you know, actually, I met Penny last night, who's a masseuse here.
Yes.
And Penny is Jake Cody's wife.
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Nor did I until I was told. Penny goes, it was Liz said, well, I said, like, do you get many creeps? Like, do you get many going, oh, yeah, I've got an awful pain in my leg there.
Stop
Can you go to the room? It bloody well happened. They were saying that, 3 of them were saying that they had to massage this guy who they clearly hadn't showered in 5 days. Right? You could actually see the massage oil that they'd used on the day before was still on his body the next day. Like, that's not nice.
No.
All right, that ain't nice. We got an all in here from Matthias against Ace Jack. He's got 7s. The Jack is taking the lead. 7's behind.
Good shot. 10 baller, 7. 7 for a set, 10 for a straight.
4 outs.
Ready, steady. Boom. Not happening.
Queen.
So double for the shorty.
Alashanti. Al Shanti.
I've a good one for you there, right? There's a young Irish reg, and I'm not going to say his name, but I know he wouldn't mind me saying his name. Okay, he's a top young and up and coming pro, right? And some of the viewers will be familiar with this. He's just say he was playing online, never played a live tournament ever, and he qualified for EPT Barcelona, right? So he's absolutely buzzing.
Like somebody else I know.
Yes. So he qualified for the EPT, the 5K buy-in, and now he's no roll, he's no bankroll, he's super skint, he's just struggling at this time online or whatever, he's trying to get his money back for it or whatever, but no, he has to play the event. So he goes over, but he's completely busto. He basically has, like, you know what I mean, the price for the bus from the airport to the hotel.
Oh, Jesus.
And but it's his first tournament, okay? And he goes into the tournament and he plays and he busts out. Now I went to the Bahamas with this guy, or like, you know, we went as a team, and there was several Irish guys, but he was telling me, okay, I'll just watch this hand first before I continue.
Mateus, with the newfound wealth, raises with ace-10 onto the gun. He bumps into ace-king, who 3-bets to 4,500 with Young, representing Ireland. Now,
Sharonski from Poland. Same Poland. That is a Polish flag, right?
well, yeah, but
Based in Ireland. He's familiar.
yeah, Sharonski's Irish.
Ooh, this is loose. I don't like this call.
Hendon Mob say he's Irish, so he's Irish.
I don't like
We're
this
taking
call.
him. We're taking him.
Given that there's an under-the-gun raise and a 3-bet, I think the Queen Jack should be just folded here. Now, Matthias is getting a big price, 3.5 to call. So he's getting 3 to 1 on his money. He's getting more. He's getting about 3.5 to 1 on his money. This Queen Jack is very loose.
It is. It is live, though, and it's suited.
Oh, yeah, he's suited, he's connected. But, I mean, this is a lot of money to be paying. He does have the benefit of position. Does have a lot going for him, and even more now that he connects. It's top pair. Yeah. So,
Bad
Sharonski
flop for the ace-king.
gets rewarded for being a bit too sticky with the Queen Jack.
Yeah, the one fear that he might have is that he's bumped into King Queen.
Well, that's the problem with this
Ace
hand.
Queen.
Yeah, so very often you're dominated, particularly by a hand that 3-bets.
Yeah.
Because all these ace queens, ace jack, king queen suited, these are the typical hand choice for 3-betting. So calling with queen jack, it's really not profitable. Now we see on this occasion that Sharonski, he's going to make money. Well, it looks like he's going to make money. He's made top pair. Now, if he's calling a 3-bet pre, okay, he's certainly going to be calling a flop bet, like when he's made top pair.
He has to.
I mean, it just wouldn't make sense to fold this now. So Sharonski, but you get the. I think you're getting the idea here that he's kind of sensing something, and he goes, "Okay, might have called a little loose."
He's folded.
Well,
He let it
that's
go.
just absolutely incredible.
What were you hoping for?
Well, I'm astounded. But why call pre? This is the question. I guess he's not looking to make a pair. He's looking to make a straight or a flush. That's his thinking.
Yeah, but
You know, but it's really interesting. But you can see, basically, okay, he's on the right track, but he's on the wrong train. Do you know what I'm saying?
that's a great way of expressing
like,
it, and I'm stealing that.
Yeah, he realizes, okay, he's up against a big hand here. Do you know what I mean? But he should have folded pre. Like, that was the time to fold, not on the flop. Once he calls pre, then connects, makes top pair. That's the time to get away. But he just sensed pure strength from his opponent. Well, of course he senses strength because the guy's 3-bet, right?
Yeah,
Anyway, going back to this story,
but
Emmett.
I'm puzzled. The only thing I can come up with is that he felt that he's got a spade in his hand, and he's up against King Queen, or
Ace Queen, of
or
course.
Ace Queen.
These are
And
typical
that's
hands.
where
yeah.
he's ballsed, and that's where he just goes, you know what? I'm not going to do it. I'm just not going to do it. But yeah, back to the story, my friend. Talk to me.
So-
So he gets Busto from the EPT Barcelona.
My good friend, right? It's his first
There's not a
live
cent
event.
to his name.
Now, it's a huge event, this 5K. He's never played a live event, ever. Okay? So, he describes to me about getting... This is actually... I mean, I remember at the time I was enthralled by the way he was describing. Because actually, this young man is now... He's actually commentating on his own Twitch feed, and he's a top
You're
player.
telling
now.
me off air who this is.
So,
In
anyways...
fact, give me 1 second. Hang on. All right, things make a bit more sense now. Go on, keep going.
So, anyway, our friend gets busted, and he describes how he's walking through the tournament pretty much like this. It's a massive field, EPT Barcelona.
Big room.
He's played his heart out. He's gone deep on day one, but he goes bust, and he's absolutely distraught. And
As you would be.
yeah, he's walking through the room, and as he goes into the kind of lobby area, there's a few masseuse chairs and masseuses there, and one of them says, "Would you like a masseuse? Would you like a massage?" And he goes, "Jesus, yeah, I'd love one."
Uh-oh.
So he sits down, right, and he's like, "Wow, this is great." And she's top quality masseuse, really giving him,
They're the best
relieving
here.
all the tension, all the stress, and
Yeah.
all the headache from not cashing in his first live event. And this is going on for ages. Right?
Uh-oh.
I think he says he falls asleep at one stage, right? So after like literally an hour and a half, something ridiculous.
We're talking 150 quid here?
Barcelona. You're talking way more. So anyway, the masseuse starts kind of going, okay, what's going on here? This guy, first of all, she doesn't recognize the guy. Because anyone, that gets a masseuse for a couple hours, they usually be known to the
Yeah.
masseuses. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. They're players who were
Yeah.
known on the scene. They're well known.
So she starts kind of getting a bit suspect. And she goes, do you want to continue? Like, and he's kind of going, yeah, well, whatever. So then it starts becoming clear that the guy thinks it's a free roll massage.
Oh, yeah. They
So
just,
she
they
says,
just
sorry,
provide you with free
this
massage.
is like €2 a minute or whatever
Yeah.
it is. So I don't know what it is.
That's the rate here. Anyway,
So whatever.
Which is, by the way, is valued.
And so like
triple
they're
the
top.
price.
Well, these girls are the top of their game, and I mean
Oh, yeah,
the best in the
they're
business.
sports
like.
physios.
Yeah. So your man goes, "What? Are you doing?" Stop.
He's 200 sovereigns
that's
down.
brilliant.
And
It's brilliant.
he's
Quality.
already dejected, and now he's 200 sovereigns down as well. Oh,
it was
that's
the best
funny.
ever. It was the best ever. But anyway, it's all sorted now. Took him a while, but he got the money wired over eventually, and it was all.
Oh no, he had to get the PayPal. Oh no.
Oh, he had no money, and he didn't know anyone, and like it was a problem, like, because the girl thought he was a hustler, like, you know what I mean?
Of course.
And so he had to get someone to
Security gets
verify.
called.
I think he did. He knew one of the directors, like I think Nick O'Hara or someone vouched for him or something, because he's a person of character, like he's a good lad.
Oh yeah. Having told me who he is off air, yes, he would be.
But I was one of the best stories
that.
I've encountered.
Love
But
that.
anyway,
Yeah, it ain't free, folks. It's a brilliant service, but it ain't free. So, the Irishman, Swaronski, who the Hendon
Well,
mob have told us is Irish, but he
he's the
claims to
check
be
mark
Polish.
here. There's no
Um,
card in the deck
no.
that can help.
He's got a full
Al-Shanti.
boat. He's got a full boat. Al-Shanti was drawing to the flush and just gets rid of it straight away. But yeah, full boat. That's quite a nice way of taking it down. And we were sort of questioning earlier on why our Polish, now Irish friend was folding Queen 10 or Queen Jack when he went through the process of his mind. He went, hang on a second, have I just bumped into and got very unlucky Ace Queen, Ace King, and it's played out that way.
Yeah,
I
but
still
I
wonder
mean-
why he didn't make the call. You don't have to raise, but you can call.
Yeah, course. Well,
Very easy for us to say in hindsight,
yeah.
but I still just go, what? I like the cool hat, by the way. Literally. City West Hotel, Dublin. Back to the spiritual home of the Irish Poker Open. This time brought to you by Party Poker. John Duthie in the house. Was in our high roller yesterday. Is in the main event.
That was a crazy hand.
Oh,
That was versus Andrew Holm.
yes, Andrew, who I met today in the,
Yes.
the left. Yeah,
And Andrew with the ace king. John just opened pre with the ace 8, and the ace king, you'd expect this is very standard free bet. And Andrew decided just to under rep the strength of his hand, just flat it with the ace king and king high board, and then John fired, of course, a continuation bet. Andrew called another king. John fired
as
again.
you're going to do, by the way.
Then he just smooth called with like the Trip King's max kicker, and then John just empties the clip completely.
Fires both barrels.
Well, he 3 barrels all in on the river.
3 barrels. Three gunshots.
Triple barrel
Bang.
bluff.
As
Empty the
your man and
chambers.
Father Ted said, 2 shots, Father. Bang. Jimmy, bang, bang.
So, pair for Shrawansky. He goes ahead here, connecting with the 7.
Yeah, after being behind to the 6.
I'm not sure. Did the turn go, or did the flop go check, check? No, Shrawansky.
So on the
actually-
flop, it was
Well,
a,
he led out.
yeah. Our Irishman bet out 1-3 and was called by Mateus. Turn is a check, and then it's 2-5 for Shoronsky to call. As he takes the lead with the 7.
It's like he folded.
I think he's still
No, still in.
Still there. He's just contemplating what exactly do I do here. He's flat called. How do you feel about that?
Well, he's in the lead. You can't do any better than put the money in with the best hand. He just bet out pure air in the flop.
Look how it's changed.
Flush
comes
for
for
Mateus.
Mateus. Wow. The swings and roundabouts of tournament poker.
It's going to be difficult to get paid here. There is 10k in the pot, 10,500. It's going to be very hard
Do you
for
try
Matthias.
just like a teaser, small bet?
Yeah, you're not going to go super big here, but given that your opponent's checking to you, right? So you want to make sure you get paid. So you're going to go small. I think 5k.
Spot
4.8.
on from Fintan Gowan yet again. Only 200 off.
I
That's
want to try.
ridiculous.
There is some 7s call. You hear 7 with the ace of hearts, perhaps would call. But
He lets it go,
yeah,
and rightly so.
Sharansky's hand was just too weak to call another 4.8. This is the main event, and we're going to be bringing you a couple of more levels of this main event. And I'm told
Yeah, this is level 6, by the way.
level 6, yeah.
Of day 1B. It ain't like the old days where there was just day 1. This is day 1B with C and D to come. But you were going to tease there what we're going to be covering a little bit later on as well.
Yes, I got a press release this morning. I don't know, did it come under your door, but it was passed under.
Came into my WhatsApp.
Yeah, well, I'm not on WhatsApp. I don't have the internet.
Get out of it!
I don't have the internet in my phone.
I woke up this morning, and when I say this morning, I mean 12:30, to like 14 WhatsApps, all from Fintan.
Hey, where are you? What's going on? What time are we on? Blah, blah, blah.
Are we getting breakfast? Lads, I think this would be really cool if we do this. Fintan has some brilliant ideas, by the way. But yeah, this notion that he's not on WhatsApp, get out of it, son.
Yeah, I got the message via WhatsApp. We're going to be covering the ladies' event.
Delighted we're doing that.
It's always good,
Yeah,
isn't it?
it is.
And it gets a huge turnout. Now, when I say huge, I never seen, the biggest field I ever seen in a ladies' event has been like 40 players or something like that. So, if we get like 25, 30 players, I think it's a success.
So Max Silver, just to say, raised to 900, gets 3-betted to 3k. It was 2-1 to call, and he's called. He's bumped into kings, but he's got suited connectors 8-7, and the flop is 3-4 king. So beautiful flop for the kings.
Does Young check back?
What exactly? Yeah, I hope he does.
No, he continues, and Max
How
snap
is that
folds.
possible that my Apple Watch has gone into low power when I charge it all night? Damn it. It's probably reacting to my heart rate on the 5 espressos that I brought over for myself in a latte. Finton wanted a black coffee, so I got him one. And I said to the gentleman, shout out to Ken behind the bar, can I get 4 espressos in a latte, 5 if possible? And I stroll on over here with it, and Finton takes one look at it and he goes, nah, that couldn't. No. Oh my God, the strength of the smell of that. Jesus Christ. You're insane. And my Apple Watch clearly thinks the same thing as well. Other smart watches are available. Blinds are 2 and 4. Aces for Sandvig.
This is
Good to be a Scandi in this moment.
Espen, who has cashed a couple of times.
Does he run into anything? Oh, he does! He gets a call from the King-Queen suited. Queen 3 is going to go into the muck. 8-4 is going to go into the muck from the big blind, so it's going to be heads up. As a blocker, he does have the ace of hearts if hearts appear on the board. So this is going to be an interesting one. So the flop, which does produce 1 heart, but it's all low. 4, 7, 8, no connector for the king or queen. And the check from the aces.
This is a nice check.
I love this.
I was just saying there, Espen Sandvik, who you see now in your screen, he has he's in good form. He's cashed in the EPT Prague in a couple of events just recently.
I
And
think he's based in Vegas and Norway, isn't he?
I'm not sure.
It's his time, I think, between both.
Yeah.
I love the flat call, by the way. 10 of clubs.
Now,
Opens up.
Carbo has a decision. He's like, he knows his king high is no good here. So, does he continue and fire here?
It looks like he's going to. This is becoming a very, very dangerous territory because he's now down to 20k and it's a 9,100 pot. The bet is 3-5. Sandvik has to start now thinking about, is this the time you come over the top and defend, because have you just allowed in?
No, it's a beautiful play. He's totally deceiving his opponent,
Oh, I love this.
and he's just check call once again. I mean, he aced just to rub it in. It's actually a bad card from Emmett because, you know, it's a card that Carbo will be worried about. Do you know what I mean?
So this is the one card that Carbo is
it's-
probably afraid. Oh, you had a light ace, so I'm
Could
just
he?
gonna,
Yeah, he
I'm gonna
checks
check.
back because it's
Yeah.
not out of the question from to call with. He just has a
He
bit of a
just
laugh.
laughs
He
when he
goes,
sees
yeah,
the trip aces.
he nearly got me to fire again. Sandvik.
But if he
Played
had
it nice.
let out, like, there's nothing. Carbo's not going to come
Oh, no,
over the
Carbo's
top, like,
finished.
it's
I mean,
game over.
Once Carbo gets called on the turn, he's like, he knows he's dead and buried. So
Yeah.
he's never calling a bet. But there's a chance, perhaps, if the ace doesn't come on the river, that if it's another kind of
If
card
a
in a
queen or a
straight-
king, hit.
Well, queen or king, he definitely values with a king. He does bet with a king. A queen, yeah, he values, yeah.
Jack or a 9.
Jack or a 9, I think he could bet as well. Maybe he checks back a king or queen because he's concerned and he's showdown value, doesn't want to get raised. It's an interesting spot. I think the ace saved him. And I think it was nice play from Espen.
Again, and I'm just taking you back and showing my age, like 2015, last time I did the Irish Poker Open, these are scenarios where the money's all in. And it's just the standard of play has just increased so much, which makes me even more impressed with the likes of Max Silver and Ono D, yourself included, by the way, and some of the older generation, that they've adapted to the fact that recreational players are like, I'm fed up that my friend has a really good mathematical brain, so I'm going to go read a poker strategy book. I'm going to go watch countless hours of live stream footage of late night stars of poker, of shout out to our TV show, Bring It Back, RT, you bastards. High stakes poker was actually what I was going for, but late night was in my head. Like the amount of bonkers scenes that you see in high stakes poker, which is one of the things I'm looking forward to doing. We're doing a cash game tomorrow,
Yeah,
which would be a lot of fun.
yeah. But the thing about these some of these shows and the way they're edited, there's a lot of stuff,
That you don't see.
well, you're not going to learn as much as you would think. I think it's how these newer players, how they study. I think that's the difference between the older players. By the way, I don't think owner Max will be too happy with us calling them old.
No, I was actually saying, like, what I love about Owen, Max, Jake, but then I was like, kind of like the older generation. And what I mean by the older generation is the Dom.
Yeah,
Like they're
yeah,
still,
of course.
their play is relevant. They've adapted their game, and it's a very, like, poker is a very psychological game, particularly when it's psychological online, but it's very psychological in person. Like we saw yesterday, the refusal to shake hand with the third place finisher to the guy to Christos, who knocked him out, but he goes over and shakes the hand of Alex. So what had happened? Was it just these two guys have a history? Was something said? Was it just sour grapes? I don't know.
Yeah, we missed that one.
I went out
It'd
to
be
try and
interesting.
find out,
Yeah.
and no one was talking. Nobody
Yeah.
was saying it.
Of course,
But
No, I think a huge development with tournament poker is the study tools. Is ways to study.
Yeah.
That they've got smarter. They can learn more quicker, and like all the information is there readily available. Like there's straight gets there. Look at this 4 on the river. Kenny Sweeney
does
hits
the
the
eight.
straight.
You love to see it. I'm sorry for him, but you love to see it.
This is blind versus blind. Feronsky with eights. First to act, he checks, it looks like. And Kenny Sweeney for sure going to value bet here. He's made the straight on the river.
This could be nuts.
I don't think Sharansky's going to get too crazy with his pocket eights. The pot was raised pre-flop. Kenny was actually at it pre with 6-3 off, made it 1.2. So there's always the concern that he's sitting with an ace. I think Sharansky could even fold this.
Well, he's a better man than me if he does, I'll tell you that.
It's crazy hand. I mean, Kenny with absolute trash. Raise pre, bet flop, bet turn, had with the good shot, and then hits the gutter on the river. I think this is a fold. I really do. Sharansky facing 7.5k.
With 2 overcards on the board and the possibility of a straight.
He's
But
not.
you're not putting him on 6-3, though.
Absolutely no. He's not putting him on a straight, and he's blocking the big straight 6-8, 2 8s in his hand. So the straight is not even a concern. It's not even a consideration, should I say? He's concerned about a hand that contains an ace.
Yeah, it's the only thing he can put him on. That or King Jack. That just went through. That's a good fold.
And you can't do much better than put your money in when you're ahead and fold when you're behind.
Yeah.
We just saw Sharansky seems to have a good read, good live read of what's going on. He seems to be a kind of a field player, if you know what I mean, Emmett. He's just like using his senses to try and decipher what's going on.
But this is that difference of how the game has evolved, how the game has changed. That players aren't afraid to go out and learn. And there are so many different tools to learn from now. Whether you're listening to David Lappin, former partner in crime of mine, and his podcast with Dara, whether you're reading Dara's books, whether you're reading Super System 2, which we had a debate about last night, is it still as relevant as it once was? I think there's aspects to it that are. You think it's kind of faded. I think a lot of what Mike Caro writes is very interesting, but there are so many free blogs and so many podcasts that you can listen to, and live streams like this that are free to view, that there's no excuse for you to just sit there and do your dough each time. You can get right back to where you were. You can get right back to playing. There's an app. I don't know if you've ever seen this. I'm trying to remember the name of the guy who was commentating with me at the Irish Open that year. But it's called Instapoker.
Okay.
And you play hands. Antonio Esfandiari is involved in it. And so you play particular hands. It's I'm going to flat call here with the Jack 10. Tells me it's a fair move, but that I should have actually raised.
It actually analyzes your
It
plays.
analyzes your play in real time.
Okay, cool.
And
What kind of the question, of course, with these applications is what kind of software, like, is that being updated?
it's updated.
That's the key, really.
The pack
Yeah.
gets updated.
Okay, I'd see Max there,
Yeah.
sporting the snap shove. Okay, so Max came out with an app, basically describing how to play a certain size stack. Okay, in certain situations, snap shove, like telling you what the right play is. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now it's constantly has to be updated and it's evolving all the time. Do you know? But basically, it's a set of charts giving you the optimum play for each situation. I'm not totally familiar with his application, but I know it's hugely popular.
Max's.
Oh, it's massive. Yeah,
massively popular.
Snapshot, it's huge, yeah. And it's meant to be really good.
So I believe Instapoker was the first of its kind. Dan Bex met his best friend here in the City West, and they fell in love instantly, and they're married now. They have a kid.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Brilliant story.
He's a lovely guy. He's a lovely fella. My co-commentator that year, his friend, not so nice.
Okay.
Not so nice. He's an alright guy, but he never came back. Put it that way.
We've an action board here. John Howlett has flopped the nut flush draw. That's Martin, an Irish regular in the scene. He's been around for quite a while. He's flopped second pair, but it's Shrawansky who's showing the most interest with top pair
and a draw.
And he's going to lead out, which is all perfectly reasonable. He has that 10 of hearts also, 2 hearts on board. Certainly doesn't want to hit a heart. So, John Howlett.
Do you like the flat call with the flush draw?
Absolutely, yeah. Check calling with a draw to the nuts.
7 lands. Changes nothing.
John's
Creases.
Check again. And Shrawansky.
Strawonsky.
I'd say he fires again here.
I would think so.
Yeah, if he's up against the straight,
Oh,
he
he
probably
checked.
gets check raised on the flop while he's checked back.
Let's see, free river. 4 pairs with the 5. Wasn't the queen 5 folded? I think it was, you know.
I think it was. I think it was.
We just
Martin,
saw him. Yeah.
Martin with the queen 5. Yeah.
To be fair, they've just. It's a check, and the king 10 takes it. There's a lot of dangers to the king 10, but he could have. Storonsky could have put him on the flush draw and gone, you know what? You were at it, son.
Yeah, I think his hand is strong enough there to value bet.
So, I'm sorry to Max, I don't usually say this, but I've missed the flop, and I've checked. I've got the big blind called me, and they just say 0 points. Checking is not optimal because it signals that we've missed the flop, and it gives our opponent a chance to improve her hand on the turn. Better to have bet here. So again, you're learning. Continue. Like to see a spade. Thank you very much. Congratulations, you completed this hand. Okay. Yeah. May as well keep on going. So then they give you assessments of players that are alongside you. So I've got the button to my left. Loose passive, tight aggressive, tight passive, tight aggressive, tight passive, loose aggressive, tight aggressive, loose passive. How does that explanation of players apply to the feature table that we're looking at today?
Yeah, well, it would apply if the players were, if they were known to each other or they were playing together for a while and they were skilled enough to glean information from their opponents. Someone like Max Silver, of course, who's, as we've mentioned earlier, he's been around for quite a while. He's done it all. He's really, he's been successful at the highest level in this game and in the live arena. So definitely for him, a player like him of his experience and skill level, you know, he would definitely be assessing
his
his players.
But one of the things I admire about Max and Owen again is, and this applies to the likes of Jay Cody as well, that their opponents, we'll say normies, as they would have been known back in the day, have so much TV coverage of them that they know what their body language is.
Yeah.
So they then know themselves, if I rep this body language in a particular hand, they're going to think I'm playing this way, but in actual fact, I've got the dog's bollocks here.
This is really interesting. Okay.
Both with ace-4 suited.
Yeah, now Max has 4-bet here, and you might think, wow, that's a little bit spewy 4-betting. But it's actually a really good hand choice. Now, is this a 5-bet? This is crazy. Wowzer. I think that is absolutely huge. Okay, what's happening here, Emmett? Both these guys...
Max let it go
with an ace in their hand. Okay, so this ace is a real key card because it's blocking so many premiums. It's blocking ace king, it's blocking ace queen, it's blocking aces. Okay, so Max with the 4-bet with the suited ace, but this young guy has come back over the top with a 5-bet. I mean, this is just real high level stuff from both players.
And he didn't shove, by the way. That's another thing to say as well, is that he gave himself the option of, I can still stay in this tournament. I can still survive.
Yeah, that's a pretty interesting hand. I really hope this is the John Howlett that I know. And
so this is the man from Roscommon?
No, John Howlett from Galway, from Castle Park in Galway.
Roscommon.
Yeah.
Hi, Galway.
He's based, I believe, in Dublin now.
We were giving a shout out to Roscommon last night.
Yeah, Roscommon. Tom Gallagher is from Roscommon.
So you can see the players do have phones at the table. Again, it's a 15-minute delay. Players are allowed to have phones at the table. As I was walking through yesterday to come back to our commentary box before we were resuming, in one of the outer tables for the main event qualifier, this guy unloaded on a fella. Put that phone away! I was like, he can actually be on the phone. Like, there's nothing wrong with him being on the phone. And it's almost as if he didn't want him looking up his Hendon mob or something. He didn't want him getting access to info about him.
Okay, I get you.
But he unloaded on the guy. Put that phone away! More chips head.
That was a pretty cool hand, that ace-4 suited for both players. John Howlett,
most certainly,
coming out on top. And a lot of kind of stacks are bunched up. I mean, like the shortest stack at the table is 50 bigs.
Yeah.
So there's no super short stack.
And that's one of the key questions I was asking about the structure then. Like, as a as a pro and now superb commentator, you were saying that you would reg as late as possible because of the two 100 levels. You're like, nah. But it does make it very fair on everybody. If you didn't get a chance to see the screen grab enough, Cabrero is on 50 bigs at 20k. Our American player is on 52 big blinds, 21k. Young, 91 big blinds, 36,000. Max Silver, 100 big blinds, 40k. Sandvig, 45,600, which is 114 big blinds. Sweeney, 126, 51,700. Matthias has taken a good jump, 159 in terms of big blinds, 63k. And just in front of him is Howlett, the 160 big blinds, 64k. And Howlett is indeed involved in this hand. The guy literally put his name down as anonymous, by the way.
That's allowed. Absolutely allowed. John has two pair here, 3s and 6s. Been really impressed with John Howlett. Now, interesting card because Anonymous has picked up the flush draw here on the turn. That Queen of Spades giving him a flush draw. Checks. Well, that's a horrible card if you're sitting in John's seat. His pair just got counterfeited. And he's going to bet if this is checked to him, he's going to fire. Of course he is. It's the only way he can win the pot. Now, is Jack Hyde good here? Or it's split pot. He can call for the split, of course. But sixes and queens, both players are splitting. John bets, wins the pot. This is the Irish Open. This is the main event. It's day 1B. And the numbers are incredible. Massive turnout. Really is looking like it's going to smash all the records. I'm told that we're close to that 1 million guaranteed prize pool with still 2 flights left to go. We have a flight 1C later on this evening, and I'm pretty sure the last flight, which is flight 1D, is a fast flight that's on Friday morning. But there's plenty of satellites. If you want to play 115 live satellite with multiple seats guaranteed, plenty of them still happening at City West. This is Kenny Sweeney with Ace Queen. Kenny announces raise to 1k. John Howlett gets out of the way. This is Sandvig from Norway. Ace 4 off. Max is sitting on 40k. Folds, and Matthias with the Jack 7 of diamonds gets out of the way. So, loose call here from Matthias with the Jack 7. He misses. Carol flops top, or sorry, Kenny flops top. You make a continuation bet here, you'd expect, in around 1500. Looks to be 1300, well, 1.2 is the bet size. And Matthias has none of this. Jack 7, no connection whatsoever to this board. Called a little bit loose there. And now folds. On the flop. Irish Open, big numbers. Already 425 players for day 1B, with still a bunch of levels left to late rage. We have day 1C later on this evening, and then the final flight tomorrow, day 1D. Also, we have several other events happening. One of the other championship events is the ladies event, and I do believe we will be covering that event later on. But for now, we're going to stay with the main event. This is 1,150 buy-in, million guaranteed. That guarantee, of course, almost reached with just 2 flights in play. This is Shrawanski, who's been pretty active under the gun here. He opens, which is very loose. 10-9 offsuit. Kenny Sweeney with a suited ace. Decision time here for Kenny. I think it's too early position, so he lets it go. John Howlett, who's been pretty impressive so far, sitting on about 70k folds. Max Silver folds, sitting on 40k. It's Martin Young on the screen on the right hand side. Looks like it's folded all the way around to the big blind. We will defend with King 7. It's all pretty standard stuff so far, and going to be a problem here for Sharansky. Well, I would have thought he'd continue on an ace high board, given that he opened from under the gun. And now he hits, he's going to bet out, but Anon is certainly going to be calling. No betting the flop, so likely there's no ace out there, and Anon with a king. He's definitely, what is going on? How does he, what is happening? I don't understand that. I'm not really sure about that. Hits the king, flop was checked. Checks turn, of course his opponent's going to be firing at that board. I'm really surprised at that fold, but it's interesting. This field is made up of like so many different types of players from so many different backgrounds. It's like full of live qualifiers, online qualifiers, and it's great to get a new feature table every so often. This is Kenny Sweeney with the bullets. Kenny makes it 1,000. Big blind is 400. So sizing spot on here from Kenny. Of course, he's looking for action. Carbo folds and now non-folds, so just Trawanski, who's probably not going to defend. With a hand as weak as Jack 4 offsuit, he lets it go. Kenny doesn't get the action he's looking for. Takes the pot down. Early stages of this main event, championship event of the Irish Open Festival. Very early stages, so the likelihood of these players actually progressing and making the final table, well, it's pretty big odds, but who knows? One of the players that we have on this table is Max Silver, who you see in the right hand side of your screen here. Looking pretty trim, Max, lately. He's like a man that's doing press-ups at home or something. Now Matthias with the big slick mandatory open here from Matthias makes it 1k, which seems to be the standard raise size on this table. Carbo with suited connectors, but problem is the stack size, but he's going to get involved. Puts in the 1,000, leaves himself with just 16. Well, he 3-bet. Well, I mean, this is horrible because he's going to get it shoved back in his face. It's not a hand you want to 3-bet with, because you just have to fold to a 4-bet. I mean, you can just flat there with the suited connectors, crack a big hand. No problem with a flat call. Blinds might get priced in, and he's playing suited connectors multi-way. What is Matthias doing? Well, he's reading his opponent for a big hand, and it's going to cost Carbo all his money because he's open-ended. There's 7k in the pot, and Matthias is going to check raise. I expect top pair, top kicker. All the money will go in here, I think. Carbo, I don't know. Can't believe Carbo 3-bet pre and then checked king high board. And now the ace. Matthias needs to find a check here, but he's going to lead out now. Carbo does have a hand he could call with. He's open-ended. 3.5. Puts in the 5k chip. He can get 1.5k back. 14k in the pot. Carbo misses. Matthias top two. Going to value bet again, and with 14k in the pot, it wouldn't be out of the question to put his opponent all in. Action on Matthias just makes it 5k. It's about 35% of the pot size. But I mean, Carbo just does not have any connection to this board. 6 high. The only way he can win is if he just goes crazy here and raises, and that's what he's thinking. He's thinking that he's the one that 3-bet pre. He's the one that should have ace king in his range. Matthias is the player with the goods. Carbo eventually deciding not the time to make a move on Matthias. Matthias wins the pot. Carbo short 12.5k. Big blind 400. Matthias takes down a substantial pot. Carbo electing to 3-bet with the suited connectors, which probably not profitable long term. These kind of hands you want to get cheap flops. Now action on Sandvik, who definitely, along with Max Silver, probably the most experienced on this table. They're coming across very comfortable, both players, but it's John Howlett that's impressed me the most. Young man from Galway, I believe, who's now based in Dublin. Matthias opens with Queen 10. Matthias with the chips makes it 1,000. Now, Anand with the small pair, it's a problem because Sweeney could 3-bet with this hand, Ace Jack in the small blind. Matthias and Anand both are active. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a 3-bet here, something around 16k. Oh, sorry, something around 3.5k, of course. I'm getting carried away with the blind levels. So Queen 10 is going to get punished for opening light. Queen 10 off, goes into the bin here, has to. And these small pairs just don't flop well. But I think, yeah, that was 2s going into the bin there. And that leaves Anand down to 16,500. Kenny Sweeney scooping the pot. This is the Irish Open main event. If you just tuned in, we're going to be streaming every day for the next week. Well, up until Monday. We're going to be bringing you some high stakes cash action tomorrow night. Do tune in for that. Promises to be exciting stuff. It's going to be big buy-ins, some ballers confirmed. Game is not like the format, not totally confirmed. It's depending on the lineup. A couple of Omaha players already in town, but from the intel I have at the moment, it's 50, 100, Nolan and Holan, but who knows. So we're going to be streaming that from tomorrow. This is Max Silver under the gun with the ace jack. Makes it 900, big blind still at 400. Coming towards the end of this 200-400 blind level. Max Silver, ace jack suited, makes it 900, and Martin Young, we haven't seen much of, but Martin on the scene for quite a while. He calls with the king queen. And this is Kenny Sweeney. Jack 2, I mean, it's just not playable. He folds the Jack 2, but look at John Howlett. Picks up the queens, 3 bets, and it's a sizable 3 bet. It's close to a 4.5x. Max Silver calls with the ace jack suited. Martin just gets out of the way. King queen offsuit, not really performing too well versus the 3 bet. Shrawanski was in there, I don't know what he was playing, and we've seen these two guys clash. Martin would have connected. John is hating that king. He's first to speak, he leads. No spade out there. I think Max probably just lets this one go. But does he have the information back from the ace-4 suited hand? Well, it looks like there's your answer. It looks like he does. He knows he's up against a tricky player here. He could be 3-betting with anything and continuing light now. That is a good shot for Max Silver. But he doesn't want to hit his queen, that's for sure. That would give John a full boat. This is a real interesting hand.
This has played out fascinatingly, by the way.
Well, it's two guys have history.
So Howlett's not going to go anywhere. Surely.
Yeah, he's 3-bet pre. The problem for John here is position. Like, Max has the advantage of position. And he has to act first, so he's 3-bet pre. He's let out and flop. Turner's gone check, check. And now John goes for value on the river. He reckons with that check back on the turn, he's not up against the king, so he values his queens. He's been super impressive, this guy. He really has.
He certainly has, and he was a player that you were highlighting pretty early on to us.
Yeah, I mean, the reason being, obviously, is not for his poker skills, because I haven't played, I don't think I've played against John before, but it's because I know his family pretty well. From Galway, from Castle Park, and a shout out to all the...
Shout out to the Galway crew.
Yeah, Galway crew. And
you have no business playing in the Leinster League, but that's all right, fine. You know, we'll just keep on crushing you. According to Hendon Mob, John has 35k in live tournament cashes,
okay.
So he does have experience.
Oh, definitely, yeah. I mean, I've known that he does play, but I just haven't encountered him, so I wouldn't be familiar. But I've been just blown away, to be honest with you. He's not in any way phased by, you know, the strong players like Espin and Max Silver. He's just playing. He's playing his own game, and it's working. And I'd recommend that to anyone who's like, you know, when you go up against some really well-known regulars, play your own game. Play it like you're playing a £50 competition in your local club. You know,
Yeah.
Play your best game. don't be trying to manufacture kind of moves out of nowhere. That just keep it simple. And John he's just playing with freedom, and he's playing with fluency, and he's actually getting the better of Max Silver, which is not an easy task, not an easy feat. In your screen, center your screen, Max Silver, last year's final tableist, super high roller winner.
That's one of the things I wanted to ask you about Max. Everybody at this table is so familiar with him, knows his playbook, which is why I was referencing beforehand about how players like the Don of the older generation, but Owen and Max who've come up in the TV generation, and everyone knows how they play, how they adapt. But it also means that in this modern era where there is so much access to information, whether it's Max's software system that you're using or Instapoker that you're using, which does update. In fact, it's the new pack has just been put on my iPad. Whichever one it is that you're using, the fear that players had in the past on day one, and actually this is something I meant to say to you earlier on, we'll watch this hand play out, see how it goes. So Young has raised to Queen Jack, with the Queen Jack to 1-3. It's a straight call from the button with pocket nines from Sandvig. Would you like to have seen a re-raise?
This guy Sandvik knows exactly what he's about. He's extremely comfortable, real good recognition. I think he calls a bet here, just one overcard on the board. I think he puts in 1.5 and sees what develops. He does make the call, and we're going to go to a turn.
He's played so impressively. I could actually envisage a scenario where he puts Young on Queen Jack. His reading has been so good.
Well, he's not going to put him on Queen Jack now after Martin Betts' turn again.
Yeah, that's true.
Now
this is pure commitment. But did the 5 change a whole lot?
Yeah, I mean, what Martin's saying here is I've got a king, I've ace king, or I've aces, or I've kings. I'm the pre-flop raiser.
And can't Sandvik put him on ace 8?
This is so strong, this call from Sandvik. It really is.
Young knows he's in trouble now.
But it looks
and
like
the 3 doesn't help on the river.
Martin is not stopping. There's 11.8k, and now we're on the river. Martin has to put the handbrake on. He just has to. But he goes
5K.
again. Now this is tough. Like Sandvik goes right.
Okay,
what's going on here?
I need you to call this for me.
How
does he do it?
I think he folds. Sandvik folds because it's so unlikely that he would triple barrel bluff in this situation.
Well done, Finton. Well done.
What
Finton.
can you do? You just got to
And
fold
well
there.
done, Young. What a piece of play from him.
Sandvik is just going to look at that hand in 15 minutes.
Yeah,
or so.
and go, you
These Irish
you
guys,
swine.
He's going to go. These Irish guys are crazy.
You swindler. This guy's taking the pot of gold right from under me. What the hell? That's not how that was supposed to go. I've been seriously impressed with the level of play and what we've been treated to so far. Blinds are at 2 and 5 now, as you can see. Ante is also 500. What do you feel about I've been asked this on Twitter. What do you feel about every player not only with the big blind but also having to post a 500 ante each time around?
The big blind ante, is it?
Yeah.
I feel fantastic about it.
I do too. I think it moves the action along nicely.
It's changed the game. It's completely changed the game.
And yet we haven't seen too many bust outs. We haven't seen too many, obviously from the other tables we have. But on our feature table, we've just, oh, dearie me.
John has picked up a pair.
We're going to see action here.
And this Shroronsky has a monster. Look at all the aces out there. Max Silver with a suited ace on the button.
Priced into call, surely.
He puts in 2k. He'll get 300 back. So we're going to see a flop. 4-way. This is remarkable.
If this is a 9 with hearts out there.
What about an ace 9 deuce?
9 and 2 hearts.
Well, 2 diamonds flush draw for Kenny. But I think Johnny might be staying about for 1 street, depending on the action. Shroronsky has none of this, but he's the pre-flop raiser. Ace King can be ahead here. can be ahead sometimes.
It can.
So he's going to just go ahead and fire and hope that he takes this down.
Sweeney's going nowhere. Silver's
Sharansky
done.
is the one out of position. He's first act. He fires. Sweeney, yeah, with the draw
Which-
to the nut flush.
Which makes sense, by the way. I can completely see why Sharansky has bet 3,300. He's about to find out.
Yeah, there's
Where
not
he
many.
is.
There's not many fours out there. But look at this, Kenny Sweeney with
He
the nut
raising?
flush draw.
Flat call.
3.3, and that gets John Howlett out of there. And
As predicted,
Max Silver has
walked away.
none of it. He folds. 10 on the turn. Now, Sharansky could win it here with another bet, but it's just super risky to be betting this. It's so likely he's up against the 10. So I think Sharansky checks, and Kenny Sweeney, well, he could steal this, or he could take a free card to hit his flush. Checks back, and it's not good for Kenny Sweeney. He's missed the
No.
diamonds. He had an opportunity there, I think, Emmett, on the turn.
There was also an opportunity for them to split the pot, but
Yeah, there was-
that got eliminated then when the king arrived on the scene with the board paired twice, both of them with aces in their hand. So 2 pair with aces. So it's 2,300 for Sweeney to call, but what exactly is it you're calling with, Sweeney? What do you do in this position? You just got to admit defeat, walk away, and you still got 51k in your pot, unless you do something, you pull a crazy Ivan.
Yeah.
He's pulled a crazy Ivan. He's pulled a crazy Ivan. I love it. You love to see it. Now, what do you do?
Well, like Sharansky's trying to figure it out. He's thinking to himself, well, why wouldn't you bet the turn? Why did you not bet the turn? That's what he's thinking.
Yeah.
Why didn't you build money in the pot unless, well, it is the story makes sense. He could be just trying to induce a bet on the river, and that's what's after happening. Sharansky, but Sharansky here does have a massive hand here.
He's got 2 pair with top kicker. I don't think he's going anywhere. So
Yeah, but the question is, right, what hands is Sharansky beating? Apart from bluffs, right? Is there any hands that would raise here apart from bluffs? Can you name a hand? I definitely can't. Would he raise here with King Queen? Do you know what I mean?
no, but what I could say, and I think Sharansky is good enough to work this out, is that once you go back through it in your mind and you think about, okay, how did this hand play out? We ended up with 4 players calling the raise. He's going to
Makes
call.
the
Is he?
call. Makes the
Yeah,
call.
it's a great call. It's a fantastic call. And it all comes down to the story on the turn.
Yeah, the
Why
turn-
did you check the turn?
Yeah, he checked back the turn. That was his big opportunity, I think, to end the
That's
hand,
where you're
you
going
know?
to steal it. And he didn't do it. And then ultimately the king arrives, and that puts Sharansky into a massive position. I admire it. I admire the ballsiness of it to reach on out and go for it and just say, right, I'm gonna launch 10 bullets at this and see if I can take it down. You know, do you really have the goods, son? He could tell Sharansky wasn't super strong, but Sharansky could also tell that, you know what, I think you were on a diamond draw and you missed. And maybe this is going to be a situation where you've got a king and we're going to split. But I think you're just, I
the
think you're
king-
at it.
Yeah, the only thing, the king doesn't split, like a weaker king
True,
loses
true.
because of the
True.
kings and tens
Apologies.
with the 8, the kicker will play. But yeah, that's why I'm saying, like, a hand that might do that would be king queen. Might do that, like, you know
Yeah.
what I mean? But it's not really that reasonable to expect him to do that, like, you know.
Fort-
It's a huge. He's only beating the bluff.
Yeah,
He's only beating the bluff.
it's a fantastic call.
So it's pretty solid. Sharansky, well, he's basically showing he's unbluffable. Now Kenny Sweeney back on the horse. Sharansky
So walks into a raise.
opening a little bit light here with a suited king, and Kenny Sweeney
Especially in
with the
early
Cowboys.
position.
So we're going to see a 3-bet. Kenny's going to try and get as much money in this pot as quick and as soon as possible. And he 3-bets to 3.2,
9-8 suited goes in the muck.
folded all
Mateus
around.
wants nothing to do with it.
Now, we've seen Sharansky get a bit sticky before. 3-bets don't scare this guy.
No, they don't. And he does have a suited king. It's 2.2 to call.
He's
with
gonna call.
5.4
Sharansky's
in
gonna
the
call.
pot.
He wants to see a flop, and he doesn't want to see a king, that's for sure.
Oh, he certainly doesn't. He wants to see clubs, but Sweeney most certainly does not.
We did see a couple of clubs fold a pre, so
True.
King's in great shape, and King's still in the lead.
Jack 8-10 on our flop. Finton Gavin and Emmet Kennedy with you at the Party Poker Irish Open main event after bringing you live coverage of the high roller final table yesterday, which we thoroughly enjoyed doing. And I'm seeing some class poker here today as well, with access to hole cards, which is just game changing. You know what I'm talking about, old school Irish Open fans. King 5 goes into the muck, 4,400 bet will get through, 11,600 making its way over to Sweeney. So a little bit of a swing back, tiny little bit back into the pot after what I'm sure was a pretty frustrating experience where he tried to get it through the last time.
So the players you see in your screen, Kenny on the left-hand side, and that's John Howlett on the right-hand side. Directly opposite the dealer there with the Snap Shove advertisement, which is an app that tells you exactly how to play a short stack. That's what it does
Yep,
in every single position.
that's its speciality.
Short stack play.
Yeah, which is something that people need to learn more about.
I think people need to learn more about everything.
Yeah, actually, funnily enough, Crystal, who's here beside me, and I were having a conversation about politics, and yeah, we all need to learn an awful lot more about the world. Isn't that right, Crystal?
Yes.
Yeah, spot on. Anonymous, I'm intrigued by this. He's basically been handed the sheet of paper, been asked to give his name, he's just gone, Anonymous.
But he was on the table. No. Oh, he just joined late, did he?
Yeah, he joined late.
Was that not Alishanti? No.
It wasn't.
No.
I don't think it was. No.
Alishanti went bust with
They changed the players.
Okay.
Remember
okay.
when they moved everybody?
Okay. No, remember you were describing his hat.
Oh yeah. No, didn't I just say that it was cool? Literally, 'cause that's what it says.
I'm not sure. Either way, look, we'll go with Anonymous, yeah? We'll stick with Anonymous.
You know what? Maybe it is. It makes sense that it actually is Abdullah Dooley Alishanti.
That
I'm
in the
sure
screen is
Hendon mobbed him.
Kenny Sweeney under the gun at 8-5. This will be instantly binned. And John's going to open with Big Slick. 75k in a stack. He makes it 1.2k. And action with Max. Now, Max is just like basically getting involved every hand that
He has the opportunity.
John
to do
Howlett's
so.
in. They just seem to be clashing constantly.
Is this because Max thinks he has something on John,
I don't know. I don't think so. I think
or is it just pure coincidence?
yeah. Just you get into these psychological wars with opponents sometimes. But like Max does have a call in hand here. Jack 9 suited, a little bit loose. Martin Young in the cutoff with Ace Jack suited, and Shrawansky, who likes to see flops, has stuck about now. Top for John Howlett. Max has the good shot with the backdoor hearts. Max makes the call.
Top
Martin
pair.
Young
Top
also
kicker.
with a good shot in the
Yeah.
backdoor spades. Interesting. Well, no,
They've got a.
Max folded. Makes a little bit more sense.
And Sharansky gets out of the way as well.
John Howlett stacking chips, getting closer to 80k. He's playing about 79k, I believe. This is the Irish Open. This is the main event.
Yep.
This is the 1 million guaranteed championship event of the festival. And this is
Day 1B. Day 1B, my friend.
second flight of 4.
So 1,150 is the buy-in. It's $1 million guaranteed, but you are convinced it's going to be closer to 2 million, particularly given the massive number of players.
I'm going to put a bet with someone. I'm going to do a bet.
Yeah,
Anyone-
I'm not taking you on this one.
No.
I already owe you 20 quid. So I'm going to do a double of quits with you later on something else. All right.
Yeah,
But
okay,
it's-
fair
but I
enough. But
actually,
not on that one.
I agree
Not on
with
that
you.
one.
No, I agree with you. I think it's gonna be over
Okay,
2 million.
smart man, smart man. Yeah, we'll pick something out in the ladies. We'll pick one of the winners of the ladies.
Talk to me about the ladies' event, because obviously there
I'm going to tell you loads about
there
it,
was
right?
Irish poker, female poker players who were so instrumental in the Irish Open itself and its development.
Yeah.
Danny Maxwell is here, or should I say Manny Daxwell, photographer supreme. But obviously, watching American content, Jen Harmon was just like the go-to player. And not only did Jen prove herself,
What comes to your mind when you think of Jennifer Harmon? What's the first thing that comes to your mind? Maybe it's not the same as me, but there is something that comes to my mind straight away every time I think of her.
I always think of her appearances on High Stakes Poker. Are you thinking of WSOP
Yes.
and a very controversial hand?
Yes.
God, why am I freezing on this? I shouldn't be.
It was like one of the early clips from the World Series of Poker going like back to 2013, I think.
She's in the leather jacket and something.
I was a
kicks off.
recreational player who like she has the full house and he has the straight flush, and he goes, well, maybe I'm going home early, I just got to call you, and he makes the call with the straight flush, you know what I mean? And it's like it's a brutal hand. You could see Jennifer Harmon wasn't happy.
Maybe I'm going home early. Don't
Yeah,
slow roll
something
Harmon.
like that. Yeah. But you know what? It was around the time like, sorry, I said 2013. Did I? You see, I'm getting so old now. I'm mixing up the decades. It was like 2003.
Oh, so you're talking about the Moneymaker effect?
It was before Moneymaker.
Moneymaker was 2001, 2002?
Oh, was he?
I think he was.
No, I think this was actually the year of Moneymaker 03. Would that be right?
Okay, I gotta look this up.
Yeah, let's look it up.
I gotta look this up.
I'm going to say Moneymaker was 03.
I think he was 01. There's something about 9/11 and Moneymaker.
No, it wasn't 01. I'd say 03. And this could have actually been...
I'll be so happy.
Let's find out. I'm going to say Moneymaker 03.
Okay.
Sammy Farher, Chris Moneymaker.
The way Sammy looked
Oh,
him
do you
down.
know what? You could be right because it was still in Binions.
It was. It was
Yeah,
in
but it
Binion
was still in
Casino.
Binions in 03. It was
Yeah.
in Binions in 03.
The way Sammy stares him down, particularly with the Moneymaker bluff.
While you're watching this, I mean, Sharansky, he just does not fold, and he's getting rewarded here by connecting and going ahead. But Kenny has a big piece of this. He has the nut flush draw. Obviously, a king would work also. But his ace is dead because that would give Sharansky 2 pair. This could have the potential to get very big very quick.
Yep.
Shrawansky faced with a 4.5k continuation bet. A6. Shrawansky looks a little bit suspicious here. He's gone into the lead. He's got to be calling here. Call A6 pre and then you hit your 6. Wow, he's folded again. This is a characteristic of his play. Calls a little bit light pre and then actually when he hits, he folds. He's folded the best hand again. Now, We are in City West Resort. What a spot. This is top quality hotel resort, one of the best in Europe. It's
100%.
so big, so I mean, it's just massive, but it's such a cool layout. Now Matthias, ace 10, opens to 1.3. Kenny Sweeney on the button with the Jack 8. Kenny, well, Kenny's calling right here, Jack 8 off. And the blinds get out of the way. We're going to go to a flop, King 6-3. Both have missed here, but advantage you would think with Matthias, who you'd expect here to lead out, but he checks. And now Kenny has the option to just steal this pot. But he checks back. Nobody wants it. The queen on the turn gives a good shot to Matthias. And now, surely he goes for it. I can't believe this. He's just like playing this really passive. He's just offering the pot to Kenny, and Kenny's just going to win it. Check to him twice. He's going to fire. Matthias asks the dealer to confirm the bet size, 1.6. Does have a draw to the nuts, so he makes the call. And Kenny, concerned that ace on the river will keep Matthias interested. He's missed his good shot, but he's made top pair, and he's going to check call a bet from Kenny. Should Kenny try and steal this on the river? Kenny with just Jack high, he knows he can't win this. But I think it's a difficult one to rep this. It's not really a convincing story. I think Kenny gives up, checks back. This ace likely to hit his opponent's range. So Kenny does put on the handbrake, checks back, and Matthias misses the good shot, but hits the ace on the river.
And we're back. Well, I'm back. Emmett Kennedy with you. Fintan Gavin has gone on a well-deserved and well-earned break as we're on level 7. This is our feature table on day 1B. Yes, you heard me correctly, day 1B of the Irish Poker Open. It will stretch to 1D, and a little bit later on we're going to switch to the ladies' main event final table. So we'll talk about influential women in poker. We already mentioned Jen Harman. First ever time I commentated on the Irish Open, I got joined in the commentary box by the late great Liam Flood, which I was a little bit in awe of, to be quite frank, because I'd grown up watching Liam, and he was an amazing character and was incredibly kind to me. And then I get joined by Phil Lack and Jennifer Tilley. And they were going to be in for 20 minutes, and they ended up staying for 2 hours. And we had a conversation about life and life goals and the universe and what the universe wants. And it was just, I thought maybe people are going to be like, what the hell was that? And the head of Poker Player magazine met me the next day. I met him having breakfast, and he went, that live stream last night with Phil Lack was brilliant. So as long as the Heineken kept coming, Phil was more than happy to stay on, as was the lovely Jennifer Tilley. And Jennifer, of course, has had her own success in the game. Massive fan of Antonio Esfandiari, who had come the year before but didn't come that year. But Phil came to a number of Irish Poker Opens, and we did a few comments together, and he was great fun. But this table has seen plenty of action. We talked about the blind structure with Fintan, and he was talking about how, yeah, I'd buy in super late because he's too aggressive of a player. 9-7 off for Sharansky, who is actually Irish. It says Polish, but he's Irish. We're claiming him. Sweeney, 9-5, misses, King Queen, top pair, good kicker. Only one to connect is Sandvik, now on 38,200. A lot of Scandinavians over this year's Irish Poker Open. A lot of Americans, including Crystal, who was just beside me. Mr. Donnell, whose daughter I insulted last night, and him I insulted because he was wearing a 49ers jersey in the high roller. I'm like, the 49ers suck. Go Cowboys. And in actual fact, despite the fact that I love the Dallas Cowboys, Cowboys suck. We're terrible. We had a great conversation afterwards, actually. Like, you have the Donald Trump of owners. You can get rid of Jerry, you'd be alright. And he's right. Jack 10 for Sandvik, under the gun. Alex, no. With the blinds 2 and 5. Big blind ante, by the way, is 500. Ace 10 suited. Please play it, Max, please. My favorite hand. He does. Raises to 1-1. Oh. Bex McAdam. If you're watching, Bex knew straight away I was going to say, come on, play it, my friend. You don't just go with Ace 10, you go with Ace 10 suited. Every time. So, Howlett with 10-8. Alex to call. In the big blind, or is he going to? Yeah, he's decided to call. We see a flop, which is 6-6-5. So the Ace 10 is ahead from Max, and Howlett leads out, saying, "I think you're playing a game here." And Max is like, well, I got a backdoor flush draw, and I got an ace. Queen hits the board. What can Howlett represent now? that he's called pre-flop. He now decides to check. So is this where Max tries to steal it? And it is. I like this bet. I like this a lot. Pre-flop raise from Max, suggesting he had a premium hand. And he takes it down. So he raised pre-flop. Got called. Howlett led out on the flop. Max calls. Howlett misses on the 4th Street. And Max takes control. Doesn't just sit there and say, okay, let's see how this plays out. Decides to take action. And wins the hand. And that's why Max Silver is Max Silver. And he is on our feature table at the Party Poker Irish Poker Open. Fintan Gavin on colour commentary. Emmett Kennedy, me. Doing play-by-play. Kenny Sweeney in seat 1. John Howlett in 2. Espen Sandvik, who's been very active, seat 3. Max Silver in 4. Rui Mateus, we've seen him been quite active as well. Seat 5. Martin Young, 6. Gerard Cabrero in 7. Abdullah Dui Alashanti, aka Anonymous, as it has come up on the screen a few times, is in seat 8 with Robert Sharansky, originally from Poland but has lived in Ireland for long enough that we're claiming him. And he's made some strong plays. He's made some very strong plays. Now, we don't know what Sandvik has, but we do know that Sweeney's got King 2, so he made top pair, but he's got no kicker. Makes the bet of 1-2, and Sandvik gives it away. So whatever Sandvik had was obviously small pair, muck. Very rarely do we end up in a situation where, to be fair to our excellent production team, we miss out on a hand, as in we don't get to see the cards. And this is part of our new box of toys at the Irish Poker Open. I cannot praise Paul O'Reilly, John Duffy from Party Poker, JP, the entire team enough, because they've gone all out. The tables themselves cost an absolute fortune, and the feature table is as good as the tables that the players themselves are using out in the field. The room is full, and I mean full to the brim in the City West, and this is 1B. So C and D still to come. 42 tournaments in total, 14 of them are championship. Cabrero has decided to make a min raise with pocket kings, trying to sucker some people in, and he's going to get action here because Sweeney is working up with 8s. He's been called by Sharansky. Apologies, I know I'm butchering that name. Does Sweeney flat call? He does. And Howlett's gone. Oh, he came into the muck with the ace-10 suited. I would have, for that value, I would have called. Yeah, you're not going to know where you are with if an ace falls. Of course, you're not going to know where you are, but you got spades. 3, Queen 3. What did I say yesterday about Queen 3? Queen 3 went into the muck. Folded by one of our players. What did I tell you yesterday about Queen 3? Every time I get it, I win. This is the kind of crazy nonsense that happens with it. Does it make sense to play it? No. Is it a hand that works out for me every time? Yes. So it's a 2K bet from Cabrero. It was then reaction, and it ended up being 4-5, and he takes it down. Everybody has just been incredibly solid. This is officially table 1. Feature table moves around. I think the next feature table you're going to see, though, is going to be the ladies' final. But we've seen some truly terrific poker especially yesterday. Today has been fantastic. Kings again under the gun for Young. The blinds 2 and 5, and the 500 ante as well, which just keeps the action flowing. So he's made it 1-3. 5-4 is not going to be sticking around. Sharonsky's out. Ace deuce goes. King 6 is going to go. 10-5. Bye bye. And Sandvig. Jack 10 adds a very controlled fold. Because it wasn't going to cost him an awful lot to see a flop, but he could have ended up in a world of hurt. If that had come down King Queen 3, he's in trouble. You can head to Irish Poker Open. Fintan Gavin's an absolute hero. I asked him to get me a pint of Red Bull, because if you listen to the Final Forum podcast enough and you've heard me on these shows enough, then you know I can't get enough energy drinks. But I was asking him to get it sent over. Fintan's on break, and over the man strolls. What a hero. And how good has he been on analysis, by the way? A thumbs up on YouTube, however the hell Twitch works, for Fintan Gavin's analysis. It has been aces. So we have an all-in. These all-in markers are some of the most sought-after souvenirs. Dealers are being plagued for them, left, right, and center. But it's... oh, this could be a call here. Elects not to. Doesn't really have the stack to do it. He would have been putting his tournament life at risk. It's fine to shove with ace-9. It's not so fine to call when you're down to 18,900. Because if you shove, you're giving yourself 2 chances to win. You can get everybody to fold, in which case you pick up the antes and the blinds, or you go up against a stronger hand but you suck out. You look out, which happened yesterday a couple of times on the high roller table. We've seen it happen today on our feature table. That's poker. But King 8 off is not going to do it on this particular occasion for Abdullah. King 9 suited for Sweeney. Says no. Alex gone with utter muck. Sandvig in the hijack position with ace-9 off. Raises to 1-2. Blinds 2 and 5. Remember that big blind ante of 500 as well, so that just makes the action flow that little bit more. 6-5 suited. 6-5 off. Interesting call. This is going to be an intriguing flop. If this flop comes down low with an ace. Wow. That'll do nicely. That'll do very, very nicely. Yeah, I'll take the nuts there. Thanks very much, mate. Flops a straight. There's our Spaniard. And just bets a K. 1,000 just to induce the call. 38-9 left for Sandvig, who misses again. This is the only problem for Cabrero, is that, or perhaps I should be saying Carbo, that his opponent just has nothing. Another small bet, just another teaser bet. It's 6,600 in the pot, and you're betting 1-5. And again he gets him to call. This is brilliant. This is absolutely brilliant. There is no way out for Sandvig, and if the ace hits, he's in serious trouble. Ends up being a bigger straight. It just stays. Didn't really matter. It's still going to be a 6-eye straight, but 5. on the board does put a couple of hands in. Like if he's got an ace in his hand, which he does, he may very well be thinking to himself, "Oh, I like this. I like this. It's going to be 6k to call, and Sandvik has a straight with the ace in his hand, and it could easily have been a case of he goes, well, we're splitting this. We both have aces. But how about that? You just flop the nuts. Sometimes those little connectors can just play beautifully, even when they're not suited. And on that occasion, when the flop comes down, 2, 3, 4, and you've got 6-5 in your hand. Thank you, dealer. Sharansky, who has not been afraid to get busy, says nope. At the Party Poker Irish Poker Open in the City West Hotel in Dublin, booked out. Can't get a room. Whole place is entirely booked out. And there's a lot of British cars in the car park. My car came from the UK but was not UK regged. It was never registered there. It was intended for the UK market and then came over to Ireland instead. So it has all the nice bells and whistles on it, which I very much appreciate. And meant that I got a great deal on it as well. Thank you, Hertz. Other car hire companies are available, but the team down there did me a solid. As long as I gave them a few mentions on the podcast, they were like, we'll give you a deal on this BMW. And then they went, oh shit, it's an X-Drive with heated seats and heated steering wheel. The headlights are 1,500 quid a pop. We didn't realize. Can you give us more mentions on your podcast? Because I'm like, I'm not paying you more for this. And they're like, no, we don't want that. Just put more mentions on the show. No problem.
Do you get that often then?
More often than you'd think, actually, bizarrely. Lego sent me a shitload of stuff.
Really?
And I mean a shitload of stuff.
Okay.
They've built Back to the Future models. The adult market became huge during COVID.
Okay.
And they realized that they started doing surveys. Because obviously adults are buying Lego online because they're buying it for their kids.
Okay.
But then they realized, wait a second, they're not buying it for their children. They're buying it for themselves. A la me. So they've changed the design of the box. The boxes aren't as colourful anymore. They're now black and slick, and very sleek.
Yes.
So I bought and built the Lego Batman tumbler and tweeted about it. And my kitten jumped into the Daily Bugle box, the Spider-Man one. The box is huge, and she sleeps in it. Now, why you want to sleep on these bricks, I have no idea, but Stark wants to do that. So they sent me the Lego Creator Expert Ford Mustang and the Back to the Future DeLorean. And it's like this size,
That's class.
and it's huge.
I'd
It's
love
gigantic.
that.
And you can switch it to the 3 different versions of the DeLorean too. You can have it like the old West DeLorean, the flying DeLorean, or the one that Marty has to use where they need the lightning to go back. You missed out on our Spanish friend making a
Cabro.
short. He made a light call pre-flop and flopped the absolute nuts 6-5, and it comes down 3-2-4. Thank you very much.
He likes 6-5. Remember, he 3-bet with it.
He did. That's correct.
This guy has been the most impressive for me, John Howlett. He's running the show here, it looks like.
And it was John he was up against, and he just kept. Sorry, it was Sadvik he was up against, and he just kept tease betting 1-5, 2K.
Okay.
You know, he kept extracting the maximum out of him, and Sadvik had an ace in his hand, and it deuce falls on the river, which means it ends up being a straight on the board. But sorry, 5 falls on the river, so there's a straight on the board. So
Okay.
he's now thinking to himself, oh well, we're going to chop this pot. That's what's going to happen.
But
he's got
the bigger,
ace
he's
jack,
the bigger straight.
but he's got the 6-5, and there was no reason to think that he did. It was terrific the way it played out. Aside from that, you haven't missed an awful lot.
Okay. Howlett again raising 1.2.
To 5 with pocket 5s. So the blinds have now gone up to 2 and 5 with the ante being 500 as well, which should speed up the action. But having said all of that, we're not seeing. Oh, no, maybe we're going to see something crazy happen here because we've got a pocket pair first.
Oh, this is huge. Yeah. Kenny Sweeney.
All right, brace.
Big slick.
Buckle up, folks. Get the popcorn ready.
Sweeney is going to 3-bet here for sure.
So
I think John gets out of the way, I'm sure.
Sharansky's call I love, disguising the strength of his hand. But what does Sweeney do?
Sweeney's going to 3-bet for
And
sure.
and that's-
John is burning money here. 3.5. Well, it's 2.3. He's getting implied odds, I guess, because he would expect Sharansky to get involved.
They've all called. This is.
Ah, yeah.
So obviously the jacks and the ace king were going to go to war. I didn't expect the 5 to be in there. 7, 4, 9.
Well, it's a great board for jacks.
Fantastic board for him.
Sharansky, he's really under-repped his hand here. He's
Yeah.
flattered John Howlett's original raise and then just flattered the 3-bet from Kenny Sweeney. Kenny Sweeney is going to come out and fire, and this all makes sense. He's the one that 3-bet. He's saying here, right, I've got the premium hand. I'm the one here with the aces and kings,
Yeah.
and I think John is going to get squeezed out of this. He does fold, and Sharansky's going nowhere. He's for sure going to be continuing, and I think he just, from what I've seen of him, he's just going to flat call.
I think you're right. I think he's going to try and extract as much as he possibly can from this hand by, again, continuing to underrep it.
Yeah, at the same time, it's always plausible that he's up against a premium like aces, kings, or queens. So he's like thinking to himself, right, we'll call here and reassess things on the turn. And well,
Now,
he's
this-
not getting off this turn because he has a combo draw. He's a straight draw.
Does, but now all of a sudden there's the flush possibility for Sweeney because he's got the superior spade in his hand
Absolutely,
with the kings,
absolutely.
which does slightly concern. But you are right. There's the gut shot straight draw. Jack's still in command.
Sharansky in check call mode. Interesting card for Sweeney. I think he checks this back. Kenny Sweeney does check back.
You are correct. So
And
it's a free
hope to
go.
hit ace king or a spade, and that'll work. That will work.
That's nasty on Sharansky in how he underripped his hand, and there's no reason. And now he leads it.
now
Oh
he leads
dear
out with
me!
the weakest hand. It's just a call here. Kenny just calls.
6-2.
Kenny's not folding here. Calls.
Is there any chance he raises?
No. Why would he raise? Because, I mean, yeah, he just flat called. I mean, raising wouldn't really make sense there because he's never getting called by a weaker hand.
Yeah.
You get me? He's just not going to get called. It's not beneficial for him to raise. But the
He knows what's happened is that he's gotten lucky. He's gotten lucky. Sorry, I just spotted a few of the lads. This is the joys of commentating live. But I think one of our players who we've been talking about, and to be fair, Kenny Sweeney, we've been very complimentary of. So we're in a 50-minute delay, and Kenny just came over and gave us a big thumbs up with a smile, as if we'd select him at some point, but we hadn't. Thank God. So his friends are like, "Oh no, it's all good, it's all good." We've not been trash talking Kenny. Yeah, standard of play has been great. It's been really high caliber. I still don't know why this is anonymous on the screen. Queen Jack suited for Abdullah, whose stack has dropped down to 11-2. Oh dear God, he's running to aces. Sweeney's got aces. Now we're on a 15-minute delay. Is this why Sweeney was just smiling at us so much?
Yeah, well,
this
no,
why?
he's watching
Or-
the TV behind us that's
Yeah.
showing the hand, so I guess.
But he was given a big thumbs up
Yeah,
and a
he was
smile.
good. He was in good form. So
So
I'm guessing these aces don't
Either
get cracked.
something chaotic is about to happen, and he's in a good mood, and he's just trying to laugh it off. So he's decided to 3-bet to 2-7. Howlett's got pocket eights, pocket pair in the big blind, 2,200 to call, stack of 70k, 4 bets to 5-4. 4 bets. Queen Jack goes into the muck. That is the best possible thing that could have happened for Abdullah. He doesn't know it yet. Now, Sweeney. What do you do in this position?
I think.
Do you shove?
I think it looks to me like he's up against a premium hand, so he's going to try and get all the money over the line. And
In your position, do you go all in here?
I think against the 4-bet, it looks super strong. Any 4-bet is super strong, so I'm 5-betting with aces. Now, against a player as aggressive as John, he could smooth call because he does have position. Sorry, he doesn't. You see, he's first to act, Kenny. So there is the 5-bet.
You're right. So you actually made the case that what he was going to do was raise and not go all in, and that's exactly what he's done. So he's made it 13-3 to call. Howlett lets it go. That's a very controlled fold. For a brief moment there, I thought the fact that Kenny was smiling so much that it was either a case of he was just taking it on the chin and the aces had been cracked, or he just knocked out 2 players. Anything could have happened there. Because we're on a 15-minute delay, we don't know, and we're too far away from the table to actually know what the story is. So he is adding to his stack. And I believe our feature table is going to go on break. And we're going to switch out to the ladies' main event, which I'm just going to confirm. Hang up, hold Matt Tough. Vinton's going to take over.
Yes, that was big hand. Kenny with the aces, 5 bets, and John Howlett folding the 8s. So basically, we're going to go on a short break, I think.
I can confirm, sir, that you and I are off for dinner. We got half an hour, and then when we come back at the Party Poker Irish Open live stream, it's the ladies' main event final
Sounds
table.
good to me. I'm
That's
happy
what we're
with
going
that.
doing. Considering that we had to rush to get our food yesterday, we ain't making that mistake again. So, Finton and I are outsies. We'll talk to you.
Hello, welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open. I'm with Philip and Fergal from Rapid Response Ukraine. So tell us, what is this all about?
So Rapid Response Ukraine obviously is in our response to the Ukrainian crisis at the moment. So it was 5 weeks ago. I have a couple of developers work with a startup, and they were in Kharkiv. They had to flee the country, or flee to the west of the country. And they didn't want to pick up an AK-47, but they wanted to do something for their country. So they were getting medical requests from heads of health departments all over the Ukraine. And they were connecting them with people like myself in the West and said, listen, can you help? And we were sent requests for like incubators and medicines that we didn't know where to get medicines. This is like on a WhatsApp chat. And then they said they ran out of body bags. They didn't even have enough body bags to bury the dead. So we were like, look, that was it. We said, we got to do something. So I found the local funeral director, David McGowan in Sligo, who's like, oh, I've pallets and pallets of body bags. So that was it. Let's get the body bags to the border. That was the simple mission. And then it started out, actually, JP from this festival gave a donation. A mate, Mark Walsh, from the local casino in Sligo, said, I'll come with you. And then through JP, we had a contact with Marcin, who's involved in Pokio and On Game, and he ended up being our driver and fixer. So it was like the poker community right across Europe came on board, met us from the airport. The body bags ended up going into piling medicine around it, stockpiling medical supplies around it, and then we got it to Ukrainian drivers, and 40 hours later we got it to Kharkiv. So we're now have established a supply run where we can get medicines to battlefield towns where the Red Cross and UNICEF can't. So this is a vital supply line. So what we've done now is we just rinse and repeat. We're just raising funds and then just getting the meds now to Ukraine. It's getting better and better, and we're on our 4th or 5th delivery at the moment. So this is what we're doing, and this is why, like, I suppose Philip here is another local poker player, and he's got involved and is helping us out in the fundraising side of things. So that's what we're doing up here.
So sort of like a payments operation management coming in here. Just we came in and we got a third-party company to provide us with a digital payment unit that's over there, Tap to Donate, which allows people, if they don't have any cash on them, just come in and tap the card down. Money then goes directly to the charity. They've also kind of absorbed a lot of the fees from it, so we could get as much as we can to the charity. And aside from that, I'm just helping any way I can with Farrell. And look, it's a great cause. It moves me. We met a lovely young woman working at this event here today, and she came up. And I have to say, it moved me because she asked us what we were doing, and she quivered a little bit, and she says, you know, I'm from Ukraine. And she says, my brother is. And I have to be honest with you, I was holding back to connect with someone who was genuinely doing it. A beautiful young person here whose family is there, and that's one person that I've connected with personally. And now I'm getting an idea of the grand scheme of things and how it's affecting people. And this is only motivating me now to want to help more myself and Fergal. And Fergal is doing fantastic what he's done, and all the people, the doctors in Sligo, and all the people that's came in together, and Mark Walsh and Johan and all these guys who's gelled just to get this going. And look, it's amazing. I couldn't help but knock it on board. I couldn't.
I mean, you've already raised quite a phenomenal amount. Just you had a charity tournament as well.
Yeah.
How did that go?
Yeah, like special shout out like to JP, Paul, everyone at the Irish Open. And on top of that, like we got the reg fees from that, which came in at like 7.5, and the dealer tips as well. So even the dealers like took out from their tips to give towards this. So like we made 9,500 on that, which 9,500, our weekly loads, we might do a load for about 12,000. So that's the guts of a load going to a town. That's direct from the tournament organisers. So what we're doing now is we're going to hang out here for the week, and we're going to get like donations. People are going to donate a percentage of their potential winnings in the Irish Open, and have more chance of winnings with the good luck here. So they're hopefully going to get donations from players or get some hard cash and match what the tourney operators have done as well. Like. So basically, and it's amazing because it's back to the poker community from the start of it, and the poker community like pumping the funds into it right now, and it's just a real testament to the goodness and the generosity that's in this room here today. It's amazing.
You must feel really, really proud. Well done. Thank you so much. I'm going to make sure I'm going to go around and tell everyone to dig deep in their pockets. I'm going to also give a donation. Let's hope we do Ukraine proud. Thank you. Day 3 at the Irish Open 2022 was another successful day wrapped up as we saw Day 1A of the €1 million guaranteed main event kick off in full swing. The Coin Rivet 5K High Roller also concluded its play, and the commentary and live stream got well underway with hosts Vinton Gavin and Emma Kennedy. The America's Cup invited all players to join them in the €350 buy-in tournament. The Heads Up crowned Anthony Blanor as its champ, with Wahid Ashraf taking the Hendon Mob Championship for close to €11,000. Off the felt, there's always the crack, as we had a shuffleboard tournament take place with lots of eager players looking to win a prize. Much fun was had by all on and off the felt, as the music played and the festivities got into full swing. The high roller continued into the early hours, after lots of exciting play, but finally it was Alex Peffley who took it down heads up versus Christos Xanthopoulos for over €111,000. Not a bad payday. Hello, welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open. I'm joined by Wahid Ashraf, champion of the Hendon Mob Championship. You've had a phenomenal start to the Irish Open.
Yeah, I've had a really good start. I'm very pleased with myself.
Yeah.
Things are going well.
So talk us through, so the first event, the mixed game, came second.
Yeah, became second in the mixed games. Should have had 2 trophies, but that's the way it is, you know. Happens poker.
And talk to us about this event. How easy was it? It was quite a late or early morning, shall we say?
It was a very hard grind, very long hours. I was absolutely shattered.
Yeah.
But I'm happy, delighted. You know, hope the week gets better.
Yeah. Well, you've had a nice
Not
win.
asking for much, but you know.
A nice win of €10,825. Pretty nice payday. So you'll be jumping straight in the main and
That's right.
free rolling.
That's right. Hopefully, go deep in that as well.
Yeah, you had a great hand with fours, right? And the crowd went wild.
Yeah, that's right.
And they're here to cheer you on as well.
Yeah, all my friends are here, so we're all having a good week.
All right, well, great to talk to you, and hopefully we'll see you back up here again sometime soon.
Thank you. Thanks.
Hello and welcome. I'm Laura Cornelius, and we are back for a very busy day here at the Irish Open 2022. There is still time to get involved in the main event through a satellite for just €115. There's one going on behind me right now. There'll be another at 4 p.m. and again tomorrow at 12 p.m. and at 4 p.m. although main event day 1A has officially begun at midday today. We also have the conclusion of the High Roller, which will crown a champion, and the conclusion of the Heads Up event, which started yesterday. We come back with 8 players today to a winner, and the America's Cup has also begun today. So exciting times. Also, the live stream and the commentary will begin today with our favourite commentators. Of course, Mr. Emmett Kennedy will be there, as well as Fintan Gavin. So stay tuned, and if you want to catch some blog updates, you can head over to irishpokeropen.com and follow our YouTube channel.
Ladies and gentlemen, we had 2 championship events take place yesterday and today, and we want to make an official presentation to our 2 winners. We had the Heads Up Challenge, won this afternoon, 64 runners, €5,640 goes to our winner. Congratulations to Anthony Blaney. Well done, Anthony. Well done, Anthony. Congratulations to you. And ladies and gentlemen, also a winner very early in the morning. We're going to ask Roland to join us on stage representing the Hendon Mob. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the Hendon Mob Championship here at the Irish Open, winning €10,825, beating 331 other participants in the event. Please put your hands together for Wahid Ashraf. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to both our winners. We'd like to invite Fergal Naylan up now. Fergal is going to say a few words as part of our sponsored charity here this week. Fergal has done tremendous work with the UK Relief Project that he has put together with himself, friends and colleagues. Fergal, you have a stand outside for us. Just tell us a little about what you have done for the charity so far.
Yeah, so firstly I got to thank JP, Paul Riley and the Irish Open. We got $9.5 grand from event number 1, from the organisers and from the dealers' tips. So that's $9.5 grand that goes direct, no wages, not even the price of the stand out there, goes direct to medicine, which goes to battlefield hospitals that Red Cross and UNICEF can't reach right now. So while they're sitting on their hands playing politics, we're doing back roads like the French Resistance, getting the meds that's needed to the people that need it on the ground. So what we're doing, we got to stand outside, we're calling it Do Good and Run Good. So you can donate straight into the bucket or a percentage of main event cash, but every single penny that goes in those buckets gets sent direct to the Ukraine. So I want to thank the staff, the people for having us here this week, Phil, JP, the dealers and all the players who've been massively generous. Thanks a million, guys. Slava Ukraini.
And Fergal, I know I don't only speak for myself, but I'm not even for the poker community, but for people in general. Tremendous job you're doing. Fair dues to you, bud. Great job. Well done. Congratulations. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, once again, our first tables are going to be on break in a little over 4 minutes' time. Best of luck to everybody for the remainder of the championship. And remember, all championship winners right throughout the week will receive their prizes here on our presentation stage. Good luck, everybody.
Hello, welcome back to the Irish Open. I'm Laura Cornelius. I am joined by Daniel Pilgrim. How are you, Daniel? Did you just come here today?
Yeah, I got here this morning. Flew in about 9 a.m. from Stansted. We're a long night in London. Terrible. But so I'm glad to be here. It's actually my first time here, so.
Is it? Oh, wow. You are in for a treat. We have lots of fun here at the Irish Open, as I'm sure you've seen.
I've heard about it. I've heard all about it.
Are you going to be playing many events? Tell us what you've got planned.
So my current plan is I'm currently in the 8-game run break. I'm going to play a few main event highlights and then buy in anyway if I don't win a seat, and then the 1K PLO to finish it off.
And what's your specialty normally?
Full card PLO now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's fun.
Yeah, but normally back home we play 6 card and it's just even worse. Swings.
So how's it been going poker-wise for you? Obviously, there's not been much live the last few years.
No, but there are a ton of private games happening back in the UK, so I've been playing a lot of those. And the stakes I've been playing now have just slowly risen over the last 6 months.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah.
So, ready to crush?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Get ready for Vegas in June for WSOP, so should be good.
Okay, and ready for the crack here at the Irish Open. There's lots of
yeah.
fun to be had. Feraldo right here, stood at the bar waiting for him to go back to...
Ready to do a Jaeger bomb again.
Yeah, ready for another Jaeger bomb.
So I'll be ready I'm prepared for the drinking as well. So.
And you do some DJing as well, is that right?
I do, yeah. And take photos as well, but I ain't got none of my stuff for me, so I ain't doing none of that this trip.
Just this one is purely poker, right?
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
So, left my girlfriend at home, come back here for a week, and then play again for another week next week. So
Party's on. Thank
Yeah.
you so much for chatting with us.
No
Good luck
problem, anytime.
in all the events that you play.
I appreciate that. Pleasure to see you.
Hello, welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open in Dublin. I'm here with the winner of Event 1, which was the Six Max €350 buy-in, Leo Lombardosi.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Well done. You won €13,750. How good did that feel?
Yeah, it's okay. It's cool. Actually, I play very high stake normally, so this kind of money like come and go in and go out very fast. So yes, I'm happy. It don't change my life at all. It don't change like nothing. But I'm just very happy because I take a trophy at home because now I live in Dublin. So
wow.
this is very nice. And yes, I don't thinking to play this tournament. Actually, I very come late to I reach the last level. Because my friends come to visit me here and tell me yes, let's go play live a little bit. I don't play poker live until World Series of Poker in next November. So I say why not? And yeah, the tournament was pretty cool because it's max and you have a lot of action. And yes, after that everything gonna to be cool. And I finished in heads up versus other French guy, and the heads up was pretty long, but it's my specialty, so I win in the end, and it was pretty cool. And I got to put this in my home in the fireplace, you know.
The mantelpiece.
Yes, exactly. So yes.
Star Pride. So you live in Dublin. Tell us, how much do you enjoy being here in Dublin? How fun is it?
Yeah, it's very nice here. I already come here for other events, but yes, like Irish Open is a very nice event, and I can't wait for the main event because it's going to be very fun, I think. I like City West Hotel. It's very nice place. Maybe one of the best places I never play in poker actually. And yes, I think like we don't like you know everybody think about Vegas or place like this for poker, but in Europe we have very nice place too. Maybe better for sure. From like here for me is better than the Rio in Las Vegas. So
Oh, wow. Indeed,
yes.
I think so too. And this was a charity event. We raised over 9,000 euros for Rapid Response Ukraine. That must feel good as well.
Yeah, this is very cool. I'm very happy for that, and because this situation is very bad, and yes, we hope it's going to be quit very fast.
Next event for you here at the Irish Open?
The main event tomorrow and the high roller, and that's it. I'm going to play cash game more, I think. And yes, that's it. But yes, I'm gonna to come every day because yes, I'm at home, and yes, is my event because yes, I live here, so yeah.
Congratulations
Thank you
once
so much.
again. Merci beaucoup. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening to you all. And on behalf of JP McCann and Paul O'Reilly, I'd like to formally welcome you to the Irish Open 2022. In the last 24 hours, we've had 2 championship games won by 2 players. And I'd like, first of all, to invite the first championship winner of the event up on stage to receive his prize. He won €14,000 in the Six Max charity event run yesterday with 186 runners. This charity event was run for Rapid Response Ukraine, and this event raised a fantastic €9,411 for the charity. Well done to JP and for Paul for running this fantastic event. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the Six Max charity event, please welcome Leo Lombardozzi. Leo, congratulations. Well done to you. You want to say a few words, Leo?
If I want to say something.
Do you want to say some words?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, lovely. Here we go.
Okay. So I want to say thank you to my luck, because I was fucking lucky for winning this tournament, obviously. And yes, my first trophy in live, and I hope not the last. Thank you.
Congratulations, Leo. Well done to you, sir. Spend the money wisely. Ladies and gentlemen, our second championship event, the 8 game, €5,275, was won by an Irish legend, a legend of the poker felts. Delighted he took home this prize. Ladies and gentlemen, the championship 8 game winner, the one and only Mickey Muldoon. Michael, well done, sir. Mickey, give us a hug. Slow motion. Well done. Well done.
Thank you.
You going to say a few words, mate?
I'll pass.
Are you sure?
Fine, mate.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mick is a very, very shy guy, so he's not going to say a few words. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, on behalf of JP McCann and Paul O'Reilly, we're delighted to see you all back at the tables here at the 2022 Irish Open. A multitude of championship events are going to take place over the next few days, and we'd like to wish you all the very best of luck. Good luck, everybody.
Hello, welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open. I'm Laura Cornelius, joined by Ian Simpson, former Irish Open champion in 2013. It's a long while ago.
9 years now.
Yeah. So how are you enjoying the Irish Open this year? We've been away for a little while. Is it good to be back?
It's very good to be back. 2 years with no live cards was sad. Necessary, but sad. And now it's back, and it's like it hasn't changed. It's fantastic. Everyone's full of beans. Everyone's having fun. They're taking my money, so everyone's in good spirits.
So what have you been playing already? Because I've seen you on the felt, a lot.
Any tournaments that has 2 cards in them I've been playing. So yeah, I'm in the high roller satellite right now. So hoping to get into the big one tonight.
How's it going?
It was going well, then Terry Jordan took 10k off me with his kings. Who give Terry Jordan kings? I just told him off about it.
Well, hopefully, there's still time. We can still see you at 6 p.m. and the main event is starting tomorrow. Are you going to play tomorrow?
Hopefully not. Hopefully I'm in the 5k. But yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Hopefully. That's a fair way away, but yeah. Hopefully I'll play the 5k. If not, I'll play the 1k.
And for someone that's won this tournament in the past, how does that feel, that moment when you pick up that trophy?
That was blurry. It feels like it wasn't me. It feels like another human did that, and I somehow have that memory. It's very strange.
And for those of you that don't know, you proposed to your fiance at the time.
I had the wedding ring in my pocket. I was going to do it at St. Stephen's Green, which is a lovely place down from the old venue. So I wasn't nervous about the cards at all. And then all of a sudden, I got all the nerves all at once after the last hand was dealt, because it was this bulging ring in my pocket that I was like, oh, I'm going to do a thing. All of a sudden, I was really nervous. So, yeah, that was good times.
Yeah,
Good
shame she's
memory.
not here this time.
First time in 10 years she hasn't come to the Irish Open. Yeah.
Well, she's a mummy now.
She's a mum. She's a mum. She's got a little one to look after. So.
Indeed. And I saw you last night. Do you still talk strategy with David and Dara? Do you still improve your game regularly?
Yeah. Got to get the right balance between playing and study. So I should study more than I do, but I still do it. Yeah, got to with some of the demons out here. You got to try and keep up.
So all the event, you're playing all the events. Do you think Hold'em's still your strongest game?
Oh, 100%. I don't play the other games. I keep meaning to learn PLO and high-low, and then I keep regging Hold'em tables because it's what I know and that's where I can make money. So if studying another game would be downtime away from making money playing Hold'em. So that's kind of how I keep looking at it, but I definitely should diversify and learn some of the other games, especially for the World Series, where there's some juicy games to be had.
Right, well, we hope to see you doing very well here at the Irish Open. Thank you so much, Ian Simpson.
Thank you.
Hello, welcome back to the Irish Open here at the City West Hotel. I'm with Gogan, who has been here all week.
Yes, I've been here a very long time, but I'm leaving tomorrow.
Ah,
Yeah.
so you've been here for the Norwegian Poker Championships, right?
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit more about that? How did it go for you?
Nothing much to tell, I'm afraid. I lost at everything I played, but I won the party.
Well, I can tell you won the
Yes.
party because, this is very noticeable. Do you wear? Is this the lucky or the not so lucky jacket?
It was lucky the last time I was here.
Oh.
Then I won an event in the Irish Open. But this year, no luck. But still, it's the social thing that is the most important for me. The poker is kind of secondary. Yeah.
Everybody says this about this place.
Yeah, it's a fantastic place.
And how do you see the difference from when the Norwegian Championships ends and the Irish Open starts? Does it get more fun?
It's a little bit less people now, but this is the start of the Irish. So I guess it will become more and more people, and then it will probably be the same. It's just much people in the Irish as in the Norwegian. And on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, it should be totally chaos here. Party for everybody.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. So.
But you're going in 2 days, so you won't be playing the main event of the Irish
No,
Open.
I'm playing the 8th game now, and that's my last event. And maybe I can cash because I haven't had a cash in any other events. But I'm going to Malaga tomorrow.
Oh, a poker tournament?
No, to detox before I go home.
Good idea.
Yeah, so I'll be there 3 days and then I go home.
I've got a theory for you as well. So if this jacket was lucky the last time, I think you need to change your jacket each time.
Well, I have 2 of this, actually. So I have one at home and one here. I bought it in Vegas, and next time I probably play the World Series in a couple of months. And then I think I will buy my 3rd jacket.
I'm looking forward to see it. Thank you so much for chatting with us. Good luck. This could be the one. Fingers
Yes, I hope
crossed.
so. Fingers crossed. Thanks.
The Irish Open is now in full swing as 4 champions were crowned on the starting day, and day 2's action was fast and furious as we saw the 5k high roller, the heads up and the Hendon Mob Championship all get underway. Bellarmino de Souza officially leads the 41 survivors into day 2 of the 5k high roller, although registration remains open until the end of level 10. Notable names still in the field include former Irish Open champion Ian Simpson, who scooped a satellite seat, Mark McDonnell and John Duthie. The winner will be crowned very shortly. The €250 Hendon Mob Championship also reached a strong 332-player field and are now down to just 5 players. Play will conclude with the winner taking €13,900 for first. The €350 Heads-Up Championship event also got well underway, which will continue to day 2. 64 players have been whittled down to 8. With some very familiar names in the field from day 1's Six Max Championship being sent to the rail, including David Lappin, Dara Davey and winner Leo Lombardosi. There's plenty of time to get involved in the main event, which kicks off shortly, and the poker room looks set to get busier and busier as we heat up for all the action of the Irish Open here in Dublin. Hello and welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open. I am with John Hesp. How are you doing, John?
I'm doing very well, thank you. And yourself?
I know. Well, it's been a long while since anyone has been here playing poker tournaments. It feels a bit alien, doesn't it?
It does indeed. In fact, I just told you a moment ago, I mean, I've been looking forward to this for 3 years. I met JP over in Malta back in October 19, and he suggested I might like to come and join him in April 2020. Well, you all know what happened in March 2020, and the world went crazy, and it's taken sort of 3 years to get here almost, and I'm here now for the main event on starting Wednesday.
We are here. We're excited. The buzz is still here. Have you been to the Irish Open before?
No, this is my first time. I've been to Ireland actually a couple of times, but never to play poker. So this would be the first.
Well, a lot of players come here and they actually don't even play poker because they're too busy at the bar or just at random events having fun.
Well, yes, I'm sure. I mean, I know the Irish like a flutter, and of course we had the big race over in England on Saturday, the Grand National, and there was a lot of Irish over for then. And of course, it's been a talking point from a few people. I didn't have a flutter this year, but I did watch the race. It was very interesting. But I'm quite looking forward to this, especially meeting all you guys as well, because it seems so long since I've met you.
So I think we saw each other last in Malta, wasn't it? So how's your poker? Have you been playing a lot online? What's been going on?
A little. I've been playing a little bit of small tournaments online, but overall, I think it's just been home games, recreational players, and my, sort of playing with my friends at home, and just keeping in practice. But it's all. It doesn't matter how much practice you get. It's all about what happens on the day, isn't it? Really, and I'm looking forward to getting off to a good start on Wednesday, hopefully, on day 1A.
Are you playing something today?
I'm playing a tournament, yes. It starts, well, in about 5 minutes. So.
The charity one?
Is it? Well, whatever it is. What is it? What's that one? You tell me.
Oh, it's event 3. No, it's a 150 no limit hold'em.
It's only a small one, yes, but it's just to get in some practice.
You need practice,
so
yeah.
Are you here on your own then, or have you come with your entourage?
My entourage? I do not have an entourage.
Oh, I don't believe
you
that.
have an entourage, surely.
I think you've got a bigger following than I have. But anyway, listen, it's lovely to see you, and I hope we get to meet up, because I'm here for a week, well, ish. I booked a single flight, so in case I bust out early and I might go home early, but fingers crossed I might get through to the last day with a bit of luck.
Well, we will continue checking on your progress as the days go on, but best of luck and see you soon.
I'm staying in my jacket and a hat for the main event, so you'll probably see me dressed. No,
I think we'll match, won't we, if you wear yours and I wear mine.
I've got my waistcoat as well, so you can borrow that if you want. Anyway, lovely to see you again.
Thank you so much, John Hesp.
Bye-bye.
Welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open. I'm here with the winner of Event 2, Michael Muldoon, who took away over €5,000. It was the 8-game mix. How did you find the tournament?
Oh, very good. It's very refreshing. Most people play very quickly at the mixed game, so it's a nice change up from Hold'em.
So the event you actually won on was the stud. Is that your game? What would you say is your strongest game?
Probably the pot limit Omaha would be my strongest game, but the stud's pretty straightforward.
How did you find your other competitors in the field?
It was interesting to say the least. I had a boy folded a quarter pot to me, open folded his hand, and I had a boy stick with ace and deuce to 7, which is a big mistake as well. So some of them were nice to play with.
That's a nice way of putting it. Anyway, you're the one lifting the trophy. That must feel good. Event 2, the start of the series here.
Yeah, lovely. Nice to get a tournament win under your belt and hopefully push on over the next couple of events.
You're going to play the high roller, the main?
Probably play the high roller in the main, yeah.
All right. Well, congratulations once again. Event 2's winner.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. Thank you.
Hello and welcome. I'm Laura Cornelius and we are back for a very busy day here at the Irish Open 2022. There is still time to get involved in the main event through a satellite for just €115. There's one going on behind me right now. There'll be another at 4 p.m. and again tomorrow at 12 p.m. and at 4 p.m. although main event day 1A has officially begun at midday today. We also have the conclusion of the high roller, which will crown a champion, and the conclusion of the heads up event, which started yesterday. We come back with 8 players today to a winner, and the America's Cup has also begun today. So exciting times. Also, the live stream and the commentary will begin today with our favorite commentators. Of course, Mr. Emmett Kennedy will be there, as well as Fintan Gavin. So stay tuned, and if you want to catch some blog updates, you can head over to irishpokeropen.com and follow our YouTube channel. Hello and welcome back on day 2 of our coverage here at the Irish Open at the City West Hotel.
And you're very welcome back to the City West Hotel in Dublin, where Fintan Gavin and Emmett Kennedy are with you for commentary on now switching up from the main event. Yesterday we did the high roller event for you. We did day 1B of the main event, which is, by the way, still stacked. We're talking to some of the players off air, Ono D included, but we switched it up to the final table of the ladies main event, and there's some very, very high class players in here, and I'm expecting a lot of action. You know an awful lot about these players, by the way, so
yeah, I mean,
the leaning heavily on you, my man.
The ladies community. Well, unfortunately, it's a small community in the poker industry.
Well, poker was always seen as an intimidating world for women to go into, but that's changed.
Totally. We have a few here. Jenny would be one of the ones I'd earmark. We also have Una, who is she's actually a biochemist, and she has made the final table along with her sister Grace. So that's a huge story emerging.
She can provide some medication to us over here.
Yeah.
The event continues.
There's a couple of stories here. There's also Chucky, but we have an all in straight away.
Oh wow, pocket tens. Well, with pocket tens, you're going to do it.
That's Jenny just folding there. That's Grace.
That's from under the gun as well.
Una on your left, and it looks like Marina, is it?
I think so.
No, it's Mitchell from Brighton, I think.
Mitchell in C2.
Yeah, Mitchell is C2 from Brighton. And in C3, from the Antrim Sports Club, that's Chucky. She's a tattoo artist. And
no.
Yeah, really? It's a bit of a tell. I believe she really is a live wire.
Those
She's
tattoos
a great
are
character.
Class.
Yeah.
There are some tattoos that don't work.
That's class.
If you look at like Daniel Agger's artwork, it's phenomenal. That's Daniel Agger level artwork. Like, that is phenomenal.
I know, but I don't think it would suit me though.
It wouldn't suit me, mate, and it wouldn't suit you.
Okay.
But she makes it work.
Yeah, she definitely makes
Daniel
it work.
Agger makes it work. She makes it work. You got to have that kind of swag, I think. And Fintan's got. By the way, Fintan is the most popular person here. I walk into the bar and there's just like, Fintan! Oh, you're getting out screaming and roaring.
Why aren't you here with us? What are you having?
Finn, what's the crack, Fintan? Who was listening to you there? You're having the crack.
This is Sarah Link.
Against Jennifer McClelland.
Yeah, that's Jenny. Now, Jenny has a lot of experience. She's been playing for quite some time. She's here with her partner, Andy. She's been around the scene for 10 plus years, more, probably 15 plus years. She's playing tournaments. And if I was to pick a winner here, I would pick Jenny. 76. I'm not sure what the blinds are. 4,000. So she's about 20. Yeah, she's 20 big blinds. and she lets rip here with the ace jack, and
Suited.
it's Sarah in the big blind with queen 10 off and folds.
And she gets out of the way. So
Yeah,
all-in gets through. So we've seen 2 all-ins already. So instantly, obviously we're getting a feel for these players because we're only now getting to see them, but already they're not messing around. This isn't about, look, they've already cashed. This is about winning.
Yeah, they're in the money. I mean, it's the title is prestigious. It's the ladies' championship event here at the Irish Open. It's a trophy event. There's
But
big money at stake.
How many times, though, over the years have we watched tournaments at the Irish Open where players just try and fold their way up the leaderboard? It doesn't work in this day and age.
Difficult,
You were saying this yesterday.
Difficult,
You've
yeah.
got to push.
Yeah. I don't think we're super deep here with 4K big blind. Chip leader sitting on 200K, and a lot of them are bunched together then. Seems like basically Sarah's on 100K. Now,
So
this-
Orthel makes a raise with
Yeah.
King 9 off, 10-7 suited.
yeah, that's actually
Gets out of the way.
Una Ortel. B is probably her second name. That's Una. She won a tournament.
All in from Preston.
Okay, well, this is a tough spot for Una. You see, they're so short. Una's getting a big price here, but it should be a fold. I expect she'll fold, but it's not straightforward, Emmett. It's 37 to call, so it's less than 10 bigs, and it really depends on what her perception of Chucky is. What she's called. I'm surprised Una's called here. Una actually won a
This
tournament.
Is this is her tournament, life on the line.
Yes.
And she's the underdog as well. So it's suited for Preston.
Preston, well, that's
Whoa,
horrible.
she's hit the 9. She's hit the 9.
But a jack would work, or a 10. That's Una Ortel.
She's only got 4 outs now left in the deck.
Una
5
ahead.
doesn't
That's
help.
Chucky. She's not really liking this board, and I won't
No,
blame her.
and it hasn't.
It's over for Chucky.
That is.
It's a pity we didn't get to see more of this girl.
It really is.
Yeah, and you
'cause
can just see her nodding the head, but she's taken it pretty well.
She has.
It's
to
her
be fair.
first live. It's her first big live event. She plays in the Antrim Sports Club. They do a chip count, very similar stacks.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, we lose Chucky.
I think that Una just had like 1K more than her. I think that's how
Incredible,
it
yeah.
was playing out. One of the interesting things that I learned from Ono D.
Yes.
I was saying there was very little mistakes. There was very few. So you've sat in the commentary box with me on at the Irish Poker Open. You've seen plenty of donk play over the years, and he said, "You know what's weird is, as you say that, one of the guys on the table was hyper aggressive. He was calling out of position and raising out of position with 9 deuce and 8 deuce and going to showdown with it. And he said the second they got to the feature table, locked up.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Once
yeah.
the camera went on him, locked
Yeah,
up entirely.
Interesting point.
And it is a like obviously this main event. This is they're playing for a trophy, these women. But I just wonder how their play will change now that the camera's on and their families, their friends, the supporters in the poker community are watching them. Is their dynamic going to be affected as well?
I guess that's a really valid point, Emmett. It's really interesting. What I'm looking forward to seeing how this unfolds. This particular event we're watching, the ladies' championship. It's incredible. With 2 sisters there, we've Grace.
That's mad.
I
by the
know,
way.
Grace and Una. And would you believe one of them is American and one of them's Irish? Now, can you figure that one out?
One was born in America, one.
That's exactly right. Well, Jesus, you're a genius. Took me, I couldn't figure it out. That's how slow I am. Now, this is Jenny, who is under the gun. Jenny McLennan from Northern Ireland, ace 9. Jenny with 94K, which is about 23 bigs. Jenny, she comes across to me as the most comfortable here. Even though there's 2 big stacks. The big stack here is Grace with over 200K, and also Marina has about 200K. Grace folds early position. I like that fold, Queen Jack.
Yeah, I do too.
Una gets out of the way. Una back in it now after eliminating Chucky. And that is Sarah. Now, Marina with the big stack in the big blind, deciding not to defend with King 4. Marina from France. And Jenny takes that one down. We are 6-handed. This is the ladies' championship event at the Irish Open. And we're watching.
Prize pool is healthy. There was 51 players.
51.
That would
okay.
not have happened back in the day.
Yeah, we were saying earlier around 30 would be decent. Field.
Yeah.
So 51 is
terrific.
It's brilliant. It's absolutely 51 ladies is brilliant.
It's an 11k prize pool as well.
11k. Okay.
With a trophy up for grabs too. So
And I'd imagine about 3k up top. 3.5.
Makes sense to me.
Well, let's just see. Prize pool 3.3, 3,345. So all of these players guaranteed money, minimum 710. So they'll get 3 buy-ins. Now Una has, well, she's kind of overplayed it. She's let rip here with the aces.
Has she just done it because she just? I wonder would have.
I think she's overplayed that.
Yeah.
But it's fine. She no risk. No risk. She wins the blinds.
Is it 3x raise?
Well, I'd love a small size, and like you're saying, even smaller than 3x. Maybe a min raise.
Okay.
And try and induce someone to come over the top. Because the idea with the aces, right? Your goal with aces. Well, what is your goal with aces? What's your target?
Your target, in my humble opinion, is to reel in the weak, a strong hand that you know you're superior to, and then hide the strength of your hand, and then crush them once the flop comes down, unless the board goes horribly against you.
Yeah, well, you know you're ahead of everything.
Yeah.
So you want to get the money in. That's the goal. Get the money over the line. Now, Una was trying to do that in a way where she just open ripped. Now she's open ripped
done
here
it again
with the ace queen, and I don't so mind this so much because you're getting a lot of hands you're flipping against, like maybe pocket 7s, 8s, even 9s might fold.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, it's sister versus sister. It's Big Slick versus Ace Queen. And you can just see Grace shrug her shoulders and go, "Sorry, sweetie, I gotta call you." And it's a good situation for the other girls because they're going to go up the money ladder.
Yeah.
I can't see escape here for Una. She got lucky with the King 9 versus the King Jack, but can she do it again?
Yeah, once that 9 hit the board, that changed the dynamic entirely. But this time around, she is massively behind. And while paint comes down, it is not the artwork that she wants. And Una is gone. So under the gun twice. How much would she have loved it if her sister woke up with the ace king there?
Yeah,
And that was the occasion that she had the aces.
Of course.
But
unfortunately, I don't think there's.
That ain't how the game works, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I think it's pretty standard what happened here. All in rip with the ace queen.
So Sarah Link is German, has 3,900 in tournament earnings. Marina from France, Marina Mendy, 45k, and Jenny, as you were talking about, 2,200.
Yeah, Jenny would have played online. She would have played back in the Ladbrokes days, and well, look, let's see how it unfolds. I'm not familiar with Marina. I'm not familiar with Sarah, or the.
Which, by the way, I think makes it more interesting. For us.
Totally, and there's a lady there from Brighton, is there?
Yeah, that's right.
Just trying to get her name properly pronounced. I don't want to.
Didn't want to offend. Grace Hessen?
No, Grace is the one that busted out her sister. It's Midgel.
Midgel.
Yeah.
Midgel.
Quick.
I was going to say Kirkulente.
Wow. Kirkulente.
That's not right, apparently. Carter, my producer, was just like, nah, what are you talking about, man?
What flag is that?
It's Lithuania? Lithuania. I was very good at geography.
I was told Mitchell was from Brighton, but
maybe she's living in Brighton.
Possibly. That was more.
So she shoved all in with King 10.
In the big blind here, what's after happening is Marina. It looked like Marina is limped in the cutoff. Is that right with the 8-7?
Yeah.
So she's limped in the cutoff.
Marina raised to 13.
Oh, okay. She raised in the cutoff. Okay. Well, that was a pretty race to 13. I mean, that is almost a 3x with 8-7 off. And then the problem there is, well, exactly what we've seen. When someone comes
Back
over the top, you're just going to have to fold.
Yeah.
And you're just wasting precious blinds, and she doesn't have that many. With the big blind of 4K, she's down to 9 bigs. So danger zone for Marina. The lady directly opposite the dealer, that is Sarah. Then on the very right-hand side of the table is Grace. Grace is chip leader. To Grace's right is Jenny, but here you see Sarah on the left-hand side of your screen, under the gun, first to speak. Well, apologies, she's the big stack Marina. She's 181k.
Jenny has ace deuce off and will elect not to play, as will the one who just killed her sister on live TV. King deuce in the small blind. In tournament poker, you just have to either flat call or make a small raise here. I like this raise.
I think so. I don't think she can fold a king in blind versus blind. So she's elected to 3x, which looks strong. Sarah's going to have to fold the 9-3.
Yeah.
Not really much she can do.
But again, those blinds are just valuable. They're
Absolutely.
so valuable.
It's 10,000 out there pre-flop. And the average stack is, well, I'm guessing it's about 100 grand. So it's 10% of the average stack is out there pre-flop, just waiting to be taken.
Yeah.
And that's why these tournaments usually favor the more aggressive player. So Jenny from Northern Ireland, left-hand side of your screen, ace jack
Wakes up with
suited.
ace jack suited.
This certainly qualifies as an open.
This is one of the events, by the way, that has actually garnered the most support on the rails. So there's tables by the rails, and
Yeah, I just
even the
noticed
high
that.
roller
Wow.
didn't have the support that the ladies' main event
It's
has.
amazing because, like, when I went on break earlier, when this event was being played in the
Over-
outer, on the floor,
on the
like
side, yeah.
And I straight away I recognized with the crowd around, it was incredible. There was 10, 12, maybe even 14 people just kind of railing, which is great to see. Like, that's what it's about. Like,
Yeah.
you want your mates there, don't you? Like,
Big
cheer
time.
you on.
Big time.
Now, this is interesting because Grace actually has equity here. She has a good shot straight and she has 2 overs. She might continue, she has the backdoor spades also.
Yeah.
But Jenny's this girl is, believe me, this girl knows what she's at. Very strong continuation bet from Jenny, and in fairness to Grace, she recognizes
nice
the
size bet
strength of
too.
her hand because she has a lot going on here.
This
2
has
overcards.
suddenly become a very big pot with it just 6 outs for Grace. That's not going to do it. 6 of hearts.
It's decision time for Jenny. Does she continue with the story and say, look, I'm the one here with the hand? There's not many 2s in Grace's range, given from the position Grace called. She's
Yeah.
not going to call a 2 in that position. On the big blind, you'd expect maybe some 2s would show up.
Yeah.
But I think it's reasonable for Jenny to just disregard a 2. But Jenny's just in the tank now. She's a big decision because she doesn't have that many blinds in her stack. So, well, looks like Jenny is checked and Grace is bet, and Grace is going to steal this one. Oh, this is tough to call with ace high. Very tough. And Grace,
she bet.
Well, the power position.
Yeah.
And she floated there with the right type hand, and the
The
reason it
ability
was
to be able to be last to act.
the reason it was the right hand to float there is she's got loads of equity. She can hit the nuts, make
Yep.
it straight. She can hit one of her overcards to make a pair. But in a case like this, where both of them have nothing, she has the advantage of position where she can steal the pot.
Yeah. And that is where position is key in tournament poker. And
Look at Jenny just looking, going, what the hell?
yeah.
Did I just get mugged? The answer is yes.
But to be
Grace-
fair, you didn't have anything. What you had was ace high. That's it. It's not like you've been folded off the best hand. realistically, you've been folded off air, and the river could have told a very different story. So you tried something. You had the best hand pre. Come on now, don't give up on the Queen 3 suited. We all know what happens with Queen 3 suited. Queen 3 Queen 3 suited earlier on flopped full house.
I believe it. I've seen
and
it.
he mucked it. And I was saying to everybody, hey, Queen 3, I'm telling you, don't give up. This is what happens. Only when I play Queen 3 suited, by the way. Only when I play it. But it does happen to work out that way. It is tremendous the level of support that there is for this year's ladies' main event. Just how important in the world of poker, particularly in Ireland, and how influential have Irish women been in poker?
Do you know what I'd love to do now? I would love to actually talk to one of the
Fintan
ladies.
had done it again. Fintan has reeled in a fish first.
Okay.
Fintan has managed to reel in.
Emmett, I would like to introduce you to someone. This is Chucky from Northern Ireland. How are you getting on?
Pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you. Yes, I'm grand.
I was saying that your ink is like up there with Daniel Aggas.
We were complimenting your tattoos.
Thank you.
What do you think that design would suit me?
Absolutely.
It'd be a nightmare on him.
She's a poker player. See the way she said that with a straight face.
And the cleanest bluff that you've seen all week is that one.
Oh, you are?
No. You just looked him right in the eyes and went, absolutely.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. Imagine Fintan would do it, stay you on his forehead. No.
Chucky, we need to talk to you about your exit hand. Was it a bit brutal? A little bit brutal.
It was, yes.
Yeah. Okay. First of all, set the scene for us, because we don't really know what was happening in the last couple hours. We're just basically seeing this in the last 15 minutes.
Yes.
What was the play like throughout that final table early on?
I was up and down the whole time. Like I should have been out about 4 times. So
tournament poker.
Oh yeah. I think I had about 9 lives there, and I used them all. And then I got there, and it just no more lives were left.
Sure.
But it was a really good.
But you got it in good.
You did get it good.
I played all the right hands at the right time.
Perfect,
which I waited for, and and I got it.
So, how familiar did you all get with each other, and how familiar were you with your opponents beforehand?
Yes, a few of them were on my table from the start, and like your girl Sarah there, and I forget your other girl's name, which is also at the final table. And then I got to realize how aggressive Sarah was, always raising my big blind.
Okay.
Yeah. That becomes a personal attack.
Yeah, they kept nudging her saying, "What are you doing?
Why do you keep going after my big blind?"
Yeah.
Brilliant.
So that was fun.
We were saying that you play in the Antrim Sports Club. Is
I
that
do.
right?
Yes. I play with Rinty.
That's right. Yeah, Rinty, a big character up in Northern Ireland.
That's him.
What's the crack? What's the regular games like?
Rinty is the man, by the way, who's yelling "Fintan, Fintan, Fintan" when he walks into the bar.
The games up there are brilliant. Like, it's set out pretty well for the players. It's a fantastic tournament that he runs all week, every week. It's amazing. And we've progressed throughout those tournaments. And then he told me and Avril to come down today, and we were like, hand in hand. And then we thought about it over the last couple of weeks, and we came down.
Brilliant.
And I'm glad.
What was your experience overall? What do you think?
And what do you make of the atmosphere?
Oh, brilliant. The atmosphere is brilliant. Everybody's been brilliant. The play has been brilliant. I've just had a fantastic time. It's not really,
Do you plan on staying longer?
Yes.
Excellent.
Yes. Main event, maybe, Chucky?
I don't know. I don't know.
You're
I'm buzzing.
with.
I'm still buzzing.
I know. That's the thing when you exit a pretty big tournament.
Yeah.
It's like you're kind of spitting shock going, what's going on and what happened or whatever. But look, it was really unfortunate to see you bust out in the manner you did.
I know.
I was really looking forward to seeing you play.
Yeah, he genuinely he picked you up so much and was highlighting you and saying, "All right, we got to keep a very close eye out here."
Yeah.
There's another lady at the table from Northern Ireland.
Yes.
Jenny.
I don't know her. I just met her today.
You can see her there on the right hand side of the table.
She was involved in a big hand just before you came over.
Right. Okay.
She had the best hand, but she'd ace jack. She'd air, and she got taken off it with Queen Jack by Grace beside her, who was quite aggressive. But it was a fascinating dynamic the way it played out. So by the sounds of things, it's been pretty aggressive the whole way through.
Some at the start it wasn't, and then as soon after the break, everything just changed, and I was like, all right, okay, here people are starting to get really aggressive, so I had to play aggressive then.
Everyone's had espressos. Let's
go.
go.
Let's go. Yeah, and then as soon as the blind started going up, that was it. It was literally kicked whoever you want out there.
And one of the points I made was we had the final table for the high roller yesterday.
Yes.
There was no one on the rail. The rail for the ladies' main event has been terrific.
I know.
We noticed that even when it wasn't on the TV table. When I was just saying earlier, I went down and straight away I recognised the ladies' event because there was just loads of people
around it, yeah.
which is great. Like it's
brilliant.
generating good atmosphere.
Yeah,
and it's brilliant. And listen, Chucky, it's been an absolute pleasure to watch.
Thank you.
It's unfortunate we didn't get to see
I
more.
know, but you will.
Yeah. Well, we'll get you back in here.
I like this girl.
We'll get you
I
back
like
in here.
Now, come here. What about booking me in for that tattoo?
Absolutely, we'll get you booked in this week.
Christ,
I'll
Vincent, no.
squeeze you in anytime at all.
I'm going to get
Don't
Daniel
you
Agger to
worry.
message you on Instagram to go, no. No.
I want the full.
Where is your tattoo? Where is your tattoo parlor? by the way?
And Lurgan.
Lurgan, what's it called?
Spitting Ink Tattoos to do.
If it's, have you done your own work or do
I've
you?
only some, not up my legs and all that. Yes.
Are your legs tattooed as well?
I'm about 80% covered.
You're Daniel
That's
Agger,
impressive.
basically.
That's
You've just
impressive.
gone full Daniel
Oh,
Agger.
yes, yes.
Because like he's got the best artwork in the business.
Yeah.
Chucky,
will
can
be
I ask you a
covered.
question? Could you make me look like a Premiership footballer?
I can make you look better than that.
You're the best
Better.
bluffer in the
I
business.
know.
Chucky's
Listen, I
That's
made
why I
my
got that
soul.
final table.
When you
Can I
got-
give you a cash deposit now, maybe?
I'll take cash off you, no problem. But I'm not giving you a receipt.
It's just going. That's the buy-in for the Irish
Well,
Open sorted. Thanks very
definitely.
much. Happy days.
Definitely.
Out of the opponents that you played against, who do you think is the most dangerous?
I haven't really played up against her much.
Jenny, yeah.
Yeah. Did Sarah go out?
I didn't see that.
Oh, I think Sarah went out.
Wow, that was quick.
I don't know. Did Sarah go
Chucky,
out?
you distracted us.
No, she's still in. Yeah.
There she is.
Sarah.
You're
would-
picking Sarah?
Oh, 100%.
Wow.
100%.
Any-
And she will agree with me.
Of course you will. She's
Yeah.
dominant, yeah?
Yeah.
But why are you picking Sarah?
Because she stole my big blinds. I'm still not over it.
Is that aggression? Is that German
Yeah.
aggression?
Yeah, and next time if she's sitting here on me, I'll be taking her big blinds.
See how you like it.
Yeah,
See how you
absolutely.
like when it's done.
Yeah.
One last question for you. When you got to the final table and you realized you were going to be on the live stream and it was going to go all around the
Yes.
world, what was that feeling like?
I wanted to go out into the car park and get into my car and drive home. That was how I felt. Yes, my heart was sweating and everything.
Because Ono D was talking to me because he's commentated before, and I was saying, bizarrely, there was no dunk play, there was no idiotic moves, and he goes, yeah, that's really weird because the guy on my left kept raising with 8 deuce, 9 deuce, and would then end up in showdowns. And we'd be like, what the hell are you doing?
Yeah, that's
And
crazy.
he locked up completely once it got to the feature table.
Yeah,
His
just
game
like-
completely changed.
That's what happens.
So,
Yeah.
But you didn't. You were
Well,
like, boom.
Yeah, I've seen the opportunity and went all in, and then I get called with, King 9 offsuit.
And unfortunately,
That's held up.
it wasn't to be. Damn it.
Yeah, but that's how it goes.
That is tournament poker.
Yeah.
It's great you're sticking around for the weekend, though.
Yes.
That's fantastic.
Chucky, thanks a million. That's
Not a
so
problem.
kind of you
Thank you
to
for having
take
me.
time.
Brilliant.
And we hope to see you again. We certainly will.
Yes,
we're
we
going
will.
we're going to visit you actually up in Antrim.
Absolutely,
So,
do. I'll bring my tattoo stuff up.
Well, no, I'll visit the shop on the way back
Yes.
down. Yeah, how about that?
Oh, I'll do.
I want you to give him a Mike Tyson face
Yes,
spider
yes.
tattoo.
Yeah.
85%.
That would be pure
covered.
sexy. Yes,
That-
definitely.
She said that with such a straight face.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant.
Oh, God.
Okay,
that's
Chucky,
Yes.
thank
Chucky,
you so
you were
much.
lucky.
Not a
Well done
problem.
on cashing.
Thank you very much.
That's
See
another
you
one, the
later.
Hendon Mob. And best of luck to you.
Thank you.
I'll
Bye.
see you during the week. Well done.
Bye-bye.
That
Incork
was
is on
Chucky
point, by
from
the
the
way.
Antrim Sports Club. What a character.
Brilliant.
She really was a live wire. It's a
And-
pity we didn't get to see more of her.
Yeah, especially when your personality is so gold, by the way,
she's
as
good,
Chucky
good,
scrolls
great
off.
character.
But she's brilliant. And like for her to say that she was quite nervous about that she wanted to get in the car and drive back up to Antrim, to then come on and be so
Brilliant.
electric
Yeah,
like
no,
that.
She's a lovely girl. I knew,
Terrific.
but Rinty kind of tipped me off. He was saying that this one is like she's the heart and soul of the place, and she's a real breath of fresh air. So I was delighted to get her in the booth, and we wish
Excellent.
her all the best.
Oh yeah. I
And
hope
a
she plays the
shout-
main.
Yeah, shout out to all the
there's-
Antrim poker players.
There's plenty of opportunities for her to play in different tournaments, to play the cash games. There's all kinds of opportunities for her. So lots of different things that she can do. And whether Chucky wants to do that or play the main, which I hope she does, because 1C and 1D still to come. So it's ace king suited for Midge, and she's got to go all in.
Yeah, she's the
78k.
Sub 20 bigs. It was interesting she picked Sarah out. We haven't really seen Sarah. We haven't seen much of her. We'll look at this Grace with ace king also. Is that right, or are we reading the graphics wrong?
10 deuce
No.
for Grace, so
No.
she gets it through.
Okay. Sorry about that. Yeah,
No, that's fine. You don't need to apologize, my man. But to be fair, the graphics have been fantastic, as I've said plenty of times. But
Yeah.
I'm delighted that we're doing this. And one of the things I wanted to ask you about was Irish women of poker who have been influential in the Irish Open over the years. I remember commentating with Liam, who would highlight a particular woman each year and go, she's been one of Colette. Colette has been one of the main players, one of the mainstays.
She was here, wasn't she?
I think she played.
Oh no, sorry. She was. I was last week. I met her at a funeral. I didn't see her here. So, she has played, has she?
I thought she was in this event.
Okay.
I could be wrong. I
Okay.
thought she was.
You'll be
I thought I
totally
spotted her.
right. Yeah, you could be totally right.
Hey, time changes. You know, time moves in COVID land. But women of poker in Ireland who've really stood out to you, who has been particularly.
Well, obviously, Colette has been around for quite a while. But I mean, there's
fearless.
There's a few. Willow Connolly, definitely you have to mention. Willow's been a stalwart of the Irish poker community. Her whole family, in fact, they're a huge contributing factor to, the goodwill in the Dublin poker community at the moment. So Willow Connolly, definitely shout out to Willow.
We got an all in again, and she's been called instantly.
Wow.
Now she's got the stack to do it.
Grace is just going for this, isn't she?
Yeah, she really is.
Well, it's blind on blind, so suited ace versus a pair of nines, I get it. But Mitchell in great shape here.
For now.
And still in good shape.
Yeah, backdoor club draw possibly, still the ace. Backdoor straight draw. She doesn't want to see 4 pairs with the 8s. So the 9s are holding for now. Unless it's a Barry Greenstein situation.
I love this, the way they're having a chat.
Yeah.
They just want to talk, don't they?
They just want to have the crack.
Where the guys are just focused on the board and going, dealer, don't do it.
One time, dealer, one time.
And then the
Which, by the
girls-
way, is every
the
time.
girls are just talking about, oh yeah, what are you doing later?
Yeah.
I love it.
Or they're complimenting each other and going, that was
yeah,
a good play.
Yeah,
Good catch. You know what?
fair
I can
enough.
see why you've
Yeah,
made that call.
Yeah, fair enough.
It's it's intriguing, and it's a proper international field as well. We've a Lithuanian, we've a German, we've a French woman, American technically, but really Irish, and it's a fascinating.
It really is
a fascinating final table. But Jenny is still in your mind. Sarah is the one who's been pinpointed by Chucky.
Yeah.
But in your
Which
mind,
is interesting.
Jenny
I
is-
mean, I would. Okay, I have a little bit of intel on Jenny, and that's one of the reasons I'm leaning towards her. But everything I'm seeing from her looks. Now she's short here. She's only 12 big, so she's not in great shape, But everything I'm seeing about her table presence, she seems to be comfortable. She seems to have good recognition of where she's at. She definitely seems to know the hand strengths,
Yeah.
you know. So yeah, that's why I'm picking Jenny, but she's super short. But I mean, the more I think about this girl on the left, Sarah, I kind of warming towards her now. She really comes across.
The way Chucky
focused,
spoke
doesn't
about her,
she?
the way
Yeah.
she described her, it's quite difficult not to be taken by her. Now, obviously, she was saying, I took that real personally, and I would be the same. If you're coming from my big blind every time, I'm like, what the? This could be another big race here.
Well, small
From
blind versus
Mitch.
big blind, and Mitchell
King J
makes it 20k.
King Jack,
Now
King
Sarah
J,
is still
King Jack.
interested with a suited queen.
Yep.
And she comes over the top now. Mitchell has to be strong. Mitchell has to be strong and make
She's gone
the
all in,
call.
has she?
And she does.
She does. She's come over the
does
top,
make
gone
the
all in.
call. This is incredible stuff here.
All right, so she got it in good. She's got King Jack versus Queen 5. Queen 5 is suited. There's a club, and there's a queen, but the
Pair for
king is
both.
there as well.
Both players connect. Backdoor clubs.
Backdoor
for Sarah.
plus possibly, but it's top pair. 8 means that
5 or queen. Doesn't happen. And that's unfortunate. We were just talking about her. But do you know what Chucky said? How aggressive she was, blind v blind.
Sarah.
And that happened to be, even though she accumulated loads of chips up to this point, that was actually her downfall in the end.
Being as aggressive as she
So
was.
aggressive. I mean, she came over the top of Mitchell there with the suited queen. Now that works. I love the way that Mitchell called her. That was a real strong call.
Oh, it's true.
Some people talk themselves out of a call there. They try and preserve their stack.
Especially on a featured table that's the final table where there's a trophy.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So we're now down to 4. Jenny is the small stack of 51k. Mendy from France 170. Kurt Knit is now moved up to second, and your chip leader is Grace. So Ireland might be winning something here today. Who knows?
Let's see.
Who knows? But interesting that Chucky's pick is gone.
Yeah, but Chucky called it. She said she's aggro. She was just stealing blinds all day.
Yeah.
And she just went out in a blind versus blind confrontation.
And what's going to happen is the other players, they all look very comfortable to me. There were players at the high roller final table that didn't at times. And there were players that earlier on, I'm not saying that anyone was making proper mistakes because I don't think they were, but there were players who clearly weren't comfortable with knowing, oh crap, I'm on TV. Which, by the way, this is being, you better believe, Apple TV is being used, and this is being put up onto the main TV in people's homes. They're watching that. That's how they're watching the Irish Poker Open.
There's going to be action here, Emmett, because
There's got to be.
we have a good shot with the backdoor hearts for Mitchell, who's the pre-flop raiser. She made it 25k. But Marina Mendy here, she's the one that's connected. And it looks like she's check raised. And she's check raised to 45. This is a call for sure because she has a draw to the nuts.
Yeah.
So a queen would give her a straight, but also her king is good, and she might pick up a heart to give her a flush draw. Now, a 10
she's
gives
picked up
gives
the
her
10.
pair, good shot.
It's the wrong card to get, though, because, yes, you are correct about that, but it's now given her a pair, which may make her think, oh, I've picked something up here. I've got more of a piece of this than I had. She does have 9 outs.
Oh, look at this. This is just so aggressive. But does Mendy pick this off? Mendy in the big blind with top pair.
Mitchell has moved all in. I'm
This is
amazed.
huge.
So Marina
I
really
think
has to consider this. And she's
folded.
given it up.
Wow. We have...
We'll talk about aggression.
That's quality.
That's bloody impressive.
Quality play. Even if she gets called, she has outs.
Yeah,
I like it.
She did
I
have
like
outs, but she was behind.
And she just exploited the passive check on the turn. I think after the check raise, I think Marina, she shut down then. If she continues on the turn, I think Mitchell still calls to go to the river, but you know what I mean? She doesn't get all her chips in.
Yeah. But to shove in the way that she did,
Yeah,
is
she
just
checked.
super powerful.
She just exploited the passive check on the turn and shoved. But she figured even if she did get called, she had outs.
Yeah. It's like have
But
a
she
bit,
could have went
have a
ahead
bit
with
of
the
that.
10. She could have went away with the 10. She could have been ahead with the 10, but she got the weak jack to fold. This is Grace, 306k, the chip leader. Knocked her sister out just moments ago.
Mitchell
And
won't be messing around with 5 deuce.
joint chip leader, Mitchell. We're starting to come to the top of the food chain, Mitchell.
Yeah. She's changed things around dramatically.
And
Marina
here we go.
has...
Marina has to fold. She's limped in here, Marina, I think. And Marina, she's getting pushed about a little bit. Jenny just taking full advantage of the opportunity. She's super short, 13 big blinds. And that clock, this blind level about to expire. I'm not sure how long we've left in this level, but it's not long, Emmett.
It can't be, and which means that it's going to become more expensive for our players to play. So they're currently on 4,000, 8,000, 3,000, 6,000, 4,000, 8,000 is next, with the ante 8,000 as well. And again, I'll ask you that question for new viewers. The ante being 8,000.
Yeah, no, they're 2-4 at the moment, and it's about to go to 3-6.
Yeah, but with that ante,
Yeah, the big blind ante, it's huge.
like the fact that there's so much in the pot just drives that action even further.
Yeah, 10k out there pre-flop. Race is.
So everyone's putting in 4K before we even start, and I love that.
I love it as well. Anything to create action. So viewers, anyone that's just tuning in or recently tuned in and you're wondering what's going on here, well, exactly what you're watching is the Ladies Championship from the Irish Open, and this is the final table. We had 50 odd entries and we're now down to just 5 players. We lost Chucky, we lost Una,
And we lost Sarah.
And we lost Sarah. So
who was
far.
Chucky's pick to take it down with the German aggression, but the German aggression came back to haunt her. King 4 suited for
Marina Mendy,
our French player.
under the gun. She is suited, doesn't like it, she folds. Now, actually with Jenny, there's nothing she can do with Jack 4, snap folds. She's down to about 12 bigs, Jenny.
It's just going to get folded around
Races the chip leader.
to
She folds now.
middle.
I don't like this fold, but I guess it's an interesting dynamic because when Grace is in the small blind, the only person that has her covered is
Midgel.
in the big blind.
And she knows.
So she's not clashing,
And she knows that Midgel is aggressive. She knows that she's going to come over the top.
well, she doesn't want to go to war with her and let these two guys just go up the ladder.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense to go to war against Mitchell, the only person at the table that has her covered. So we have a very short stacked player, Jenny, under the gun now in the green top. On the big blind is Marina. She's short, and then 2 big stacks over 300k. 6-4 suited under the gun. Not sure about this.
Problem with being under the
Wow,
she's moved all in, has she?
Well, she knows. You see, she's posting big blind and big blind.
She's moved
ante
all in.
next time.
I love
And do you know what
this.
else? She's exploiting. I think Marina, for me, is playing a little bit too passive. And
Yeah, funny
Jenny-
enough, I don't think she. And she's folded the king.
Yeah, well, there you go, King 8. Well, I think it probably is a fold, to be honest. But I think she folds even stronger hands than that, and I think Jenny recognises that.
Well, you know what? Even if Marina called, there's still outs for Jenny. There's so many outs. There's the diamonds. There's the 6. There's the 4. There's straight possibilities.
The last thing she wants to hear is call with 6-4.
Exactly.
Yeah, last thing she wants
She doesn't want to hear that, but she has outs.
Oh yeah,
so,
totally.
Like,
And she's
to be
likely,
fair to
you're right, Emma. She's likely to be live if she,
to be fair to Marina, I can understand why she decided. No, I'm not putting my tournament life on the
Not
line.
King 8. I think it's a fold in that spot. Why risk half her stack?
You can shove with it, but you can't call it.
Absolutely. I like
It's a gutsy shove though from Jenny. I love that.
Well, I think this girl, believe me, this girl is super smart, Jenny. Okay, she knows what's going on here. She's very good recognition, and she sussed out. Perhaps Marina, we're getting shorter. It's getting short-handed now. So you got to up the ante. You got to up the aggression stakes. Like 50% of the time, you're in the blinds.
Yeah.
Do you get what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
you've got to be playing more aggressive. You've got to be more active. I think that.
This is going to be an all in,
Wow.
instant all in.
Wow. Look at this. Raise on the button. Suited ace.
And
for
Marina
Jenny.
has dropped down to 64k.
Yeah, well, she's still in this hand, but there's no way she's calling 10-6. She can't call.
Unless there's something about it that makes her think, well,
There's no
my
way.
cards are live.
10-6. She can't call. It's just. if she
It's the
calls-
same situation where you can shove, but you can't call.
Well, even shoving here would be a bit light, particularly if you've Grace in the big blind. But there's no chance she's calling here. And this girl, Jenny, she's added about like 40% to her stack.
Yeah.
With a couple of shoves. And it's given her a realistic chance of competing against the 2 big stacks.
Big
if
time.
she gets a stack, she'd be favourite definitely. I think, but I could be wrong.
I like the little smile there to her friend on the rail. as
I
well,
love
by
the way they chat. I love the way they chat. You don't
Yeah.
see the guys talk. They're kind of giving you a dirty look.
It's like,
what the?
Yeah, what did you have there? You. We can actually swear. It's after the watershed, so I'll tell you what. I'll do you a favor. Right? I'll be the first one to say it. Right. What you have there, you fucking bollocks?
You took the words right out of me.
What you have there? Yeah, absolutely.
later. Yeah, no. Let's keep it clean, Emma. Let's keep it clean.
I don't know about that.
Now this I like this girl. I'll be honest.
She's
Mitchell,
really impressed me.
Ace 7 under the gun. Of course, she's going to raise. So the big blind is still 4K, and that looks like 25K.
25K, so 8.
I mean, the raise sizes are huge. I'm really loving the. I'm really loving these sizings. They're going for it. They're really showing aggression with these big sizes. What they're saying is, look,
Mitchell in particular, can I take the words out of your mouth if you don't mind? After years of commentating with you, they're basically saying, yeah, I'm going to go to war with you.
Absolutely.
You want to come over the top? I'll call. Let's dance. That's essentially what she's saying. But she's also giving herself the out of going, okay, all right, I can walk away from this, and there's still enough left behind. Whereas Marina is now in a position where it's getting to a dangerous territory for her.
I think for me, Marina's struggling here. And just as we say that, the blinds have increased. That's 6K posted there, so it'll take the graphics exactly.
Yeah, just a second to move up.
But
So
it
it's
is
gone to 3 and
important to
6.
note that because it is critical. That's a pretty sizable jump as well, 4K to 6K.
10-8 suited is enough to move all in, by the way.
Mendy
Did she
under
just-
the gun. She's flattered. She's about 12 big blinds. She's flat called, I think.
So she's trying to induce value,
Well,
but
I don't know what she doesn't want. She's given her big blind. She's given the big blind a free flop here.
yeah,
And Mitchell just looking down to see what kind of stack she's up against. Mitchell has air here. I think it's 6-2 she has.
she has moved all in now.
And Mitchell.
And
no
Mitchell will get out of the way.
This is quality. I'm loving the play here. They've really given 100% all of these women, and it's fascinating to watch. I don't know how it's going to unfold. I really don't. I mean,
But look at how relaxed they are. Like, Mitchell just lost that hand, all right, and she's just treating it like it's just another day at the office. It's nothing. She's having a laugh with her friends on the rail. You know, we've come over from Lithuania. Let's have the crack, right? Let's just have some fun.
they're all enjoying themselves.
I don't know how much English Marina speaks, so she doesn't seem to be engaging as much. Maybe that's a tactic. Maybe she doesn't want to. Jenny and Grace have been getting into a few laughs quite a bit. 7 deuce for Jenny's going to go in the bin.
The atmosphere's cool there.
But
Really
it's
is. See the graphics.
it's unusual for a final table for them to be this relaxed. And it's cool to see.
Absolutely. Now, Mitchell, doesn't take much for her to get involved. Small blind. She's going to raise here, obviously, with 6s. I'd be just putting Marina all in here. That's what I'd be
Yeah, and
doing.
I think she's done that, and she's Marina folded. Obviously, she had
Well, she was basically
8-3.
saying
She had more.
30K huge.
Yeah.
It's a significant portion
Mitchell
of-
has gone to 3-3-4. That's like a significant increase.
Yeah. What's she doing here? What's going on here?
I need
Emma?
some
What's
Optrex
happening?
as well.
Is
I
that
need
allowed? Enhancements?
Optrex? To
Chemical
clean your
enhancements?
eyes?
I'm not sure.
To clean
Makes-
your
makes,
eyes?
makes her see through cards, no?
It's like a Tony Stark invention that gives her the
I
ability.
don't know. I'd be questioning all this.
She can see now read the body temperature of her opponent when it goes hot and cold.
Yeah, it's pretty good stuff. Now, big blind, interesting situation. This is Jenny McCallum in the big blind. This is Grace under the gun, one of the big stacks. She folds, and now Mitchell, who's starting to come out on top here. She's starting to dictate the pace of the game. This is Marina, who is now. Well, she's not
Small
the shortest.
blind.
I think Jenny is still the shortest.
Jenny is the shortest, but at the same
She's
time,
limping here, but the limp is going to be exploited. If Jenny's at and she's going to bump it up, but Jenny will check back here and get a free flop, I'm sure.
and
With 4-3.
this could end up being the kind of flop where it looks great to Marina, but actually it's played to the strength of Jenny if it all comes down low. 6, 3, 9.
Wow. Okay. So that's a good shot for Marina, and it's a pair
bottom
for
pair
Jenny.
for Jenny. Board pairs with a 6.
Marina's going to make a stab at this.
I think Jenny calls here, you know.
Well, that's some call. How can you call? But if she does, I'd be extremely impressed. This would be so impressive. This takes, like the fact, okay, Marina's limped in on the small blind, so she could have anything. There's all kinds of, like there's a really wide range.
Permutations, and yeah.
A really wide range.
She could have a 6.
She could have hit top pair
She
and
could have a
check
9.
flop to try and induce. This is super hard. If Jenny makes this call, I'd be very impressed. I really will. If Jenny makes this call, she's going to win the tournament.
I think she's going to call. I have a feeling there's something about her body language, and the graphics haven't played about it.
Yeah,
3-6.
she looks interested. That's very tough. I mean, and remember, this for a tournament, they have the same size stacks, right?
Yeah, this is
Jenny
tournament
has 77k. It's an all-in shove for 72. Now Marina is just going, oh, will you just fold? Yeah, you can't. It's
Oh, wow.
super tough to call there.
It was extremely tough to call, but I was something about it that was telling me she's going to make this call. And to be fair to Marina, she's given nothing away. She didn't go.
Yeah.
You know, it's not. She gave absolutely zilch away, and Jenny turned to her and asked her a question.
Okay.
And she asked, and she just went, "Huh?"
Yeah. Not giving.
You know,
any
she
intel.
just gave nothing away at all.
I think perhaps Jenny could have won that in the flop. I think she's still going through the hand in her mind. It's
Yeah.
so difficult. I don't think I never call that spot because it's really hard to define the range of your opponent given that they've limped in the small blind. I love this dealer, by the way, Vlad. He's one of the best
He's
dealers
class.
in Europe. He doesn't take any messes, believe me.
Midge, by the way, is going to get very active here with Ace Jacks.
It's 20k open with the big blind, 6k. The sizings are pretty big.
Marina gets out of the way, and Grace gets out of the way. So, with the blinds now 3 and 6, with the 6k big blind, 6k ante as well, there's a lot of free money out there to be taken. And
Absolutely, there's 6 and 6, 12, 12 and 3, 15k.
And Mitchell has just bounced straight up on through.
Mitchell, top of that chip count chart, you can see she's sitting on 58 bigs. And then we have second place Grace Hessian with the Irish flag. Busted out her sister a little bit earlier. Third place Marina. I'm loving Marina's nails, Emmett. I think they're pretty cool. I like the way
Are we doing the fashion segment
Well,
now?
it's just
Is this bloody ITV Racing?
there's
Let's go to the fashion team. What do you reckon, Charlotte and Mark?
She's moved all in here for a 90k with pocket 5.
Okay, is she going to
That's
get it
pretty
through?
real. Oh, she's gonna get called.
Long
Wanna
walk
see
to
it
Houston.
flash.
This
Here
is a
we
definite
go.
call. Insta call.
Not good for Grace to see a king getting folded
No.
there from Mitchell.
But there are other outs. There's possibilities.
Absolutely, yeah, she can.
Straight possibilities, backdoor flush, but
Still another
Marina
couple.
has got it in good.
She's
That's all she can ask for.
2 kings and 3 aces.
Tournament life on the line. 6, 6, 9. 5's hold. The board pairs. That puts her in trouble. 7.
Oh, 7, 9, ace, king. Counterfeit would be horrible.
Ace on the
Barry
river. Barry
Greenstein.
Greenstein. Are you watching?
Elimination.
And Marina Mendy, who I thought started off really well, had a slight setback and then seemed to just shut down.
Yeah, but then she came back. She started fighting again. It's really interesting what's happening. Apart from that river ace, she goes up to 200k in chips.
Yeah.
You know,
But
if
she's in good.
If she holds on the river, she's 200k. It's an incredible hand.
Yeah.
And that is Grace, who is. You can see the sigh of relief. You got to win your flips. You got to win your flips.
If you're going to win a tournament, you got to win your flips. And you also can't be walking away from a hand like Ace King.
Oh, that's mandatory.
That's
call,
just
for sure.
Standard stuff.
And Grace again picks up a premium here, given that we're just 3-handed. Ace Jack is a
By the way,
mandatory open.
How bonkers is it that we're now 3-handed?
It's fast and furious.
This is an awful lot faster than the
Yeah,
main
it's
event
very
of
fast.
the.
Yes. You mean the final table of the 5K?
The final table of the high roller, yeah.
Yeah,
This
surely,
is
way faster. Yeah.
These women are not messing around.
Well, yeah,
They've been watching a lot of Vin Diesel, a lot of Gal Gadot, Michelle Rodriguez. They're like, put me in a Ford Mustang. We're going to war.
They've all locked up 1,500. So 1,500, 2.5, and 33.
Happy
That's
days.
roughly what they're playing for. All
Top
guaranteed
prize?
1,500. Second place 2.5. Top prize 3,300.
Nice.
But you know what's nice? the money comes and goes, but you have a trophy to put up
For
on your
life,
piece.
which is another message to Paul O'Reilly. Where is Fintan Gavin's
Yes.
Irish Open
Side
Poker
event,
Trophy?
PLO. About 5
Where
years
is it?
ago.
It was
there in the
never given to him.
records.
It's not like he lost it in the bar, hammered off his head.
It's in the
It's
record
that
books.
it was never given to him. So where is it? Ace 9, suited for Jenny. She raised 12k and Grace stepped away.
This is the Ladies' Championship. This is the final table, and we are down to 3 players. 3 players left in the mix. Mijel from Lithuania, I believe that's based in Brighton. And in your screen there on the left is Jennifer McLennan from Northern Ireland. And then we have Grace Hessian on the right-hand side of your screen. Incredible story. Both Grace and her sister Una both made the final table. And Grace actually busted out Una a little earlier. I believe Una went out in 6th place. Then we had Sarah Link. We just saw Marina Mendy bust out for €1,155. Marina Mendy 4th place. Yeah, it's pretty entertaining. I'm loving how this table is developing. I'm loving the personalities. These 2 girls I know. I don't know Mijel, but Mijel is, I mean, for me, I'm super impressed with her. And Grace actually is the chip leader. So let's see how this unfolds. Grace on the button. We're 3-handed now. She should really be opening there, I think, with the 10-8. And you're going to see Mijel certainly open in the small blind position with the Jack 9 suited, and she makes it 25k. And Jenny McLennan, Queen 8. And look at this. Ah, this is class. I love it. She knows that Mijel is doing this from such a wide range, and Mijel now is just counting chips. It's very close, but I don't think she calls too often here. She's crutched. I love this 3-bet rip from Jenny. She's not going to be pushed around. Okay, we're going to see a call here. Okay, I guess she's getting priced 43k. So, and she is suited. She's somewhat connected. And it's pretty much a flip. Look at the stats, 53% for Jenny, 47% for Mijel. Flop. Well, that's good news for Jenny. She hits a pair, but there is a good shot with backdoor diamonds for Mijel. 10 ball for the straight. Ace on the turn. 10 and 10 only. 3 outs. We did see a 10 folded. 10-8 was folded by Grace. 9 on the river. She makes a pair, but it's no good because Jenny McLennan has the pair of queens, and Jenny doubles through. And this really is fascinating. Jenny right back in it. She will now be a force. Mijel did absolutely nothing wrong there. Just shift with the Jack 9, applying maximum pressure to the big blind, and Jenny just explaining, look, I'm not going to get blinded out here. I'm loving the way this final table has been played and the spirit it's played. And these 3 ladies are enjoying themselves. They're playing top poker. They're in the zone, all 3 of them. You can see they're totally engrossed. They're focused. It's a coin flip here who wins this. I really have no idea. I like all 3 players. I really do. And I think it's fitting that we have these 3 final women battling for that championship trophy. Mijel on the button. Of course she's going to open. Makes it 20k. The more aggressive of the 3 players, Mijel. But Jenny, for me, comes across as super experienced now. That was a real 3-betting opportunity for Grace
three-handed versus a real aggro player on the button. And then the fact that Jenny just came in with the smooth call, I think she could have 3-bet there, Grace, but she decides to just flat with the ace-jack, and everyone has missed this, so it's advantage Mitchell, who I think will continue. But it looks like she's said to the dealer, peel a turn, she's checked, and a king on the turn. No one has any connection to this board. I'm trying to figure out what hands are out there. There's nothing there. No one has hit in any shape or form. So it's Grace in the lead, but it's checked twice back to Mitchell, who's not going to check back for a second time. She bets out 50k, and I expect that this 50k will get the job done. Unless Grace gets a little bit sticky here with her ace high, and wow, okay. Here we go. Raise incoming. Grace with the check raise. And that's just shoved it back in Marina's face. I think it was a raise. No, it was check call. They were 5k, 10 5k chips. So ace high. Grace ahead. But what does Mitchell do? 3 on the river, 3 of hearts. Kind of card that you would think would favor the big blind. And first to speak is Grace, and this will just get it done. She's bluffing here with the best hand, 35k. Sizing is interesting. Super small, but it really screams of a value bet. But of course, Grace didn't know that she was ahead, but delighted to hear the word fold from Mitchell. And Grace in control, has the chips. This is the Ladies Championship. This is the Irish Open. Right now, running, we have the main event, which got an amazing turnout. I think 450 plus players. So pretty similar to yesterday's numbers, and already close to €1 million in the prize pool, with still 2 flights to go. That is Jenny McLennan on the button here. Jenny will open, I expect, with Jack 10, 128k, which is 21 bigs exactly. So sizing, crucial. Doesn't want to go too big. 22k. Now ace in the big blind for Mitchell. She ain't folding, that's for sure. So she just puts in the additional money. We're going to see a flop. These are the 2 most active of the 3 players. Mitchell in the big blind first to speak. Jenny has the advantage of position. We're going to see a check from Mitchell here. Now Jenny does have a good shot. She checks back. 5 on the turn. Ace high is good. Mitchell might come out betting here, given that it was checked back on the flop, but she wants to get to showdown with her ace high. She thinks it could be good. The 5 hasn't made any difference. Jenny checked back again, and now the ace. Well, Mitchell goes ahead. Now, it's interesting. She might fire and just lend the hand, obviously, but it's a lovely check here because Jenny's going to go for this. That ace, you would think, would favor the raiser on the button rather than the player in the big blind defending. Now, all that's going through Mitchell's mind is, does she value raise or does she just flat call there? She just snaps her off. Aces wins, aces and queens, and Jenny missed her opportunity, I think, on the flop. Jack eye, no good. Jenny loses a big one. And she goes, okay. Nice check on the river from Mitchell. Reduces the action from Jenny, and she didn't want to lead out and be faced with a raise. Always the chance that Jenny's slow playing the queen. So button moves, we have the big stack on the right hand side and then the short stack. In fact, like all the chips between Grace and Mitchell, and then Jenny super short.
and you can see just the yellows in Jenny's stack behind. So pretty desperate situation for Jenny. It really is desperate. You're going to see her move her chips in. Well, she has some greens there, the 5Ks. She has about 50k, I think, in her stack. Perhaps a little less, about 40k. Mitchell folds to 4 high. And, well, Jenny is a little bit more, 75 behind. She gets a walk, did have an ace. So, that is the scoreboard. Grace Hesham, big chip advantage. 467, she's half the chips in play. That is Mitchell, second in chips, based in Brighton from Lithuania. Jack 3, she is suited but not interested. But Jenny will be interested with King 9, she might shove. She does. And she gets the big blind ante, which is now valued at 8k and 8k. So blinds up, new blind level. It's 4,000 to 8,000 with a big blind ante of 8,000. Jenny gets her stack up to 100k. Grace sitting on about 400k and Mitchell about 270. It's interesting. I mean, we had just a flurry of bust outs since the start of the stream. Every orbit we had a bust out or two. They're not super deep. In fact, Jenny's pretty short. She just has 12 bigs. This is Grace with all the chips. Again, surrendering in the blind. And this will have to change if Grace is going to finish the job here. If she's going to get that trophy, finish the deal, she's going to have to get more aggressive in the blinds. That's where it's at. And you can see Mitchell posting small and Jenny in the big blind.
I had to get confirmation, by the way, that Chucky is not a nickname, it's her actual name, and it is on her driver's license. I was like, what the hell?
Chucky.
Yeah. So I asked her how did she feel about Sarah getting knocked out after recalling her, as the potential winner, and the fact that she was making the point that she'd been attacking her big blind every time, and she was like, that's what you get.
Oh yeah, big time.
Sarah, by the way, is over there, and like Chucky is there on the rail. Sarah is there on the rail as well. Chucky's wife Avril is here too. So the support is electric. It's just fantastic. It's great to see that players are supporting one another. They're sticking around to see how this is going to go. And I was asking her actually about you were talking about the main man who brought Avril and Chucky down here. I got the
yes, Rinty from the Ulster Poker Group.
Yeah, he was talking about the John Duthie hand yesterday with where he went in blind with the 10-4 and ran into the kings and flopped clubs, and we were just like, I remember turning to you and going, I think he's gone in blind here, and your man's got pocket kings, is loving life, and flops are flush. But if you're John Duthie though, you can do that. That's fine. It did turn badly against him later on, but he was saying he was actually at the table and was like, oh my god, what in the name of God is going on? In my absence, has anything chaotic? We've got an all-in from Jenny.
Jenny lost a big one against Mitchell. Mitchell played it perfectly. Mitchell just called pre in the big blind with a weak ace. And I went check to the river with an ace, but then Mitchell checked her ace, knowing that that's the kind of card that Jenny, who's been definitely the most active, she has to be.
Yeah.
She's like Jenny has to. Jenny
she
has
doesn't
to,
have a choice now.
She has to create something. She has to work something. She's got it. What's going to happen here now? Jenny wants to get in a flip. She wants to gamble. Do you know what I mean? She has to get a double up. Because with 10 bigs, it's like, she's in the danger zone. Grace is kind of just sitting back. She's a big chip advantage. She's been selective. She's folding she's folding her weaker hands in the blinds, which is, you know, she's got to adjust that. Like, because you're on the blinds 2/3 of every hand. 2/3 of your hands you're on the blinds. So
Yeah.
you've got to adjust your range, like, and
She's
start
shoved all in
playing.
here again, by the way, Jenny.
Yeah, Jenny's just going to be shoving.
She's doing this essentially because there was 40k in the pot already.
Now, come here.
Mitchell, Queen
See
10.
this girl, Mitchell.
She's going to call, isn't she?
She's strong. This girl is strong.
I am starting to think she's going to win.
Absolutely. Listen, why would you not think that? She's been playing absolutely perfect poker. I love what she's been doing. She's in the tank here with Queen 10. It's close. I think she gives it up.
I think she calls.
It's a big. Why risk her stack?
Oh, you're
See,
Fintan Gavin. That's why Fintan is the colour commentator and I'm play-by-play.
Yeah, but you see the thing there, right? She's got like 240k. If she calls there, right, and she loses, then it's a flip. Then Jenny.
And you've given more power to Jenny.
Jenny's in control. She's the short stack.
Yeah.
And the way Grace is kind of just stepping it. Okay, for me, Grace is just saying, okay, lads, fight it out there and I'll play one of you heads up. That's what it looks like to me. And by the way, these girls are well able to fight.
Oh, yeah.
Jenny and Mitchell. These are super aggro players, and they're not the type of players I want when I'm at a table. I mean, they're just too difficult. They're difficult to play against, you know.
Well, funny enough that you say that. That's what Chucky was saying as well. Is I made the point that what we've seen is we've now subsequently learned afterwards that players who were hyper aggro off the feature table shut down once they got to the feature table. And she said that she was terrific here, analysing how she played and the whole experience of being in the City West for the Party Poker Irish Poker Open. And we had to explain to her about the fact that she now has a Hendon Mob flag, and the rest of her poker team don't. The rest of the poker club don't have a Hendon Mob flag apparently, so she's beaten them to it. But she's thrilled. She's buzzing. Like, you know, she's been eliminated from the final table and she's buzzing. And she was just saying that they didn't shut down at all. It actually just ramped up. It just got more aggressive.
Okay, I was going to say a 7-8 flop here would just absolutely kick things off.
And
we're going to see the money going in.
Yeah.
Pair for Jenny and an open ender for Mitchell.
Yeah.
And
with a backdoor straight draw.
Jenny's going nowhere.
Backdoor flush draw as well.
Yeah, backdoor flush for
Mitchell. Jenny with
for both of them.
Bottom
both of the
pair
backdoors.
and the backdoor flush draws. Oh, she's
wow.
wow.
I'm surprised.
That's,
I thought that would create a lot of action. The ace, I guess the ace, like Mitchell raised pre there, so I guess the ace was of concern to Jenny, given that Mitchell raised. Obviously, she's got some aces there that she would raise with. Ace comes out, so she's concerned, and she folds, even though she had a piece of it. Open ender is what Mitchell had. I'm really liking this lady.
She's terrific. And
well, let's see. Who knows what's happening? I mean, Jenny's looking to get into a gamble here and she needs a double.
And all she needs is the double up, and suddenly it's, you know,
she's all in here.
You're off to the
100%
races.
All in.
Yeah.
There you go.
Bucket
Give me that triangle.
Grace, insta call from Grace.
Wow. I love the call.
Insta call with 10-9.
With the 9-10.
Now, I love the call as well.
Yeah.
So she's got the overs. It's suited
she's great shape.
connectors.
She's fifth. Look at the equity between these two hands.
3-7-2 against
Could
67.
you get it closer? Look at the equity.
Unbelievable stuff. So 1-4-2 in the pot. Jenny's life on the line. Survives.
Queen would be pretty.
Queen would
nasty.
be dirty. 5.
Queen 5, 9 or 10.
Deuce.
Double.
And she gets a double up. She gets it through.
Jenny's back. Jenny is back. I think that's a call, though. In fairness to Grace, she stood
I
strong
think so,
there.
too.
Yeah. 9-10.
In that chip position.
Yeah, I think Jenny.
suited.
Jenny is shoving there so light,
Yeah.
you know. So sometimes you're ahead. A lot of times you're flipping. I think I call there.
And you could see the amount of outs she had. There's plenty of opportunities for Grace to come away with that.
When she seen Jenny's hand, Jenny had a genuine shoving hand. She
Yeah.
had a pair. But when Grace seen the hand, she was completely happy. She says, okay, let's go. Exactly 50-50. Couldn't have been closer. And Jenny takes down the pot.
If I said to you 10 years ago there's going to be 51 players in the ladies' main event, what would you have said?
I would have said, what's a ladies' main event? That's exactly what I would have said.
You said, are you talking about the WSOP?
I said,
Do you mean the World Series Poker? You're not talking about the Party Poker Irish Open.
I wouldn't have understood what you were talking about. That's a fact. That's great. I mean,
It's terrific.
50 women in poker, and they've really look. Whoever wins here is
A very deserving
It's
winner.
not, yeah, but it's not like irrelevant or anything like that. But it's not as important as what all of these ladies have proved that they are players like, and the sport, the attitude and spirit in which it's been played. So hats off. I'm
Yeah.
loving watching this. I'm really impressed, and I hope they stream more of these ladies events.
I think that's the intention. So Jenny has gotten a
Oh,
7-fold
problems,
bought,
big
instant
problems.
all in
Well,
from Mitchell,
Jenny's
who
a
does
big
not mess
problem.
about.
Big problem for Jenny.
And with an ace in your hand in the raise,
See the blinds 8,000. I think Jenny should fold here. It's a tough one. It's very close.
She also knows though that Chris,
Yeah.
well done, well done. I kind of thought she was going to call because
That's good fold. She's still got like 12 bigs, whatever. She knows she's up against it. Even
Oliver, my man, can you tell us what the correct pronunciation of? Yes, he can. I'm gonna go to Siri. I'm gonna go to Siri and ask, what is the correct pronunciation of her Lithuanian friend, who I think wins this? I think she's one of my favorite players that I've seen in action over the 2 days. She's just been electric, and I'm loving the aggression.
absolutely,
But also, it's controlled aggression.
absolutely. I've loved everything I've seen on this table. I've loved.
Yeah.
Absolutely loved. I mean, every single.
Grace
one
hasn't
of-
made a misstep.
No, every one of the
Jenny
women
hasn't
here,
made a misstep.
They've all demonstrated a lot of class, and but I'm really liking this girl. 4K, she limps in here with 10-3 suited, and Jenny will check her option, I'm sure. 9-3 suited, she just nods the head to the dealer, Vlad, and says, you know what, just give me a flop here, and hit me, Vlad, hit me.
7 Jack Deuce, so they all miss.
Yeah,
So essentially,
advantage with Mitchell here. She
if Mitchell
continues.
bets and gets it through.
So on the button, suited king, and we're going to see Mitchell once again raise. She makes a 25k. Jenny with the nut low, snap folds, and race with Jack 10 suited will make the call. All pretty standard so far. And then we have pretty strong flop for both players. Flush draw for Grace. This could get big very quickly. Mitchell with top pair, and look at the equity between both these players, 53%, 47%. It's incredible.
Kirk Steel net. Kirk Steel net. I got it, finally.
Kirk Skillnet.
Kirk Steel net.
Kirk Skillnet. I told you that ages ago.
So 2 pair now for Kirk Steel net. With
Now,
the kings and
yeah, Grace
the board pairing.
Grace had a lot of this flop, and she led out, but she got called. And Mitchell, well, she's improved her kicker. That's one thing.
Kirk's in net.
She's going to call here again, Mitchell. She's certainly not folding.
Yeah. Well, she knows that the vast majority of the time, I know that she's the one who raised pre-flop and she did get called, but she knows that her king is good most of the time. She knows that she's probably up against
A hand like Grace has, she's thinking she could be up against 4, 10 of clubs, 9, 10 would make sense.
Jack 10.
Which is exactly what she has.
Yep.
And Grace has missed. She needs to go big if she's going to win this.
And she takes it down.
Well, Mitchell picked her off.
I mean, I love the fact that
Grace bet again. She
I
went
love
for
the fact that Grace put in the 40k bet.
Yeah,
and
she just shrugged her shoulders, said, I missed everything, but I had to go for it.
Coxinit is like, I don't care. I know what's going on here, and you're not fooling me. And she's chip leader now.
Don't think she's saying that.
I have a feeling she was like, I know you're at air. I've got a king. I don't think you do. So let's see. Let's go. Because why not? Why not just flat call her and make her show? Why raise her?
Oh, I didn't see that. I
Yeah,
missed that.
she bet 40 and she came over the top at 135.
Okay. No, she won 135.
No, I think she came over the top. I'm
No
pretty
way,
certain
she
Grace
couldn't.
bet.
I mean, if she did, I think that's a huge mistake to do that on that kind of board. She could be up against the 5. She just flattered and she won 135.
You think so? If I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
I think. Listen,
Jenny's gone
Jenny
all
all
in
in,
king
it
3,
gets
and
called.
Grace is called with ace queen.
Suitor king, I don't blame her for moving in for 10 bigs.
No, not at all.
on
And
the
she's
board.
live. She's got live cards, but she has bumped into a monster of a hand. 5, deuce, 10. So
Now,
it gives her.
Well, a 3 will work, a king will work.
Yep.
And a backdoor straight possibility. Now a 4.
Which includes the 4 now, so she's now got 10 outs.
Misses
which has
all,
not come,
all of them.
and that is Jenny eliminated. And she
Horrible.
has been terrific. An absolute star.
Yeah, you know what? I think Jenny might have fancied herself as well because she's a lot of experience. Do you know what I mean? She doesn't make too many mistakes.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate to see her going bust. Grace.
And
now-
representing Northern Ireland as well. Same as Chucky. Like she
Brilliant.
was
Yeah,
coming
brilliant to
here.
see her. Yeah.
She came to play. She wasn't afraid to make some big moves. And big moves is exactly what she made. We're now heads up at the Party Poker Irish Open ladies main event final table.
Mitchell.
Kurskanet.
That's what I said. Kurskanet.
Kurskanet.
Brilliant.
Against
pronunciation.
Hessian. Well, listen, we've been watching so much of Eastern European news coverage lately that the least I could do was.
Heads up. Ladies Championship main event.
So we got, as I'm saying, Kurskanet against Hessen. They're going to do the chip count, and we'll establish who is in the lead, and we're going to take a break for around about 15 to 20 minutes, and then come back and find out who is going to be crowned champion. These are two extremely high-class players who are not afraid to move through the gears as well. Fintan Gavin, Emma Kennedy, back with you in about 15 minutes from the City West at the Party Poker Irish Open ladies main event final table.
Hello and welcome back on day 2 of our coverage here at the Irish Open at the City West Hotel in Dublin. I'm Laura Cornelius, and yesterday was our first starting day here. We already have crowned 4 winners. Today looks set to be an even busier day as well. We've seen the Heads Up tournament already start. That's a €350 buy-in event. We've also got the Hendon Mob Championship event starting, which is a €250 buy-in event. We've got numerous satellites going on as well. For the High Roller, which begins at 8 p.m. this evening, that's a 5k buy-in. And of course, still time to satellite in for the main event, which kicks off tomorrow. It's a €1 million guaranteed prize pool. So you know where it's at here at the Irish Open. Hello, welcome back to our coverage of the Irish Open here in Dublin. I am joined by Alex, who is working for Party Poker. We wanted to speak with you because we had just been talking to the guys working for Rapid Response Ukraine. They told us that they've been chatting to you. You're obviously from the Ukraine. Tell us how the recent events have affected you.
Well, it's been really tough since my whole family's there, my relatives, my grandma, and they're living actually in a safe region called Transcarpathia. It's safe, but the sirens are sounding every day there, so they have to hide. So for elderly people, it's like scary. It's like it's real war for them. So, but yeah, the main thing is that they're safer now, and we're just hoping for the best. That's going to end soon. My parents live in Austria. They're safe, and this is what most important to me at the moment.
And you didn't know anything about the charity that had been set up here. You met them here,
This
yeah?
was a big surprise for me. Very big surprise. And I just entered my room and I saw all these flags everywhere, Ukraine, and my heart was breaking. I was crying the moment I saw it all. And the guys just did an incredible job, actually, the stuff they did. I mean, I've met people like this before. There's just help coming from everywhere, from all sides, from all countries. And I did not expect to see it here as well, at the events that I'm doing. It's incredible.
And how have you found the poker players here? Have they been generous, and are they talking to you as well?
So everyone's asking where I'm from, and like when I say Ukraine, it's like, oh my God, my heart's breaking. I'm praying for you. So of course, it's just very nice, but it's hard to hear as well, because I'm here, I'm not there, and I'm not really. It does affect me because my family is there, but I'm here and I feel useless. Like I really want to do something. I'm thinking to go there. I really thought to go and fight, honestly. Wow. It was in my head. I was like, just gonna go and fight because so many friends of mine are there. My brother is there, and I really want to go and fight myself.
One thing people can do, obviously, is dig deep into their pockets. Can we give them a plea to come, maybe if they win some tournaments, to donate a little bit of their money?
Yes, it would be really nice, really appreciated if every poker player could just come and help, because every little thing matters. And as everyone knows, Ukraine is a very cheap country, and for little money you can buy there so many supplies for people. So that would be a great help.
And how about you in poker? Do you play much poker? Are you able to play any events here, perhaps?
No, I don't play poker myself. I just work here. No, don't play.
Maybe we can teach you. There's time. Thank you so much for chatting with us, Alex. And I hope we can raise lots of money for the Ukraine. Good luck with everything.
Good luck, you too, guys.
Hello, welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open. I am joined by the champion of the Heads Up tournament, Anthony Blano. Congratulations. You only just took it down just moments ago. How did it go?
I'm fine, very good, and I'm very happy to win this tournament just 10 years after my first live tournament here in the City West Hotel.
Oh, wow.
Really?
That's amazing. And over 5,600 euros for this first place. Do you normally play Heads Up?
When I arrived in Ireland, I don't want to play this tournament. And whenever before, I say my friend, I register, I buy in the tournament, and 6 rounds after, I win it, so it's so good.
So now you're a specialist in Heads Up.
Thanks. Yes.
We will see you hopefully in the main event as well.
Yes, I will play tomorrow.
Okay, well, thank you so much, and good luck. Congratulations once again. Hello, welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open. I'm with Philip and Fergal from Rapid Response Ukraine. So tell us, what is this all about?
So Rapid Response Ukraine obviously is in our response to the Ukrainian crisis at the moment. So it was 5 weeks ago. I have a couple of developers work with a startup, and they were in Kharkiv. They had to flee the country, or flee to the west of the country. And they didn't want to pick up an AK-47, but they wanted to do something for their country. So they were getting medical requests from heads of health departments all over the Ukraine. and they were connecting him with people like myself in the West and said, listen, can you help? And we were sending requests for like incubators and medicines that we didn't know where to get medicines. This is like on a WhatsApp chat. And then they said they ran out of body bags. They didn't even have enough body bags to bury the dead. So we were like, look, that was it. We said, we got to do something. So I found the local funeral director, David McGowan in Sligo, who's like, oh, I've pallets and pallets of body bags. So that was it. Let's get the body bags to the border. That was the simple mission. And then it started out, actually, JP from this festival gave a donation. A mate, Mark Walsh, from the local casino in Sligo, said, I'll come with you. And then through JP, we had a contact with Marcin, who's involved in Pokio and On Game, and he ended up being our driver and fixer. So it was like the poker community right across Europe came on board, met us from the airport. The body bags ended up going into piling medicine around it, piling medical supplies around it, and then we got it to Ukrainian drivers, and 40 hours later we got it to Kharkiv. So we're now have established a supply run where we can get medicines to battlefield towns where the Red Cross and UNICEF can't. So this is a vital supply line. So what we've done now is we just rinse and repeat. We're just raising funds and then just getting the meds now to Ukraine. It's getting better and better, and we're on our 4th or 5th delivery at the moment. So this is what we're doing, and this is why, like, I suppose Philip here is another local poker player, and he's got involved and is helping us out in the fundraising side of things. So that's what we're doing up here.
So sort of like a payments operation management coming in here. Just we came in and we got a third-party company to provide us with a digital payment unit that's over there, Tap to Donate, which allows people, if they don't have any cash on them, just come in and tap the card down. Money then goes directly to the charity. They've also kind of absorbed a lot of the fees from it, so we could get as much as we can to the charity. And aside from that, I'm just helping any way I can with Fargal. And look, it's a great cause. It moves me. We met a lovely young woman working at this event here today, and she came up. And I have to say, it moved me because she asked us what we were doing, and she quivered a little bit, and she says, you know, I'm from Ukraine. And she says, my brother is. And I have to be honest with you, I was holding back to connect with someone who was genuinely doing it. A beautiful young person here whose family is there, and that's one person that I've connected with personally. And now I'm getting an idea of the grand scheme of things and how it's affecting people. And this is only motivating me now to want to help more myself and Fergal. And Fergal is doing fantastic what he's done, and all the people, the doctors in Sligo, and all the people that's came in together, and Mark Walsh and Johan and all these guys who's gelled just to get this going. And look, it's amazing. I couldn't help but knock it on board. I couldn't.
I mean, you've already raised quite a phenomenal amount. Just you had a charity tournament as well. How did that go?
Yeah, like special shout out like to JP, Paul, everyone at the Irish Open. And on top of that, like we got the reg fees from that, which came in at like 7.5, and the dealer tips as well. So even the dealers like took out from their tips to give towards this. So like we made 9,500 on that, which 9,500, our weekly loads, we might do a load for about 12,000. So that's the guts of a load going to a town. And that's direct from the tournament organisers. So what we're doing now is going to hang out here for the week, and we're going to get like donations. People are going to donate a percentage of their potential winnings in the Irish Open, and have more chance of winnings with the good luck here. So they're hopefully going to get donations from players or get some hard cash and match what the tourney operators have done as well. Like. So basically, and it's amazing because it's back to the poker community from the start of it, and the poker community like pumping the funds into it right now, and it's just a real testament to the goodness and the generosity that's in this room here today. It's amazing.
You must feel really, really proud. Well done. Thank you so much. I'm going to make sure I'm going to go around and tell everyone to dig deep in their pockets. I'm going to also give a donation. Let's hope we do Ukraine proud. Thank you. Day 3 at the Irish Open 2022 was another successful day wrapped up as we saw Day 1A of the €1 million guaranteed main event kick off in full swing. The Coin Rivet 5K High Roller also concluded its play, and the commentary and live stream got well underway with hosts Vinton Gavin and Emma Kennedy. The America's Cup invited all players to join them in the €350 buy-in tournament. The heads-up crowned Anthony Blanot as its champ, with Wahid Ashraf taking the Hendon Mob Championship for close to €11,000. Off the felt, there's always the crack, as we had a shuffleboard tournament take place with lots of eager players looking to win a prize. Much fun was had by all on and off the felt, as the music played and the festivities got into full swing. The high roller continued into the early hours, after lots of exciting play. But finally, it was Alex Peffley who took it down heads up versus Christos Xantopoulos for over €111,000. Not a bad payday. Hello, welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open. I'm joined by Waheed Ashraf, champion of the Hendon Mob Championship. You've had a phenomenal start to the Irish Open.
Yeah, I've had a really good start. I'm really pleased with myself.
Yeah.
Things are going well.
So talk us through, so the first event, the mixed game, came second.
Yeah, became second in the mixed games. Should have had 2 trophies, but that's the way it is, you know. It happens, poker.
And talk to us about this event. How easy was it? It was quite a late or early morning, shall we say?
It was a very hard grind, very long hours. I was absolutely shattered.
Yeah.
But I'm happy, delighted. You know, hope the week gets better.
Yeah. Well, you've had a nice
Not
win.
asking for much, but you know.
A nice win of €10,825. Pretty nice payday. So you'll be jumping straight in the main and
That's right.
free rolling.
That's right. Hopefully, go deep in that as well.
Yeah, you had a great hand with 4s, right? And the crowd went wild.
Yeah, that's right.
And they're here to cheer you on as well.
Yeah, all my friends are here, so we're all having a good week.
All right, well, great to talk to you, and hopefully we'll see you back up here again sometime soon.
Thanks.
Hello and welcome, I'm Laura Cornelius and we are back for a very busy day here at the Irish Open 2022. There is still time to get involved in the main event through a satellite for just €115. There's one going on behind me right now. There'll be another at 4 p.m. and again tomorrow at 12 p.m. and at 4 p.m. although main event day 1A has officially begun at midday today. We also have the conclusion of the high roller, which will crown a champion, and the conclusion of the heads up event, which started yesterday. We come back with 8 players today to a winner, and the America's Cup has also begun today. So exciting times. Also, the live stream and the commentary will begin today with our favourite commentators. Of course, Mr. Emmett Kennedy will be there, as well as Fintan Gavin. So stay tuned, and if you want to catch some blog updates, you can head over to irishpokeropen.com and follow our YouTube channel.
Ladies and gentlemen, we had 2 championship events take place yesterday and today, and we want to make an official presentation to our 2 winners. We had the Heads Up Challenge, won this afternoon, 64 runners, €5,640 goes to our winner. Congratulations to Anthony Blainview. Well done, Anthony. Well done, Anthony. Congratulations to you. And ladies and gentlemen, also a winner very early in the morning. We're going to ask Roland to join us on stage representing the Hendon Mob. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the Hendon Mob Championship here at the Irish Open, winning €10,825, beating 331 other participants in the event. Please put your hands together for Waheed Ashraf. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to both our winners. We'd like to invite Fergal Naylan up now. Fergal is going to say a few words as part of our sponsored charity here this week. Fergal has done tremendous work with the UK Relief Project that he has put together with himself, friends and colleagues. Fergal, you have a stand outside for us. Just tell us a little about what you have done for the charity so far.
Yeah, so firstly I got to thank JP, Paul Riley and the Irish Open. We got $9.5 grand from event number 1, from the organisers and from the dealers' tips. So that's $9.5 grand that goes direct, no wages, not even a price of the stand out there, goes direct to medicine, which goes to battlefield hospitals that Red Cross and UNICEF can't reach right now. So while they're sitting on their hands playing politics, we're doing back roads like the French Resistance, getting the meds that's needed to the people that need it on the ground. So what we're doing, we got to stand outside. We're calling it Do Good and Run Good. So you can donate straight into the bucket or a percentage of main event cash, but every single penny that goes in those buckets gets sent direct to the Ukraine. So I want to thank the staff, the people for having us here this week, Phil, JP, the dealers, and all the players who've been massively generous. Thanks a million, guys. Slava Ukraini.
And Fergal, I know I don't only speak for myself, but I'm not even for the poker community, but for people in general. Tremendous job you're doing. Fair dues to you, bud. Great job. Well done. Congratulations. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, once again, our first tables are going to be on break in a little over 4 minutes' time. Best of luck to everybody for the remainder of the championship. And remember, all championship winners right throughout the week will receive their prizes here on our presentation stage. Good luck, everybody.
Hello, welcome back to the Irish Open. I'm Laura Cornelius. I am joined by Daniel Pilgrim. How are you, Daniel? Did you just come here today?
Yeah, I got here this morning. Flew in about 9 a.m. from Stansted. It was a long night in London. Terrible. But so I'm glad to be here. It's actually my first time here, so.
Is it? Oh, wow. You are in for a treat. We have lots of fun here at the Irish Open, as I'm sure you've seen.
I've heard about it. I've heard all about it.
Are you going to be playing many events? Tell us what you've got planned.
So my current plan is I'm currently in the 8-game run break. I'm going to play a few main event satellites and then buy in anyway if I don't win a seat, and then the 1K PLO to finish off.
And what's your specialty normally?
Full card PLO now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's fun.
Yeah, but normally back home we play 6 card and it's just even worse. Swings.
So how's it been going poker-wise for you? Obviously, there's not been much live the last few years.
No, but there are a ton of private games happening back in the UK, so I've been playing a lot of those. And the stakes I've been playing now have just slowly risen over the last 6 months.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah.
So, ready to crush?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Get ready for Vegas in June for WSOP, so should be good.
Okay, and ready for the crack here at the Irish Open. There's lots of
yeah.
fun to be had. Feraldo, we're right here, stood at the bar, waiting for him to go back to...
Ready to do a Jaeger bomb again.
Yeah, ready for another Jaeger bomb.
So I'll be ready I'm prepared for the drinking as well. So.
And you do some DJing as well, is that right?
I do, yeah, and take photos as well, but I ain't got none of my stuff with me, so I ain't doing none of that this trip.
Just, this one is purely poker, right?
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
So, left my girlfriend at home, come back here for a week, and then play again for another week next week. So
Party's on. Thank you so much for chatting with us.
No
Good luck
problem, anytime.
in all the events that you play.
I appreciate that. Pleasure to see you.
Hello, welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open in Dublin. I'm here with the winner of Event 1, which was the Six Max €350 buy-in, Leo Lombardosi. Yes. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Well done. You won €13,750. How good did that feel?
Yeah, it's okay. It's cool. Actually, I play I stake normally, so this kind of money like come and go in and go out very fast. So yes, I'm happy. It don't change my life at all. It don't change like nothing, but I'm just very happy because I take a trophy at home because now I live in Dublin. So this is very nice. And yes, I don't thinking to play this tournament. Actually, I very come late to I reach this last level because my friends come to visit me here and tell me yes, let's go play live a little bit. I don't play poker live until World Series of Poker in next November. So I say why not? And yeah, the tournament was pretty cool because it's max and we have a lot of action. And yes, after that, everything gonna to be cool. And I finished in heads up versus other French guy, and the heads up was pretty long, but it's my specialty, so I win in the end, and it was pretty cool. And I gonna to put this in my home in the fireplace, you know.
The mantelpiece.
Yes, exactly. So yes.
Star Pride. So you live in Dublin. Tell us, how much do you enjoy being here in Dublin? How fun is it?
Yeah, it's very nice here. I already come here for other events, but yes, like Irish Open is a very nice event, and I can't wait for the main event because it's going to be very fun, I think. I like City West Hotel. It's very nice place. Maybe one of the best places I never play in poker, actually. And yes, I think like we don't like you know, everybody think about Vegas or place like this for poker, but in Europe we have very nice place too. Maybe better for sure. From like here for me is better than the Rio in Las Vegas.
Oh, so wow. Indeed, I think so too. And this was a charity event. We raised over 9,000 euros for Rapid Response Ukraine. That must feel good as well.
Yeah, this is very cool. I'm very happy for that, and because this situation is very bad, and yes, we hope it's going to be quit very fast.
Next event for you here at the Irish Open?
The main event tomorrow and the high roller, and that's it. I'm going to play cash game more, I think. And yes, that's it. But yes, I'm going to come every day because yes, I'm at home, and yes, it's my event because yes, I live here, so yeah.
Congratulations once
so
again. Merci beaucoup. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening to you all. And on behalf of JP McCann and Paul O'Reilly, I'd like to formally welcome you to the Irish Open 2022. In the last 24 hours, we've had 2 championship games won by 2 players. And I'd like, first of all, to invite the first championship winner of the event up on stage to receive his prize. He won €14,000 in the Six Max charity event run yesterday with 186 runners. This charity event was run for Rapid Response Ukraine, and this event raised a fantastic €9,411 for the charity. Well done to JP and for Paul for running this fantastic event. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the...
And you are very welcome back to the City West Hotel in Dublin, where we are covering, alongside Fintan Gavin, Emmet Kennedy, the final table, heads up of the ladies' main event at the Party Poker Irish Open. And we got this confirmed, double checked and checked again. Krishkanite.
I believe her name is Fina.
That's her nickname.
Fina is a nickname.
Which might be the easiest one to go with.
She's been a breath of fresh air, hasn't she?
She's been amazing, and she has really blown everybody away in terms of her play. I did go up to her and say, "You're like one of the most entertaining players I've ever seen." I said the same thing to Grace. Grace has been incredibly solid, but the way that, as you were calling her, Midgel, which also she was like, "No, this is not my name."
No, we got her name is Krishkanite. Krishkanite.
And she is on fire.
And she's heads up here. Both of them have similar stack sizes.
Yes.
Krishkanite busted out Jenny in 3rd place.
And Grace Hessen is the second player to make it to heads up. So this is it. This is all for all the chips, for all the money for the prizes. You were saying what the top prize is earlier on. There were 51 players.
3,300. They're guaranteed $2,500, and it's 33 for first. But you'd really get the feel. I mean, just at the break there, it's incredible. Even now, looking around the rail, the excitement and the buzz, they're not really. The money is definitely secondary here. I mean, I even see John Hesp on the rail there, It's incredible. It's completely full, the rail.
The rail is,
and you can hear them cheering.
Is remarkable.
A really interesting story. If you've just joined, this girl Grace actually busted out her very own sister on the final table. I kid you not. You could not make it up.
First of all,
only in Ireland.
How do sisters make it to the final table?
I don't know.
Out of a field of 51.
How did two sisters end up playing in the Irish Poker Open? I just don't know.
And then
I don't know.
one takes out the other. And I actually said, and you murdered your sister in cold blood on global television. She went, I know, but oh well. She doesn't care. So it's brilliant. It really is terrific. The rail is like...
It's electric,
This is an Irish Open final table rail.
Yeah, I'm wondering, like, right, if this is what it's like on the Thursday of the Irish Open.
Great point.
What's it going to be like on, like, Sunday and Monday of the
Bonkers.
main event?
It's going to be like the Paul Carr,
it's going
James
James Dempsey.
Yeah, it's going to be like that
Not
one.
James Dempsey,
Not
James
Dempsey,
Mitchell.
James Mitchell.
Yeah,
It's going to be very much like that.
Yeah.
Do you remember the hand where the Moira Ross posse thought that Paul had won, and Jack's posse thought he'd won?
I was
and they both
celebrating
went
in the bar.
ballistic.
Yeah.
They both went nuts, but it actually turned out that James had won. He'd won that particular hand.
Okay.
He sucked out.
Okay.
Because he got a flush.
And what about Paul? Did Paul know?
Paul knew straight away that it was a flush and the Jack had won. But it would look like a straight.
But all his
for the
rail
lads.
were celebrating.
But so they're both the rails are going nuts, and like security had to step in, but no one got naughty. Like there was just like, wait, what? It was kind of like that's how crazy it is. The Poker League of Nations have been a massive part in making this happen. # more women in poker has been a very big part as well. And we're actually talking to the woman who's behind this. There's an interview with her done by Laura Cornelius, who you'll see a lot of on the live stream. Laura's absolutely terrific. And I said to her, we had a conversation on the stream that if I said, Fintan, 10 years ago, there's going to be 51 women playing in a side event at the Irish Poker Open, what would your reaction have been? And you said, what's a ladies tournament? Because it didn't happen. It doesn't happen. It didn't happen in the WSOP, but it's just how much it's coming along. And also, Doyle Brunson made this point. Poker was always kind of seen as like a nasty, like kind of dredgy. Oh, you don't want to be associated with that. Now everybody wants to be associated. Now it's cool, and everybody wants to be part of it. And it's great when you meet someone like our guest that we had on earlier on, when you have Chucky, who her actual name on her driver's license, which she showed me, coming up here, and you know, her and her wife Avril coming down to play, and it's her first time being here.
It was pretty class how her first live tournament,
and she cashes.
And she put in such a good demo of, like, you know, poker from Northern Ireland and women in poker, and she was like pretty nervous. She said remember she said when she heard she was going up to the feature table, she just wanted to get in her car and drive home. Yes, she came in here in the commentary booth, and just shared about her life and everything. It was brilliant. I really like that girl, and I hope we see more. I'm definitely going up to visit that poker room up in Antrim.
For sure.
They sound like
definitely.
a really good
no,
bunch.
the Antrim posse sound
Absolutely.
really cool, and they must be really proud of her as well. They have to be. But
Big time.
she's still buzzing. You know, she's still like a lot of people would be just deflated after being knocked out in the final table.
You can see, and that's what it's about.
The
Emmet.
room atmosphere is so good.
That's what it's about.
Yeah.
This is what poker's about. It's about new players coming in, having a really good experience like that, finding out, getting the thrill and excitement of tournament poker, and you can feel the rail here. It's just incredible. They're absolutely buzzing. I'm loving this event. This is my favorite event in year. Like, I can't remember an event I enjoyed as much. It's all kinds of stories here. What are we watching here? A 75k bet
with 75k bet, and then it looks as though
Grace won that pot.
She did. Well, I think she came in with a 225,000 bet over the top. I think she did.
Yeah.
That, or that's what she's taken down.
No, that graphic. You see where it says plus, right?
That's what she's taken down.
That I believe
that's the pot.
That's the pot. She's
okay.
up in profit. I'm pretty sure. But look, the story we mentioned here about the two sisters, Grace and Una. I mean, crazy stuff. Una, of course, busted out Chucky, but then her own sister busted her out, and we see Grace here.
And Chucky identified Sarah, the German, as being like, this is the player.
We didn't get to see Sarah in action.
She
really.
was gone.
Yeah, we didn't really get to see much of her. But what Chucky said came to pass.
Yeah,
like,
you're spot
she
on.
was saying she was really super aggressive on the blinds.
Yeah.
And like that was her downfall in the end. She 3-bet ripped it all in versus this lady you see in your screen, Kirstenice, who opened in the small blind, and then Sarah just 3-bet ripped with Queen 5 suited or something like that.
Let me ask you this: given the fact now that we've been able to see them for a little bit between Grace Hessen and Kirstenice, who are you siding with?
It's really hard because I actually personally know Grace and I love the family. I know the two brothers, and I know Una. Una won an event, a big event down in Limerick a couple of weeks back. They're great crack. Didn't spend much time with them because I was working, but got to have a drink with them. They're a real decent family, and I have to say, my loyalty is with Grace. It has to be. She's a fellow countryman or fellow countrywoman.
Yeah.
But I mean, okay, put it like this:
you're on my side.
If I was going to stake a player, say to play in events, I'd certainly be talking to this young lady, Kirstenice, because she's got the moves, she's got the plays. I like her bet size and I like her
gear
aggression.
change is fantastic.
She's, look, you got to be aggressive, okay? Now, coming a heads up, okay? You got to play every single hand.
Yeah, this is what you said last night about the high roller, which went on for quite a bit. I wonder how long this is going to take.
Not long. I don't think so.
I think
But I haven't said that. Grace has a pretty substantial lead now.
Yeah, 455 to 216. We are going to see a flop, and instantly Kirstenice takes the lead with the king.
She's moved all in.
And shoves. And heads up. There was potential for her to shove all in pre-flop because any high paint, any ace.
Well, I think she gets called with the ace.
The kicker, the kicker is kind of irrelevant.
She might.
In heads-up play.
The blinds are up now. They're like 5,000, 10,000, I believe.
Yeah.
And it's not that deep. There's still blinds out there, but they're not like super deep, Emmett. So it's not going to take much for the two stacks to get over the line. The advantage is with Grace because she's got more chips. But to me, from what I've seen of especially the three-handed, we've seen more play. Like we got to the final table 7-handed, 6-5-4. But we didn't see the play for very long until it was three-handed. When it was three-handed, then things kind of settled down a bit. We've seen Jenny, who was third place player. We've seen her really fighting for her life. And it really was a battle, really, between Kirstenice and Jenny. And Grace was kind of just sitting back.
Another example of something you called. You actually said Grace is happy enough to just watch these two go. Listen, you two go to war. You kill one another, and I'll take on whoever's left standing. And that is exactly what happened. You called that.
Grace was selective. She wasn't putting in money too light. There was one hand there where she flopped the flush draw, and she kept bet every street. But her sizing was super smart. She didn't go crazy. And she's good for the chip lead here, Grace. Can she finish the job? That's the question. It's not going to be easy because this lady, Kirstenice, she's experienced. Believe me, this girl has played live poker before, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and she probably has a bunch of online experience because I just see by her blind, especially blind v blind, she's very aggressive and she knows her hand strengths.
But I think what's really impressive about both of them is that they're just fearless. And I have seen fear in players before. We saw fear.
You can just lock up here. It's easy to do that.
With the exception of Marina, who really kind of got. I think things just came unstuck for her. Really, it just didn't go her way, so we didn't get to see the best of her. that got her to the final table. Like Chucky was just like, I'm going. Well, let's go. Let's dance.
Let's dance. Yeah,
Um,
yeah. No, I liked what I seen. The very short time we seen Chucky. I mean, she played well.
Terrific.
Yeah, and also like we didn't get to see Sarah. That's why I'm disappointed. Like we didn't really get to see because she seemed like she was super aggressive also, and from what Chucky was saying.
Yeah.
But then she just went bust pretty quick. But this is interesting. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know how it's going to unfold. I mean, advantages with Grace here. She's got the chips, and she is super solid, Grace. Do you know? She's a solid player. Kirstenice is more. I think she's more unpredictable. She can
Very much
She
so.
can pop off. Her sizings are kind of big.
Yeah.
She does go kind of big with her sizings.
But
so
she can also go in small. That's what I mean about her changing gears. Like, she changes gears so quickly and with such a variety of hands that you can't put her on one over the other.
Isn't that nice to see?
That's lovely.
yeah.
That's Sarah, who was knocked out. It was the German player.
Just
And she's
speaking
come over
about
with a lovely drink for both women. So that's a lovely
Now,
thing to see.
can I just say how like I've made heads up a few times, and no one came. No one came up.
Hey,
for both of us. I mean, it has happened where they've come up with a drink. Hey, fitting on my rail, there's a drink. But you'd never see where they come up and they give, both players a drink. You don't see that.
Have I seen this at a final table ever? No,
I can't recall.
I'd remember it.
I think so.
I would remember that. I'd go,
think
oh,
so.
that was a really sound thing to do.
I think so.
Never. And of course, they spent the entire day together, so they've gotten to know one another, and it's been rapid fire, this final table. It really has. Like, compared to yesterday's high roller, it's been really rapid fire.
It's fast and furious. But
Question-
we're here if heads up. We have two interesting, different styles of play. We have Kirstenice on the button here, who's definitely the more active, more aggressive.
Kirstenice with 10-8, 7-6. They both check. Ooh, turns with 7 on the turn.
Yeah, Grace
6
is
out
connected.
still for.
She can bet out here comfortably. She definitely would have heard from an ace at this stage.
This is
so
a-
she's really comfortable. She's ahead here with 2 pair, and this bet should end it. Kirstenice makes the fold.
Walks away. Walks away with her chips relatively intact, but it's now 5-3-5 to 260.
It's a pretty significant chip advantage for Grace. But I mean, there's a lot of work to do here. This
one-
young lady, Kirstenice, is not going to.
One double true.
One double,
and
it's different.
It's a
flip-
completely different
stats
ball
are
game, my
flipped,
man.
Yeah, stats are definitely flipped. I love the trophy. I
It's
love the
class.
fact they're playing for like a championship title. The money
Yeah.
is 100% the money is secondary here. Whereas, you know the high roller yesterday?
Yes.
The money was the primary thing.
Absolutely.
Whereas in this, the money is definitely secondary, even though both of them have locked up $2.5 grand minimum, 3-3 for the winner.
You did make a good point when it got to heads up between Alex and Christos, that it was then more for them. It was more about, okay, we've already made at least 77 grand. One of us is getting 111,000, 112,000 basically. Now it's about the trophy.
Yeah.
For at that moment it was. But for the players at the table from number 8 onwards, it was trophy.
In that high buy-in, definitely I could be wrong.
No, sorry, I mean it was cash. It was
cash is their primary
from 8
primary
onwards.
focus.
Cash was king.
I think so. Yeah, I definitely think so.
For these women, it's about the title.
I definitely believe that. That's the feel I get. Well, I mean, the atmosphere, the rail, the crack, the buzz, the fact that they're partners, their family, their friends, and it's like there's an air of excitement around it, which is great. And
Yeah.
like the money, let's be honest, in comparison to the high roller, the money is so minuscule. Do you know what I mean?
We got Queen.
But yet-
We got Queen 3 here, baby.
Ah, don't start me
we
off,
got Queen
Evan.
3 here, baby.
Queen 3
Jack
off.
10 versus Queen 3 off. I'm telling you, watch out for the Queen 3. There's a 3 straight away. Jack as well.
Jack goes ahead. So there's something for both. There's money going in here on the flop, and Grace tends to lead out.
Kirstenice takes the lead. Oh, she's gone all in.
I'm surprised Grace is shoved here. Snap call from Kirstenice, and Grace.
Wow.
Grace could have. She could have just bet small there and got the same answer.
This is a fantastic opportunity for Korskunite to double through, but at the same time, just remember Queen 3. But right now, Korskunite is on the brink of doubling up and is exactly going to do that.
Now, the stats have come exactly flipped. She's the one with almost 500k.
She's the chip leader now.
Yeah.
And you can hear the roar from the rail as well, by the way. Look at the reaction from the fans. And Korskunite turning around to her family and friends who are here to support her. Like, yeah, calm down. It's okay. It's all right. Just another day at work. But isn't it amazing how we were just talking about this? One double up and one all in.
One hand.
And it all changes. And that's exactly what's happened with the dynamic. And the one thing I'll say about Grace, I'd like you to enhance on this for me, please. My mouth words are starting to fail me. Grace is a very patient player.
Yeah, we've
but
seen that 3
with the dynamic change now, given how aggressive we know Korskunite can be, how do you now expect this to play out?
Okay, well, I think... Okay, so basically the chip counts are reversed exactly. And my opinion is Grace had the advantage when she had the chip stack advantage, but I think Korskunite has a bigger advantage as the chip leader. Does that make sense? You know, do you understand what I'm saying? I think it's more likely now Korskunite will just drive this home.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right.
But look, I mean, as we pointed out, Grace is playing a really decent game. She is
very patient.
I don't like
well.
the all-in shove there, though. I gotta say.
Yeah, I didn't either. Even though I love Queen 3.
She's only getting called by a better hand.
Yeah.
Do you know?
Yeah.
Whereas she could have bet a couple of blinds and found out where she was at. You know? It's super exciting. It's the Irish Open. That is Grace Hession playing heads up for the Ladies Championship title. You can see the trophy on the left-hand side of your screen. Both these players, they've locked up 2.5k. It's 3,300 for the winner. This lady, Korskunite, is now the chip leader. Also known as Fina. Pocket pair on the button. Blinds now 6, 12. About 40 bigs in her stack. About 23 bigs in the chip stack of Grace Hession from Ireland. $3-5-4. So this is an interesting board because there's an open-ender for Korskunite and top pair for Grace with a good shot. It's a huge board for both players. There's money going in here, Emmett, for sure.
I can't see a scenario how money doesn't go in.
Well, Grace
the question is how
leads
much.
out 75k, and Korskunite, well, I mean, just a call here is the order of the day. She doesn't want to put all her money in with a draw, not with the chip advantage. So a flat call is what she gets, and she hits. This is big trouble for Grace Hession. This is big trouble. And Korskunite moves all in.
Korskunite is all in, and Hessen's going all in.
All the
money's in.
There's chop pop potential.
6 outs for Grace, but this could be
a deuce would chop it, but a 6 would give Grace a bigger straight.
6 outs for Grace. Any 6. And as you were saying, the deuce chops it. But right now,
she's just nodding to the rail. Yeah. I've got her. I have her all in.
We have a champion!
We have a winner is right.
And you know what? I think Grace was absolutely tremendous throughout this. I think the reaction to...
Like, look at this.
We don't see this all the time.
That's
all right?
pretty cool.
Both players hugging one another afterwards. Korskunite has been sublime throughout this. She has been... They've both been phenomenal players. Either would have been a deserving champion, but Korskunite, I think, has just been absolutely sublime and is a very deserving champion
100%.
of the Irish Poker
I'm delighted.
Open, the Party Poker Irish Poker Open ladies main event. And what a final table for us to have.
Delighted for all of the girls that made the final table. It was really entertaining. I loved the play from everyone. We have to shout out, like, we've got to give a shout out to the players who finished, like, say,
Talk to me. Talk
well,
to me.
7th place was Chucky. And actually, Rachel finished 8th place. Rachel Hennigan, who is well known in the UK, party poker lady, Rachel Hennigan. Chucky in 7th. Then there was Una Ortel, one of 2 sisters on
Yeah,
the final
sister.
table. Incredible. Then Sarah Link from Germany in 5th. Marina.
Look at the smile on Krishkanite's face, by the way.
Marina 4th place. 3rd place, Jennifer McKellen. That 3-way battle went on for a while, didn't it?
It did,
Emma?
yeah, it really did. They fought it out for quite some time. Jennifer hung in there quite a bit. She got a couple of double ups when she needed them, but in the end,
it was Grace and Kristinice who battled for the trophy, the title, on 3,300. And you can see the money shot there, the winning hand. She hit her straight, pocket 2s, just flat call.
I
like the
love
flat
how
call.
they do this, by the way, for every tournament. It's like, this is the hand, this is the winning hand. The trophy's beautiful. It's a very similar trophy to the one that we had for the high roller yesterday. I'm going to call it right now and say that I thoroughly enjoyed commentating more on this final table than I did the high roller, and the high roller is one of my favorite final
they've
tables
been
to commentate
brilliant.
on.
They've been brilliant.
These are 2 back-to-back final tables that have just been of the highest standard. Really, it's been exceptional poker. Your highlight play from Krishkanite or from Hessen at the final table of the ladies' main event at the Party Poker Irish
They've been
Poker Open.
brilliant. I believe that all of the girls that made that final table, they were top class. It's been a great promotion for poker in general, not just for women's poker, but they promoted the sport of poker and they did a really good job. The atmosphere was excellent. I loved it. The play was top quality. A real story with the 2 sisters and one of them knocking each other out. And
by the way,
yeah.
the one who didn't care, John.
No. It's
you
good.
murdered your
Yeah.
sister in cold blood on global
No, it's
TV.
been,
like,
it's
oh,
been
yeah.
top quality. Congratulations to Fina Kristinice.
That's her nickname.
A great girl. What a bubbly character. We were taking a picture of the final table and she goes, sorry, stop, I want to do my makeup. Just joking, like, of course. But she had us. She had us.
She was terrific. She really was. And to be fair, we both kind of called it that we thought she was going to win, and she's brought it home. She's going to play in the main event. Grace is going to play in the main event. We're back for main event day 1C tomorrow. The players are actually just wrapping up day 1B, and Fintan and I will return with more coverage from the Party Poker Irish Poker Open in the City West in Dublin. Where else do you want to be than right here? If you can't make it to Dublin to the City West, be on YouTube, be on Twitch, be with Fintan and myself. Watch the coverage, the analysis, the production values that we've got. It's just next level. There is nowhere else for you to be in the world on Easter Friday and Easter Saturday than here at the Party Poker Irish Open. From Fintan and from me, Amos Kennedy, till tomorrow, we'll see you. God bless.
Good night.